Chapter 2388. Lingxi was still working hard to set it up. She was in a good state of mind and had no distractions. Long Chen looked outside. Now that the slaughtering sky diagram had been formed, the entire Slaughter Dragon City was under the protection of the slaughtering sky diagram. The slaughtering sky diagram was a hollow ball that completely enveloped the Slaughter Dragon City. When necessary, the Slaughter Heaven diagram could be activated and the entire Slaughter Dragon City would be taken away. Of course, that was a last resort. The slaughtering heavenly diagram was a heavenly diagram of a dragon. As long as one was a human, they would be able to gather their powers together. Now, it was an extremely spectacular scene. There were countless dragon heads on the blood screen. Each of the dragon heads was connected to a long, blood-colored line that floated down. More than 100 million warriors each held a long line that was connected to their arms and meridians. Everyone was now able to contribute their own power into the Slaughter Heavenly diagram. They used their own strength to protect themselves. Long Chen also held a long red line in his hand. As expected, the three Dragon Emperors did not want him to participate in the battle directly. Instead, they wanted him to become a part of the Slaughter Heaven diagram. Of course, before Lingxi succeeded, Long Chen could not even make a move. After all, Lingxi needed a lot of strength. Looking back, the beautiful and gentle girl's face was slightly pale. The continuous busyness made her a little absent-minded. There were fine beads of sweat between her eyebrows. However, what was surprising was that the entire super-large heaven and earth shifting formation was almost completed. Now, it was shining brightly and constantly rotating. There was also a violent spatial fluctuation in the surroundings. Warriors who were not strong would be sucked into the spatial cracks if they stood here. Therefore, Long Chen asked Liang Tang and the others to go out. Time passed quietly. It was as quiet as water. Then, at a certain moment there was a sudden explosion. The Monster Clan's army is here. Endless. I'm afraid there are tens of millions of them. There are also the Sea Clan. After a day, the 6 peak experts gathered a large number of Monster Clan and Sea Clan to assist in the attack. Although there were many of them, the purpose of this part of the Sea Clan and Monster Clan was to harass and resist the Slaughter Heaven diagram. They wanted to wear down the power of the Slaughter Heaven diagram. The arrival of such a large army was also very useful. As long as they shattered the Slaughter Heaven diagram, they would practically win. The people below couldn't see into the distance. Only the elites flying below the Heavenly Massacre diagram could. Although they didn't know how many opponents there were, judging from the energy fluctuations in the space and the earth-shattering roars, it was definitely not a small number. Prepare for battle. This was the violent Blood Dragon Emperor's voice, and it spread throughout the entire Massacre Dragon City. The people who had been afraid couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. They had hope of winning. The Slaughter Heavenly diagram wouldn't be destroyed so easily. As long as they persevered, they would be able to survive. Fight. For a moment, everyone roared along. Long Chen stood at the entrance of the central palace. Lingxi had not succeeded yet, so he could not help her for the time being. Otherwise, all their efforts would be in vain. But he was also nervous inside. Today was the day the demon race had mobilized. How many peak experts had come? Would they be able to hold on? After today, would everyone die? Everything was a question. Chen, don't worry. I'm almost there. Their hearts were connected. Lingxi definitely knew what Long Chen was thinking. Okay. Long Chen could still bear it. He looked around. Countless terrified eyes became firm at this moment. There were people constantly cheering them on. Don't worry. They are just some small fries. No great demon lord or sea king has appeared, said the people above, looking at the densely packed demon race and oceanic race army crossing the Blood Sea. Just these alone, let them attack for 10 days and 10 nights. They can't do anything to our Slaughter Heaven diagram. Everyone, don't panic. The Slaughter Heaven diagram was left behind by our ancestors when they established the 5 great dragon cities thousands of years ago. It can gather everyone's strength. Hundreds of millions of people are supporting it together. This is unprecedented. As long as everyone is confident and hot-blooded, we won't lose. For a moment, hundreds of millions of people clenched their teeth. It was time to test whether the Slaughter Heaven diagram was powerful or not. Everyone could see that the 3 dragon emperors had passed through the heavenly slaughtering diagram and were outside. Their bodies were actually connected to the heavenly slaughtering diagram. At the same time, they could also supply power to the heavenly slaughtering diagram. Of course, their main task was to fight against the other side's peak experts. So many demon race and oceanic race have come. It's impossible that there is no leader. The violent blood dragon emperor looked into the distance. He knew that his opponents were about to appear. Sure enough, at this moment, 6 light spots appeared in their vision. 6. The three's expressions changed. As long as the number exceeded 3, today would be a terrifying battle to the death. Now, Lingxi had only set up a Qian Kuan shifting formation, and she had not succeeded. So at least today, no matter what price they had to pay, they could not lose. However, to repel 6 warriors of the same level, even with the support of the Slaughter Heaven diagram, was too difficult. The 9 Phoenix, the Heavenly Hound, the Woeful Beast, the Sea God Emperor, the Tyrant God Emperor, and the Purple Eye Emperor. The arrival of the 6 peak experts brought a fatal pressure to the human race, making them a little breathless. They knew that their lives were now in the hands of this thin layer of blood curtain. At this time, everyone had already begun to supply power to the Slaughter Heaven diagram. The entire Slaughter Heaven diagram lit up, and there were hundreds of millions of divine dragons roaring on it. The murderous aura scared some of the inferior demon race into retreating. The demon race army was a mix of good and bad, and there were even newborn cubs. There are actually 6. Can we win? Will all of us die here today? There is no chance of winning with such resistance. If the 3 dragon emperors are defeated, the consequences will be unimaginable. Just as they mustered their courage, there was a different voice in their hearts. This made them tremble in fear. If they continued to be afraid, it would not be a good thing for a long time. In the sky, the 6 peak experts broke through the waves of the blood sea and rushed over, appearing in front of the 3 dragon emperors. 6 against 3, 2 against 1. How wonderful! The Sea God Emperor was the #1 sea emperor of the sea race. In fact, he might be the strongest among the 6. He had just arrived, and as if he had forgotten the pain that Long Chen had brought him, he laughed heartily. The 9 Phoenix's flame-like eyes flashed, and he said coldly, 3 dragon emperors, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the slaughter dragon balls now, and we will leave immediately. There is no loss for you. I advise you to listen to us obediently. The violent blood dragon emperor said in a low voice, there is no loss. When you hand over the 5 dragon balls to the Devil Star, the Devil Star seal will be opened. At that time, the entire eternal sacred territory will belong to the primeval troll. They will be able to control everything, and from then on, we will all be their slaves. This was the reason why they could not hand over the 5 dragon balls no matter what price they had to pay. The primeval troll, that was truly terrifying. These 4 words, to these peak experts, were actually the signal for them to take action. They could not hear the violent blood dragon emperor's words at all. The thoughts in their minds were urging them to take action directly. It seems that you are really tired of living. 9 Phoenix, let's deal with this violent blood dragon emperor together. How about it? The Sea God Emperor said arrogantly. All right, let's see who kills him first. The 9 Phoenix and the Sea God Emperor first joined forces to deal with the violent blood dragon emperor. Then, the Disaster Beast and the Sea Race's Purple Eye Emperor went against the violent blood dragon emperor. The Tengu and the Sea Race's Tyrant God Emperor went against the violent blood dragon emperor. At the same time as the 3 battles began, the hundreds of millions of Demon Clan and Sea Race began to charge towards the Slaughtering Heaven diagram ferociously. There were also experts among them. Now, they did not hesitate to use all their strength to tear the Slaughtering Heaven diagram apart. In an instant, the entire Slaughtering Heaven diagram was drowned by countless violent Demon Clan and Sea Race. In the sky, as the 6 peak experts revealed their true forms, the 3 dragon emperors also faced death calmly and transformed into dragons. In this battle, they had long decided that even if they died, they would stop them and give Lingxi a chance. In the sky, there were 9 colored phoenixes sweeping across the heavens and the earth. There was a huge divine sea shark that treated the starry sky as the sea, causing tsunamis in the sky. There were endless black shadows. There was a huge divine turtle that was like a mountain, lying in the starry sky. There was a purple-eye king crab that opened its huge pincers, tearing the starry sky and smashing the stars. There was a disaster beast that was surrounded by black fog and had many dark eyes. Of course, there were also the 3 most dazzling divine dragons. They were all the peak ultimate divine dragons. The violent blood dragon emperor was the demon blood Ling dragon. According to legend, He was transformed from a drop of blood from the ancient blood spiritual dragon, the ancestor dragon of massacre. He had unparalleled power and was at the peak of ultimate divine dragons, close to the supreme divine dragon. The royal blood dragon emperor was the royal blood sky burial dragon. He was also transformed from a drop of blood from the ancient blood spiritual dragon. However, it was not the dealing blood, but the sky burial blood. The innumerable kill dragon emperor was the billion godly killer dragon. He was a true slaughtering dragon with a violent temper. He had committed a grave mistake during the era of divine dragons. If they were in other places, the 3 dragon emperors would definitely not be able to fight against 2 at once. But now they could force themselves. This was because the slaughtering heaven diagram gave them the strength and courage to fight to the death. In the slaughtering heaven diagram, almost everyone closed their eyes and contributed their strength to resist the attacks of the billions of demon clan. In the central sacred hall, Lingxi was completely focused. Long Chen closed his eyes and did not look at any of this. His blood had already been ignited. He wanted to participate in this battle, but he could not do so now. Therefore, he could only endure and not affect Lingxi's final arrangements. Heartbeat. He could hear countless heartbeats. Even with his eyes closed, he could see the struggle of all the humans. This disaster had come so suddenly that many people had not even reacted yet. As they supplied their strength, they stared blankly at the terrifying battle in the sky. The aftermath of their battle had caused countless deaths and injuries of the Demon Clan and Oceanic Clan. This was the first chapter of Return. Chapter 2389. The Heavenly Slaughter Diagram was a unique advantage. It allowed the most tyrannical 100 million warriors in the Northern Territory to gather together. It was impossible to destroy the Heavenly Slaughter Diagram by relying on the unorganized attacks of the monster race and the sea race. After blocking the initial attack, everyone was relieved. Other than the 6 pinnacle experts, if these motley crowd wanted to break the massacre sky map, they would have to gather their strength at one point. Brothers and sisters, we can rest assured. Other than the 6 great demon lords and sea emperor, these demon clan and sea clan have no ability to break the massacre sky map. Victory will belong to us, as long as everyone is brave enough to persevere. No one wants to die. The only way to survive is to persevere. We can't give up. Whoever gives up is a coward, a sinner for all eternity. It is an injustice to the blood that flows on your bodies. Fight. More than 100 million people roared again and again. They started to ignore the attacks outside and only cared about blocking everything. Their faith was now the massacre sky map. But in fact, the real outcome of the battle was in the hands of the 3 dragon emperors and the 6 pinnacle experts. Long Chen was not worried about the low-level motley crowd. He was also worried about the 3 dragon emperors. They had the same strength, but they had to fight 1 against 2. This was too difficult. The opponents were not weaker than him. Not to mention repelling them, it was a problem to stay alive. For example, in Long Chen's eyes, the first dragon emperor's demon blood-dealing dragon was fighting against the 9 phoenix and the deep-sea giant sea god's tooth. On one side was the 9-colored sea of fire, and on the other side was the endless sea storm. The demon blood-dealing dragon was suffering from attacks from 2 directions. The demon blood-dealing dragon had a pair of blood-colored wings. They were like blades, a powerful attack weapon. Cruel blood. Take out the massacre dragon pearl. Don't force us to use other tricks. The sea god emperor rushed over from the raging sea. His eyes releasing a blue light, the light swept over, even though the demon blood-dealing dragon dodged quickly, but there was still a portion of the blue light that hit his blood-colored wings. Ding! In just an instant, the frozen part was shattered by cruel blood dragon emperor. Dream on! The divine dragon's huge body swept out, filling the sky with a bloody light as it charged towards the sea god sovereign. 10,000 levels of blood hell. A pair of huge blood-colored wings flapped, forming a majestic blood-colored tornado. It tore through countless starry skies and broke through the boundless ocean created by the sea god emperor. The twisting blood-colored light contained terrifying power. If it landed on the ground, it could destroy a mountain range that was millions of meters long. 10,000 levels of blood prison. One level after another. You forgot about me. At this time, the 9 phoenix had already rushed higher into the starry sky. When the cruel blood dragon emperor was targeting the sea god emperor, she spread her 9-colored wings and sent down countless divine flames, sealing off all directions of the cruel blood dragon emperor. When the 9 phoenixes attacked, Neptune Emperor seized the opportunity and took the opportunity to counterattack. It was the most difficult double attack to deal with. Sea steadying godly pillar. The huge pillar swept towards the violent blood dragon emperor. He had actually used his teeth to bite the godly oceanic steadying needle to attack, and he had even unleashed such a violent attack. The attack of an expert of this level could easily shatter heaven and earth. If not for the heavenly massacre diagram, the slaughter dragon city would have been destroyed long ago. The surrounding blood sea exploded and turned into ashes. To the sea god emperor, it was naturally very difficult to resist two kinds of attacks at once. However, he could only rely on risking his life. Only by risking his life could he obtain the only chance. He resisted with all his might, splitting the 10,000 levels of blood prison into two parts, dealing with the two opponents separately. The result was that the two attacks could not be completely blocked. Most of the attacks bombarded on his body. The dragon scales on his body exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. He was blasted far away. The violent blood dragon emperor endured the pain and used the power of the heavenly massacre diagram to recover his body. He gritted his teeth and pounced again. His murderous eyes told his enemy that even if he died today, he would not retreat, nor would he fall. The other two dragon emperors' conditions were actually similar to the violent blood dragon emperor's. You stop him. I'll put on a good show. The sea god emperor's huge shark mouth revealed his trademark evil smile. Go. The 9 phoenix spread her 9-colored wings. The sky was full of multicolored light. She directly blocked in front of the demon blood D-Ling dragon. At this time, the sea god emperor behind her suddenly enlarged the godly sea steadying needle. Then he swung it, and the huge Tao instrument fell from the sky. The target was the heavenly massacre diagram. This accident came very suddenly, and it was also very fast. Everyone was still resisting the attacks of the ordinary demon clan and the oceanic clan. The godly sea steadying needle directly pierced through several demon clan giant beasts and slammed heavily into the heavenly massacre diagram. Boom! At that moment, the heavenly massacre diagram shook violently and let out a terrible roar. It directly caused most of the warriors to kneel on the ground, and they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Are we finished? We're finished. We're finished. We can't stop him anymore. For a moment, in despair, countless people cried out. Some people were injured and fell to the ground. After all, the shock brought by the sea god emperor was too strong. Long Chen also saw it with his own eyes. Damn it. An expert at the level of the sea god emperor's strength was very concentrated. Just now, everyone suffered such an impact without much preparation. It could only be said that the other party was really cunning. At this moment, not only did it cause a shock to the heavenly massacre diagram, but it also made some people panic and lose their confidence. Everyone, don't be anxious. It's just a small accident. Next, everyone focus. Even if the other party is the sea god, he can't break the heavenly massacre diagram. Please believe me. The only thing that Long Chen could do now was probably to encourage them verbally. His identity was very convincing. It made everyone stand up again and began to grit their teeth and resist. And in the sky, the cruel blood dragon emperor was furious. He had already entangled the other two and started to fight again. The process was undoubtedly very tragic. Sometimes, it could even be described as flesh and blood flying everywhere. The 3 dragon emperors were in the same situation. If it wasn't for the support of the heavenly massacre diagram, if it wasn't for their unyielding courage, if it wasn't for the responsibility in their hearts, they would definitely not be able to stop these 6 opponents of the same level for such a long time. Above the sky, it was as if there were brilliant fireworks. The flames spread, the waves were heavy, and there was purple light shining between heaven and earth. There was blood light filling the air, and there was heavy black fog. Anyway, the sky was completely shattered, and the entire sea of blood on the ground had disappeared. The massacre dragon city was almost suspended in the air. Among them, there were tens of millions of demon clan and sea clan who died in the battle between the 9 pinnacle experts. The 6 pinnacle experts of the demon clan and sea clan didn't care at all. The 3 dragon emperors could only feel sorry. They couldn't even protect their own people, let alone others. At this moment, their bodies were almost riddled with holes and scars, but they still didn't fall. But their opponents were more cunning than the other. They weren't in a hurry to fight to the death. Instead, they were exhausting the 3 dragon emperors. Other than everything about the primeval troll, they seemed to know nothing. Their intelligence was very normal at other times. Their cunning was that after the Sea God Emperor took the lead, the other 5 learned. They all knew that what the 3 Dragon Emperors were most worried about was the Heavenly Massacre Diagram. So when hundreds of millions of people supported the Heavenly Massacre Diagram to resist the Demon Clan and Sea Clan, the second wave of attack came immediately. Be careful. This time, Long Chen noticed it in advance. He had been anxious for a long time, but he couldn't make a move yet. Ling Shi had truly reached the final moment, the moment where she was about to succeed. This time, it was the Purple Eye Emperor who found an opportunity. A strong purple light beam burst out from his eyes and hit the Heavenly Massacre Diagram directly. This time, with Long Chen's reminder, everyone almost used all their strength to resist this attack. They were fully prepared. Boom! But even so, the purple light still brought a huge shock to the Heavenly Massacre Diagram. Everyone's body almost swayed a little. Their internal organs suffered a certain impact, and they felt their qi and blood tumbling. But fortunately, at least they held on. But no one was happy. If this went on, they would still attack endlessly. As long as the 3 Dragon Emperors didn't have the ability to defeat them, death was not far away. Brothers and sisters, hang in there. They can't do anything to us. Hang in there. We have no way out. Once the Heavenly Massacre Diagram is broken, everyone will die. We can't let the Dragon Emperors be distracted. At this time, under the encouragement of more and more people, everyone still had courage. But when the attacks of the 6 pinnacle experts came from time to time, as the injuries on everyone's body worsened, this courage would eventually be used up. Long Chen could only watch as they used up more and more energy. Their injuries became more and more serious, their eyes dimmed, and their courage diminished. The 6 pinnacle experts kept laughing. Ayaya, it seems like the Heavenly Massacre Diagram is about to be broken. They can't even take a beating. I was just trying a few times and it's almost gone. How boring. Everyone, let's kill the 3 Dragon Emperors first. By then, we will have the Slaughter Dragon Balls. Under such verbal attacks, no matter how confident the humans were, they were on the verge of collapse. Everyone, don't listen to their nonsense. They can't defeat you. In the starry sky, the violent Blood Dragon Emperor and the others were still holding on, still fighting to their death. The battle had reached a stalemate. The opponents couldn't kill them, but they couldn't stop 2 opponents either. Their opponents wanted to destroy the Heavenly Massacre Diagram, so they could only stop 1. Even though the 3 Dragon Emperors were betting their lives, the Heavenly Massacre Diagram was still constantly attacked by the super experts, and the turbulence was getting greater and greater. We are dead. Under the attacks of the 6 pinnacle experts, everyone's faces dimmed. Chapter 2390. Boom! Once again, Sea God Emperor broke through the brutal Dragon Emperor's interception. The huge ocean-pacifying godly pillar once again hit the Slaughter Sky Diagram. This time, the shock it caused was unprecedented. Because the courage and the strength of the body had been greatly consumed, the resistance this time was the weakest. This directly caused Sea God Sovereign's attack to bring the greatest damage to everyone. Under the impact of the sea-steadying godly needle, a large number of warriors directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Some of the weaker warriors even directly fell to the ground, unconscious. When this happened, it caused real fear. Who will come for the last time? Haha, I know these little guys can't hold on anymore. One more time, and they will be finished. Above the sky came their arrogant and savage voices. With 2 against 1, they could easily separate one of them in a short period of time. No matter how strong the violent Blood Dragon Emperor and the other 2 Dragon Emperors were, they wouldn't be able to completely suppress the 2 of them. It was the opponent's shamelessness that caused the whole Slaughter Dragon City to collapse. Hearing that there was only 1 move left to break the Heavenly Slaughter Diagram, everyone became even more panicked. Many people didn't retreat. They were still persevering, but they had lost their courage. This was very terrifying. If this continued, they would really be heavily injured, and the Heavenly Slaughter Diagram might really be torn apart. Long Chen's heart was about to explode. On one hand, he was very angry and wanted to attack immediately. On the other hand, he was worried that his anxiety would affect Lingxi. Once he stopped at this time, all his efforts would be in vain, and he would have to rush to the sky again. Stand up, all of you stand up. This time, he was almost roaring. That voice produced a huge roar, shaking the whole slaughter sky diagram. Everyone knew that it was Long Chen's voice. Except for the 15 dragon emperors, he was now the biggest pillar in everyone's heart. Hearing his words, the injured people gritted their teeth and finally stood up. Let me tell you, the heavenly slaughter diagram isn't that easy to break. What you have lost now is not power, but courage, and the determination to resist this battle. Don't fall for their tricks. I, Long Chen, will use my life to guarantee that even if the heavenly slaughter diagram is broken in the end, I will stand in front of you. What are you afraid of? What's the point of death? Everyone has to die, either by being killed or by the 18 major calamities. That day will come, but what's the point? If we have to die today for our home, for our dignity, for the blood that flows in our veins. If you've made up your mind, what's there to be afraid of? Isn't it just death? They said they could break the heavenly diagram of massacre, so they can do it? Why? We, the human race, have thousands of years of history and are the descendants of the divine dragon. Why should we die here? If you don't want to be defeated, if you don't want to be a coward, if you don't want to be ashamed to face your family and friends, face your home, then use your courage to fight and fight. You're not even afraid of death, so why would you be afraid of losing? He was even a little incoherent, and he didn't even know what he was saying. He only knew that everyone should do this. Everyone had to shoulder their responsibilities. Everyone could die, but at least they had to shoulder their responsibilities before they died. Death was such a precious thing. Apart from those who were favored by the ultimate divine dragon and above, everyone could only die once. If they could die a heroic and meaningful death, why wouldn't they choose to do so? Living an ignoble life and dying a mediocre death was the true tragedy. Long Chen didn't know how many people he could inspire. He always had an invincible strength in his heart. That was the courage to face difficulties. Courage was actually the hardest thing to do. Stand up, stand up. Many people echoed his words and began to shout. Countless people began to shout and scream. When the miserable screams filled the entire Slaughter Dragon City, when he saw their bloodshot eyes, Long Chen knew that he had succeeded. He still couldn't prevent the destruction of the Slaughter Heaven diagram, but at least he could prolong the time. Then, he just had to wait for Lingxi. He almost closed his eyes. He could hear his heart pounding violently. At some point in time, Lingxi's weak voice finally rang out. She walked out. Behind her was the dazzling, super-large Qian Kuan transmission matrix. I did it. Even her lips had lost color. It was obvious how tired she was today. After all, it was her first time building such a huge Qian Kuan transmission matrix. It really wasn't easy. She fell into Long Chen's arms. Have a good rest. Long Chen brought her into the God's nation. No, I have to be with you to use the 3 life and death calamities. Long Chen shook his head. Although the 3 lifetime silk could make the 2 of them much stronger, and he would also have more power, she had already reached her limit today. She couldn't force herself, so he had to rely on himself. Have a good rest. Long Chen gently stroked her face. His heart was filled with tenderness. When he looked outside, it turned into blood. He let Lingxi return to the God's nation to rest. During this period of time, the other party was still bombarding the heavenly massacre diagram incessantly. Although Long Chen had cheered them on just now, if this went on, there would come a day when everyone would be exhausted. The same went for the 3 dragon emperors. Hence, there was no absolute way to get out of this situation. The first thing Long Chen did was to rush down into the sky, right under the heavenly massacre diagram. When the others saw him, they had new hope. They were really too tired, and they had suffered a certain amount of injuries. Long Chen's appearance meant that the super-large Qian Kuan transmission matrix had already succeeded. As long as they survived this calamity, there would be new hope. Persevere. Everyone couldn't help but roar. Their faces were pale, but their eyes were blood-red, and they were filled with courage. Courage would bring victory. The first step Long Chen could do now was to expand his fire of life. He couldn't care about anything else, and directly transformed into a dragon in the sky. Tai Chi's spiritual dragon. 15 dragon heads shook the world. Everyone rubbed their eyes, and found that they were not mistaken. The divine dragon that coiled together had a terrifying 15 dragon heads. Fire of life. The fire of life in the center spouted green flames. This was Long Chen's greatest use of the fire of life. Everyone's injuries weren't fatal. A little bit of life force from each person could save a lot of things. The green flame swept across the entire dragon city of Massacre. Although it couldn't make everyone return to their peak state, at least it gave them a new lease of life. They had more power to resist the attacks of the 6 peak experts and the other demon clan and oceanic clan. Slaughtering Dragon Emperor. No one knew who shouted first, but it turned into a frenzy of hundreds of millions of people. It was like a kind of faith, and it gave Long Chen incomparable power. Heroes are born in troubled times. The birth of Long Chen could be said to be more legendary than Long Qinglan, and more amazing. When the chaos came, although he hadn't reached his peak, he had already made great contributions. Of course, he didn't covet the so-called achievements. Any title didn't mean much to him. What he wanted was to complete his protection, to complete his mission and responsibility. He didn't let down the heavens, the earth, his lovers, his parents, his brothers, and even more so, the billions of people. There was no hope for the 3 dragon emperors to resist the 6 experts. They would only continue to wear them down until the slaughtering dragon city was destroyed. Long Chen didn't feel that he was very strong, but he should do this. For the final victory, the only way to win, he had to use his courage to contribute his strength. Therefore, he rushed out of the slaughtering sky map in front of everyone. Brothers and sisters, cheer for me. His action made everyone's blood rush to their heads. Everyone knew how dangerous it was to go out when the top experts were wreaking havoc. Long Chen had just finished his task, and he went out directly. If such a person didn't deserve respect and admiration, who else could it be? Kill. Perhaps this was the only word that could perfectly describe the fanaticism in their hearts at this moment. The 3 dragon emperors knew what Long Chen was thinking. There were tears in their eyes. They wanted to let this child escape and then pass on the human race, but he didn't do that. He chose to come out. Whether he had the power or not, he wanted to break the stalemate, get through this and make the 6 go back. Of course, the 6 also noticed Long Chen. Who can catch this little guy? If you catch him, the 3 old guys will definitely hand over the slaughtering Dragon Ball. Zhou Huang asked coldly, his tone full of disdain. Tyrant God Emperor and Purple-Eyed Emperor didn't say anything. Heavenly Hound and the Woeful Beast were watching, and only Neptune Emperor laughed. Fate. It's really fate. In the northern starry sky, you took advantage of my carelessness and seriously injured me. Today, I will return all this to you. It seems that when you were in my Neptune region, you were injured by me once. This is a sin. Zhou Huang, you have to be careful against Bao Shui alone. Zhou Huang snorted coldly and said, don't waste time, go and come back quickly. Humph. Neptune Emperor's huge body was like a huge rock, falling from the sky, making bursts of roars, and landing in front of Long Chen. Transform into a dragon. Let me see what ability you have to deal with me, the #1 Neptune Emperor of the sea race. Long Chen retreated a distance and transformed into the ancient blood spiritual dragon. This was the state he was most used to displaying, the state with the strongest murderous aura. When he wanted to protect, when he wanted to kill, his character would always be the ancient blood spiritual dragon. Not bad, your murderous aura is strong, and it seems more murderous than the demon blood-dealing dragon and the Emperor Blood Burial Sky Dragon. Unfortunately you died too young. Neptune Emperor once again revealed his trademark evil smile. In the blood mist, Long Chen's whole body coiled up. For the current him, defeat might be normal, but he had to persevere. Only by persevering, could Violent Blood Dragon Emperor use the heavenly slaughter diagram to defeat Zhou Huang. He believed that Violent Blood Dragon Emperor understood his meaning and knew his plan. As for himself, it didn't matter if he lived or died, but he was afraid that if he died too quickly, it would be useless. 3 chapters were not finished. In fact, because of the reading matter, he returned 2 more chapters, which was a sign of sincerity. As a person, I don't care about anything except disgust and slander. I also understand why Han Han would be angered half to death. But today, I understand that no matter how well you do, there will always be people who are jealous of you and will use all kinds of methods to ruin your reputation. I was young and loved to be serious. A few days ago, I fell into a trap. Fortunately, the result was that I became even more famous. Thanks to them, I grew up and understood that true strength is to ignore these things and fly out of the other party's range. If you want to do it, you have to be like Long Chen, someone that others will never be able to catch up to. Chapter 2391. Without the love thread of 3 lives, he would have lost the only way to contend against Neptune Emperor. Lingxi was too tired. It was a kind of mental and spirit exhaustion. She was also pregnant, so Long Chen couldn't let her make a move at this time. He had said so much about dying, but he didn't think that he would really die here. He was only giving himself a path of resistance without a way out. The #1 giant beast in the deep sea was like a small snake in front of him. Not only in terms of size but also in terms of aura. The sea god sovereign's body flickered with blue light, transforming into a vast sea that covered the sky above the Slaughter Dragon City. The vast and mighty sea submerged Long Chen. This tyrant of the sea had directly turned the surroundings into his own battlefield. Massacre Dragon Emperor. Massacre Dragon Emperor. In Massacre Dragon City, countless people were cheering for him. Now, with Long Chen's appearance, the 6 pinnacle powerhouses finally didn't have time to care about the Massacre sky map. Everyone had a good opportunity to rest. This was also a great credit to Long Chen. However, at this time, everyone was worried about him. Could he withstand Neptune Emperor's attack? It was time to go all out. Either one person died, or everyone died together. If one person could save countless compatriots, they would eventually have to die. Everyone knew that it was worth it. Therefore, they admired Long Chen and treated him as the dawn of victory, an undefeatable faith. Hee hee, little guy, are you ready to die? Amidst the sea waves, a huge shadow appeared in front of him. It covered the sky and covered the earth. As soon as Neptune Emperor finished speaking, the terrifying sea waves condensed into a fist comparable to a mountain and bombarded towards Long Chen. This was the vast Ocean Emperor fist. Legend had it that it could shake half of Neptune's territory. Only the great Ocean Emperor could use this move. If Massacre Dragon City hadn't been protected by the Massacre sky map, this fist would have probably been able to turn Massacre Dragon City into powder. And now, only Long Chen was facing this punch. Carrying the hopes of millions upon millions of people, he was filled with a fury that almost made him explode. His bloodline, his everything, was erupting. The god-refining flame burned fiercely. Every time the blood-red flame burned, it could increase his power, making him even more boundless. He was now a 4th-layer ancestral dragon. The primordial spiritual blood dragon had transformed into the illusory shadow of the void cosmic dragon. This was the divine dragon that ranked the highest among the 4 ancestral dragon bloodlines of Long Chen. It controlled the most mysterious power of time. Time reversal. Filled with anger, he used the greatest mystique that the body of the void cosmic dragon could use at the moment. He used time reversal to resist the vast Ocean Emperor's fist. Although it was indeed ridiculous, he could do it. Today was different from the past. It would not be easy to be defeated in an instant like the last time. His roar, his shout, and his power successfully rushed forward. The power of time reversal collided with the vast Ocean Emperor fist. For a moment, a terrible shock was produced. Because they were fighting at the lowest point, the shock swept down and at least millions of demons and members of the Oceanic clan were thrown deep into the ground. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Massacre Dragon City was completely suspended in the air. The land below had been completely annihilated. Space-time reversal was just one of Long Chen's methods. It was just a start. When the space-time reversal truly stopped the vast ocean, the Archfist, even without a true reversal, Long Chen had already rushed out of his opponent's attack range. The vast ocean, the Archfist, brushed past his body as it flew out. At this moment, he once again transformed into the primordial spiritual blood dragon. Blood-sobbing dragon soul. This time, millions of small dragons swarmed out and instantly drowned Neptune Emperor's vision. This was one of Long Chen's goals. With the strength of the blood-sobbing dragon soul, it was very destructive against ordinary demons. However, against an expert like Neptune Emperor, it was far from enough. They were nervous, excited, and shocked. Everyone was clenching their teeth as they watched this soul-stirring battle. Every time Long Chen dodged his opponent's attack, everyone's nerves would tighten, and their hearts would violently thump. The only thing they could do was to shout, roar, and shout the name of the slaughtering Dragon Emperor at the top of their lungs. This represented their hope and expectation for Long Chen. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Long Chen didn't dare to confront the opponent head-on. Because in a head-on confrontation, Long Chen wasn't a match for him at all. Therefore, he could only choose to delay. However, that didn't mean he wouldn't attack. The best defense was to attack. The desire to massacre had already penetrated deep into Long Chen's bone marrow. With the lives of hundreds of millions of people on his shoulders, how could he retreat? What use can these little bugs have? Neptune Emperor sneered. With a shake of his body, almost all the blood-sobbing dragon's soul turned into ashes. 10,000 Deathclaw. In the midst of the group of blood-sobbing dragon's soul, a ray of light suddenly flashed. It was a fatal red light. With the speed of a falling meteor, it instantly pierced into Neptune Emperor's back, tearing off pieces of flesh. There was no other time when anger could compare to this. The anger of the ancient blood spirit dragon exerted its most amazing power at this time. Before Neptune Emperor could hurt him, he first injured Neptune Emperor. This move was not focused on the sky, but on the will to massacre, as well as the lightning, storm, flame, and frost transformed from anger. As long as these things were attacked, they would instantly pierce into the bone marrow. Although the injury on the flesh was not serious, the pain inside his body made Neptune Emperor's expression instantly change. Originally, he just wanted to slowly toy with Long Chen to death, but this time, he was really mad. He was actually hurt by him first? This was intolerable. In the raging sea, no one knew when the ocean-stabilizing needle had appeared. It set off waves that soared to the sky, and before Long Chen could escape, it was already in front of him. Time storm. Time disorder, storm attack. This was the only attack Long Chen could use at this critical moment. This could cause the fatal sea-steadying godly needle to slightly deviate, but the effect was very weak. When he used the 10,000 Deathclaw to cause the sea god emperor pain, he knew that such a fatal attack would once again land on his body. However, this time, Long Chen would not lose miserably like that time in the Three Lives Secret Realm. He knew that everyone was watching. If he fell, all of them would also fall, and the entire Slaughter Dragon City would really be finished. I can't die. This was the belief that he kept repeating all the time. At this time, he suddenly turned into a Tai Chi living spirit dragon with 15 dragon heads, and his body size increased a lot. The most ingenious thing was that he directly used one of the dragon heads, which was the brown dragon head that represented the power of the tree, to hit the ocean-stabilizing needle. With this hit, the dragon head was instantly annihilated. However, it also succeeded in deviating the direction of the ocean-stabilizing needle. It almost brushed past Long Chen. The life dragon head was the core of the Tai Chi living spirit dragon. As long as the life dragon head did not die, the other dragon heads could be reborn no matter what, especially when there was still the fire of life. The exploded dragon head was instantly submerged by the fire of life, and Long Chen was drawn into the thick fog. The injured area quickly recovered. In this confrontation, he was basically not injured, but Neptune Emperor was hit by the Deathclaw. It was like his body was pierced by a knife. Although it was not fatal, it was very troublesome. In this battle, Long Chen switched between the bodies and powers of the three ancestral dragons, achieving the most perfect combination. Although he was not as strong as his opponent, at least he was undefeated. He noticed that the violent Blood Dragon Emperor had completely suppressed the 9 Phoenix with the help of the Heaven Massacre diagram. It was only a matter of time before the violent Blood Dragon Emperor defeated the 9 Phoenix Emperor. It was a matter of time. What mattered now was who could make better use of time. In any case, Neptune Emperor was still in a state of rage. He was violent and angry. He stirred the sea and let out the terrifying roar of a deep-sea giant beast. It spread for millions of miles, creating a terrible tremor and roar. Even many of the demons below were bleeding from their ears. This time, many of the demons in the oceanic race had died, and they were basically killed by their own people. However, they did not care about these lives at all. This was because the primeval troll did not care. 3 dragon emperors, as well as the humans, are you ready to collect the corpse of your genius? Neptune Emperor roared. He was different. In the blink of an eye, he had a new attack and a new mystique. Fong of the Sea. His huge body was very agile as he stirred the sea. If this was the real sea god's domain, Neptune Emperor would definitely not be as strong as he was today. After leaving the sea god's domain, his strength had weakened to a certain extent. The dignified First Sea Emperor could only be in a stalemate with Long Chen for such a long time. The sea was made up of water. Water was not as fierce as fire, but when it was truly unleashed, it was very terrifying. And the Fong of the Sea was the sharpest weapon of the sea. It was also one of the most terrifying mystiques of a peak bloodline like Neptune's Fong. He had already used this to fight against the Dragon Emperor. Even the violent Blood Dragon Emperor could only block this mystique. Now, he was using it to deal with Long Chen. Everyone had seen the terror of the Fong of the Sea before. At this time, their hearts were in their throats. This brave and fearless youth. Could he withstand this move? Could he survive? All the burdens were on violent Blood Dragon Emperor's shoulders. Kill, kill, kill. He launched a completely reckless attack. He wanted to finish off the Nine Phoenix. However, the Nine Phoenix knew this was the case, so it delayed even more. Obviously, this required Long Chen to resist by himself. Under the tumbling of the sea, a sharp thorn suddenly appeared. That was the Fong of the Sea. It was completely made up of water, but it was harder and sharper than anything else. The Fong of the Sea was the core of the sea. Now, under Neptune Emperor's push, it produced a terrifying confinement power. This required Long Chen to be unable to move and withstand such an attack. Even a child knew that this would definitely result in death. Chapter 2392. Everyone had something that they needed to protect. Or it could be a person, or it could be a matter. When disaster struck, would they be able to straighten their backs and do these things without any regrets? The primordial blood spirit dragon's massacre protection and the divine Tao heart refining dragon's righteous protection were two powers of utmost love, just slightly different. But at the end of the day, they were all a part of Long Chen. It was the most important spirit in his life. He had pursued love, protected love, pursued the glory of his father's generation, and protected the dignity of his father's generation. Now his world was bigger. What he pursued was the integrity of his home, the survival of the human race, and fate. What he was protecting was all of this. This was a land that had been passed down for tens of millions of years. It was Long Chen's home. The enemy wanted to kill his family, occupy his home, and enslave his soul. This was intolerable. Everyone knew that he couldn't withstand the sea's tooth. But was this an excuse for not resisting? Everyone knew that he couldn't do it, but how would he know if he couldn't if he hadn't tried? Even if he really died, he had to die a heroic death. At the very least, he had fought, worked hard, and achieved glory. Moreover, Long Chen still had a life. Therefore, when the calamity came, he chose to use even greater courage to fight against the tyrannical enemy. He didn't have the strength to crush the enemy, but he had the will and fighting spirit to do so. At that moment, a raging inferno burned in his chest. His eyes were blood-red, and his blood-red body instantly transformed into a combination of gold and black. Divine Tao Heart Refining Dragon. It disappeared in a flash. When the sea's tooth arrived, he used the most ferocious and tragic form to face this weapon of the sea. He knew that he couldn't avoid it, so he chose to use his strongest side to resist this terrifying attack. In that instant, time seemed to stand still in everyone's eyes. The divine Tao Heart Refining Dragon transformed into a gigantic sword that shone with the light of righteousness. It bore the subtle relationship between morality and karma. In a judgmental manner, it had no regrets and disregarded everything, all for the sake of blocking the invasion of evil. The collision between the giant sword and the Fong of the Sea was a huge storm that could only be caused by a clash between masters at the level of the Dragon Emperor. Long Chen had done it. Although it was unknown whether he was dead or not, at least he did not retreat. Instead, he was like a moth flying into a flame, burning his own life force. Rumble! The deafening explosion spread throughout the entire northern territory, causing large swathes of land to tremble and crack. The entire northern territory became a mess. Is he dead? Is Long Chen dead? Countless people shed tears, some even crying bitterly. They had a premonition that they might lose hope today. At this moment, everyone's hearts were trembling, and their faces were pale. They were touched by Long Chen's courage, but they were even saddened by his defeat and death. At his age, he was able to fight against the #1 Ocean Emperor, the Sea God Emperor. That was already a terrifying miracle that had not happened in thousands of years. No one thought that Long Chen was not good enough. It was just that he lacked time. Now the waves were still tumbling, but the golden and black light had already disappeared. The violent Blood Dragon Emperor had broken away from the Nine Phoenix. He had truly injured the Nine Phoenix, but the Nine Phoenix was not willing to let him go. When he rushed down to resist for Long Chen, the Nine Phoenix stuck to him. After all, the Nine Phoenix was a master of the same level. It was impossible to achieve a true crushing victory. The three Dragon Emperors had tried their best today. They were practically struggling on the verge of death. They did not even have the ability to save Long Chen. The three elders could not help but cry. It was rare for the human race to have two heaven-defying heroes, the eternal Dragon Emperor and his son. But could it be that the two of them would only shine for a short period of time? No. Long Chen was not dead. At least, he still had a life. When everyone's hearts were completely clenched, they saw a humanoid Long Chen descending from the sky towards the massacre heavenly diagram. His body was still intact, but it had not recovered to its perfect state. This was enough to show that he had not died even once. It was just that the current him was very weak. He did not even have the strength to use the flame of life that he was most proficient in. The flame of life could not heal all injuries at the same time. For example, this time, the Fong of the Sea had a kind of impact on the primordial spirit and so on. It had almost killed Long Chen. Taste the taste of death. At this time, the Sea God Emperor had actually transformed into his human form. He descended from the sky and pressed in the direction where Long Chen had fallen. Don't let him get close. Everyone was anxious. Now that Long Chen had just escaped a calamity, the Sea God Emperor had come again. This time, he could easily take away Long Chen's life. In an instant, hundreds of millions of people shouted at the top of their lungs. This was a race against time. Go to hell. The ruthless Dragon Emperor's dragon tail swung fiercely at the Nine Phoenix's body, sending it flying. Then, he turned around and chased after Long Chen and the Sea God Emperor. However, with the Nine Phoenix entangling him, he was still a little slower. With just that little bit of time, the Sea God Emperor could have rushed in front of Long Chen and ended his life. Long Chen was a little confused. In his world, time seemed to have become very slow. He squinted his eyes and looked up at the sky. He saw the Sea God Emperor sneering at him, eager to kill him with another slash. Behind him was the ruthless Dragon Emperor, who was so anxious that his eyes were almost spitting fire. His eyes were filled with endless regret, pain, and self-blame. He could not fulfill Long Chen's expectations, which was to kill the Nine Phoenix during his delay. However, this could not be blamed on him. Long Chen did not blame him at all. This was originally an impossible attempt. If he was in Long Chen's shoes, he would not be able to do such a thing that exceeded his limits. The Sea God Emperor would obviously kill him first. Long Chen saw through it. Maybe he had a second life. If he died, he could start over. What was there to be afraid of? Therefore, even if he was injured to this extent, he did not frown. He was rarely defeated. This feeling was very unfamiliar, but at least today, he had no regrets. The only thing he hated was the evil smile of the Sea God Emperor. It was full of pride, making people want to tear his mouth apart. His first life had been taken away by this kind of person. It was truly an unreconciled humiliation. Long Chen gritted his teeth, but there was no other way. No matter how much he struggled, he could not control his body. He heard countless cries. To be able to make hundreds of millions of people cry for him was also a kind of realm. Now that he was in this situation, he had no regrets. He knew that his father, Long Qinglan, would definitely be proud of him. His wife, Lingxi, the woman he loved the most, would also be proud of him. There was also Yang Yu, this woman who was not even clear whether she was his mother or not. She had merely used a reincarnated body to give birth to him. Yang Yu. For some reason, when he thought of her, Long Chen felt very warm. This woman's personality was different from Long Qinglan's. Long Qinglan was more like a mother, giving him a feeling of meticulous care. On the other hand, Yang Yu concealed her love for Long Chen. She never mentioned it, but she was always thinking of Long Chen. In her world, perhaps she was just a maid of Long Qinglan. But in Long Chen's world, she was an elder, perhaps his mother. He just thought of Yang Yu. She seemed to have said that she would come to help after finishing the matters on Sky Dragon Planet. However, he did not know what would happen to him and the human race after she came. In that instant, Poseidon Emperor was already in front of him. With a punch, he was ready to smash Long Chen into pieces. Long Chen gritted his teeth. Motherfucker, dying in his hands, it was really disgusting. He could not stand the other party's evil smile, revealing his sharp teeth. Cruel Blood Dragon Emperor came late. It was already very difficult for them to fight 3 against 6. The other 2 Dragon Emperors were already an arrow at the end of its flight. Long Chen. Countless people were shouting his name, until the shadow of the fist seemed to drown him. Long Chen was already like this. But at a certain moment before, he suddenly felt a sense of connection with his life. Then, an incomparably sharp light flashed in front of his eyes and actually forced Poseidon Emperor away. The speed of that silver sword light was really frighteningly fast. Even with Long Chen's current eyes, he could not see it clearly. The next moment, he was in the arms of a woman. The feeling of connection came from this woman. This warm embrace, Long Chen did not need to think to know that this was Yang Yu. She came without any warning. So much so that when he raised his head and saw her ice-cold gaze, he felt as if all of this was not real. This woman's body was simply too cold. This coldness was emitted from the depths of her heart. It wasn't directed at Long Chen, but at the people who had hurt him. Who is this? Originally, they thought that Long Chen was dead. But suddenly, such a person appeared. Many people like Long Chen could not react in time. When Long Chen recognized Yang Yu, she did not cover her face. But in the entire Slaughter Dragon City, there were really not many people who knew her. Only a few old people were stunned. They said in surprise, This is the maid of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Yang Yu? It's her. She brought 100,000 mystical dragons to guard Sky Dragon Planet. In everyone's eyes, Yang Yu's strength was at the late stage of the 8 trigrams calamity, similar to Xueqi and the others. But what did they see now? It was the sword in the woman's hand, who was holding Long Chen and facing Poseidon Emperor. This Tao weapon completely suppressed the godly ocean-pacifying needle. It was a silver sword with densely packed stripes on its body. The entire sword felt like it was made up of countless silver blades the size of fingernails. Each silver blade could even be divided into countless silver grains of sand. The countless tiny blades were like flowing water, spinning on the blade. There were densely packed cores inside. Isn't that Long Qinglan's Tao treasure? A peerless Tao treasure with 960 Tao patterns. The heavenly deity sword, Silver River, was forged from over 100 million meteoric iron cores. It's even more terrifying than the Founder Dragon Sword. It was a miracle that the Milky Way was in Yang Yu's hands. It was a miracle that Yang Yu could control it. Chapter 2393. Although Long Chen had never heard of the origins of the sword in Yang Yu's hand, he had seen the Ancestor Dragon Sword before. The Ancestor Dragon Sword had 950 Tao patterns. It had just crossed the threshold of the Ancestor Dragon Sword. Activating the Ancestor Dragon Sword required 15 Dragon Emperors to work together, which was very taxing. There was also a big problem. After using the Ancestor Dragon Sword, there would be a long interval before it could be used again. For the 5 great dragon cities, the Ancestor Dragon Sword was a sacred object. But a few thousand years ago, Long Qinglan suddenly had a weapon that surpassed their sacred objects. It was the celestial deity sword, the Milky Way. In Long Chen's eyes, this sword seemed to have billions of silver stars circulating around it. It was like the Milky Way formed by the stars in the night sky, endless and incomparably huge. This small sword was formed by billions of particles, and each particle was extremely hard, comparable to the core of those top-notch metals in the Milky Way. No wonder this sword was called the Milky Way. 960 Tao patterns were truly astonishing. What was even more shocking was that Yang Yu could control and use it alone. Long Chen naturally knew that Yang Yu was stronger than the average Dragon Emperor, but definitely not as strong as Long Qinglan, who was comparable to 15 Dragon Emperors working together. She could use the Celestial Deity Sword, partly because none of the 15 Dragon Emperors were the owner of the Ancestor Dragon Sword, so it was very difficult to use it. But Yang Yu was, so this Tao item did not resist her. The second reason was probably because of Long Qinglan. With his ability, he could do anything. It was not difficult for Yang Yu to control this sword. Even so, in the eyes of most people, Yang Yu, who had yet to undergo the 9 Palace Tribulation, possessed such combat prowess. This was already shocking enough. At the very least, many of the older generation could not react in time. They just watched blankly as Yang Yu protected Long Chen. Yang Yu. The brutal Dragon Emperor stopped in his tracks. His violently beating heart finally calmed down. When he saw the heavenly deity sword in Yang Yu's hand, he saw the dawn of victory. At this moment, it wasn't as simple as the arrival of Yang Yu, but the former eternal Dragon Emperor. The sky deity sword, Silver River, had once been Long Qinglan's weapon. Dragon Emperor Cruel Blood had personally experienced its terror. Back then, Long Qinglan could have easily slaughtered them with this Silver River, but he hadn't done so. The 6 pinnacle experts were startled and looked at the Tao artifact in Yang Yu's hand with fear. "Aunt Yu, I'm fine now." Long Chen was gradually waking up. He began to use the flame of life to restore himself. Yang Yu's arrival made him feel completely at ease. At least from the point of view of the Silver River Sword, they would definitely win today. "The injuries on your body, were they all caused by him?" Yang Yu's voice was terrifyingly cold. From her deathly still eyes, Long Chen could see a monstrous killing intent. Clearly, this woman's body was like a volcano about to erupt. Long Chen could only nod woodenly. "Rest well." Her tone was very calm. She casually threw Long Chen into the heavenly massacre diagram. He stabilized his body in the air. When he looked up, everyone was already in an uproar. That was because Yang Yu had transformed into a silver ray of light. Without saying anything, she had already killed her way towards Neptune Emperor. Her character was resolute and decisive like this. "Who are you? You will not have a good ending if you obstruct us from obtaining the 5 Dragon Balls. Even Ling Huang doesn't dare to make a move. Are you not afraid of death?" Neptune Emperor was still very afraid of the sword in her hand. Of course, he knew that Yang Yu didn't seem to have passed the 9 palaces tribulation. But to be able to wield a deity sword like the Silver River still made him deeply afraid. What answered him was the Silver River in Yang Yu's hand. It swept across the sky. Billions of silver stars erupted and condensed into a sharp and extremely fast sword light. It was like a galaxy in the sky. It was incomparably resplendent and had the world's most terrifying cutting power. Neptune Emperor felt this woman's anger. That kind of terrifying anger completely left no room for negotiation. It was like a mother beast protecting its cub. That kind of hatred that ran deep into her bones was displayed by Yang Yu. And it could be seen that she might have restrained herself for a long time. From her gaze, Neptune Emperor knew that threats were of no use. There was only one way, and that was to fight to the death. He was also in human form. He held the godly oceanic stabilizing needle in his hand and transformed it into a rod. He violently smashed it down. In the blink of an eye, the godly oceanic stabilizing needle and the deity sword Silver River collided. Ding! An incomparably ear-piercing sound rang out. This was the first time everyone had seen Neptune Emperor being repelled like this. The furious Yang Yu forced the godly oceanic stabilizing needle away with one sword. With terrifying strength and unparalleled sword speed, she slashed again. The sword light was like a thorn, directly piercing through Neptune Emperor's chest. Puff! Blood filled the sky. If it wasn't for Neptune Emperor dodging fast enough, that sword would probably have smashed his head into pieces. This was the power of the Silver River. This was how terrifying Yang Yu was. Everyone clearly knew the strength of the #1 Sea Emperor, the Sea God Emperor. Even though this wasn't the Sea God domain environment he was most proficient in, he had already done quite well. They didn't expect that under Yang Yu's anger, he would be defeated in one move. He had fought with the violent Blood Dragon Emperor until now. He had consumed a lot of energy and underestimated his opponent. These were all reasons. But in the end, Yang Yu was still stronger than him. A sword pierced through the heart. This scene allowed everyone to clearly see the violence of this cold woman. In her hands, even Neptune Emperor had almost become a pitiful worm. For a moment, everyone was stunned. They looked at Long Chen, and then looked at Yang Yu. They didn't know what their relationship was. Not only others, but even Long Chen himself was stunned. Perhaps before, this woman never seemed to be too much of an escort on his path of growth. She could even let him go to the Neptune domain alone. But today, she seemed to have a lot of forbearance and couldn't vent. Neptune Emperor just happened to bump into the muzzle of a gun. Long Chen believed that she loved him deeply. It was no longer important whether he was her son or not. That kind of feeling would not change because of his identity. If it was possible, perhaps she wanted to accompany him to the Neptune domain back then. But she didn't do that. Perhaps there were other reasons. At least now, Long Chen felt her deep love. This could be seen from every time she swung her sword with all her strength. Perhaps her love was concealed, and it was humble. She didn't dare to admit that she was Long Chen's mother, because she felt that he had never loved her. But to Long Chen, this was no longer important. Yang Yu couldn't lie to him. Neptune Emperor had never been suppressed like this for countless years. His azure light was directly shattered by the other party's sword. The speed of the sword was like a meteor, tens of millions of meters in the blink of an eye. The next sword attack was so fast that Neptune Emperor couldn't even turn his body, and one of his legs was directly torn off. Tens of thousands of silver fingernail-sized blades swept past. It was simply a nightmare. From the very beginning, he was seriously injured. Neptune Emperor truly understood that if this continued, he would really be slaughtered by this woman in a few moves. With his intuition, he could roughly understand that this woman alone could definitely fight against 4 pinnacle powerhouses. Except for Ling Huang, no one knew that there was such a powerful woman. She could even catch up to Ling Huang, the #1 expert in the Eternal God domain. Because Ling Huang could only fight against 5 Dragon Emperor level experts at the same time. In the Eternal God domain, if Ling Huang was #1, then this woman in front of him would be #2. Save me! Neptune Emperor was scared shitless. As he struggled, he hurriedly shouted. At this time, the other 2 marine race experts, Tyrant God Emperor and Violet-Eyed Emperor, also saw it. They left their opponents and surrounded Yang Yu. Now, the 3 Dragon Emperors were fighting against the 3 Grand Demon Lords. With the support of the Heavenly Slaughter Diagram, their battle prowess had greatly increased, and they were full of confidence. Now was the time for them to advance triumphantly. It was as if they had been reborn, and they began to fight. Yang Yu used a silver river to fight against the 3 Sea Emperors. Neptune Emperor was injured from the beginning. Although the 3 Sea Emperors' joint attacks were impossible to defend against, and they had many tricks up their sleeves, they were lacking in speed. In terms of speed, Yang Yu was truly a heaven-defying existence. Although she was a woman, from the beginning to the end, these 3 exhausted marine race experts were suppressed by her. Rumble! The silver river turned into tens of thousands of blades that swept out, condensing into a giant silver dragon that collided with the violet-eyed king crab's giant pincer, directly crushing it. It's your turn. At this time, her anger had not been completely vented. Like a raging mother dragon, Tyrant God Emperor's tortoiseshell was said to be comparable to a peerless Tao artifact in defense, but under the silver river's slash, it directly split open a huge wound, causing Tyrant God Emperor to howl in pain. In the sky, 9 Phoenix, Heavenly Hound, and Woeful Beast were in great pain under the fierce attacks of the 3 Dragon Emperors. The 6 pinnacle experts were now all defeated. If they did not retreat now, they would all die here today. Retreat! Retreat! 9 Phoenix shouted mournfully. Although they were being controlled, they were not without intelligence. Ordinary demons and marine race experts would attack as if they were seeking death, but they were not. The 30 pinnacle experts were the greatest guarantee of the primeval troll, so at this time, they chose to escape together. Experts of this level, without absolute suppression, wanted to escape. Capturing them was simply more difficult than killing them. For a moment, the 6 pinnacle experts fled, almost pissing their pants. The 3 Dragon Emperors could not do anything. However, they still underestimated Yang Yu, underestimated a woman's desire for revenge. She completely let the Violet-Eyed King and Tyrant God Emperor escape, and directly chased after Neptune Emperor. With her speed, it was simply a nightmare for Neptune Emperor. Before he could run 100,000 meters, under the violent attack of the Heavenly God Sword behind him, Neptune Emperor was left with only his head. If you don't want to die, be obedient. Neptune Emperor, who only had his head left, wanted to cry but had no tears. Okay, I'll be obedient. Chapter 2394. The Sea God Emperor only had his head left, and it was still trembling non-stop. The woman in front of him was simply too terrifying. Her expression was very calm, as if nothing had happened, but that bone-chilling gaze and voice made his soul tremble. The moment the 6 top powerhouses had escaped, it meant that the Massacre Dragon City had already won. The 3 ultimate mystical dragons turned into Dragon Emperor figures on the Massacre Sky diagram. They were already pale, and they could not even stand steadily. Even if they had the Heavenly Slaughter diagram, it would still be difficult to deal with the 2 of them alone. For them to be able to persist until now, it could only be said that they had almost lost their lives here. They knew their responsibility. Once they died, the Massacre Dragon City would be finished. Looking at the 3 Dragon Emperors, then looking at Long Chen, who had already recovered, after a short period of silence, the crowd instantly erupted into roars and roars with all their might. They really won when it was impossible for them to win. It was the 3 Dragon Emperors, Long Chen, and Yang Yu who had saved them. At the same time, the massacre sky diagram had blocked so many attacks, and they had saved themselves. This was a victory that belonged to everyone. It had come so suddenly that everyone had almost gone crazy. They were laughing and crying. They hugged each other and roared to their heart's content to vent this terrible pressure. There had been a few times when they had lost all hope. But now, everyone was alive and well. Not a single person from the human clan had died in this battle. 0 deaths. It was unimaginable. Some people even shed tears of blood. No words could describe what they were feeling at the moment. They had never been so united and passionate before. This battle had given them a new lease on life. Although the battle was far from over, at least they had won once. They had seen the light of victory before, and this time, they had seized it. Especially when Yu, the seemingly delicate woman, came to them with the celestial sword Milky Way in one hand and the bloody head of the sea god emperor in the other. Their voices were hoarse from cheering. All of this, including the arrival of Yu, was like a dream to Long Chen. He suddenly felt a sense of bliss. This was the feeling of being protected. He was protecting his lover, protecting all living beings, while Yu was protecting him. She was risking her life for him. Every time she struck out with her sword, she would use all her strength. Yu imprisoned him first. The cruel blood dragon emperor and the other 2 dragon emperors came to Yu. They were very glad that Yu had not killed the sea god emperor in a rage. After all, the sea god emperor was being controlled. There was another problem. They might be able to find a way to awaken all the peak experts through the sea god emperor. Yu had also considered this. That was why she had captured him alive. Otherwise, she would have killed him. Yu did not say much. She let the 3 dragon emperors control sea god emperor. Now that the sea god emperor was seriously injured, the 3 dragon emperors imprisoned him together. He could not do anything. He even heaved a sigh of relief. After all, he had left the terrifying woman, Yu. The 3 dragon emperors used a 900 Dao pattern Dao item to imprison his head. They added several layers of seals. The cruel blood dragon emperor personally looked after him. He put him in his own god nation, so that the sea god emperor could not escape. After that, the 3 dragon emperors looked at the cheering below. They smiled and shook their heads. Then they said to Yu, "Time has passed so quickly. Back then, you were still a naughty little girl by Qinglan's side. In the blink of an eye you have achieved so much. Today, you have saved the entire human race in the north. We have misunderstood you and Qinglan. Today, on behalf of the entire human race, we apologize to you. We are very sorry, and we are very grateful for your help today." Yu said, "It's all in the past. I am a member of the human race. You know, even if he died, he would not leave this place alone. I came back to fulfill my responsibility for him." The him she was talking about was naturally Long Qinglan. Hearing this, the 3 dragon emperors took a deep breath. From his rise, they actually believed in what kind of person Long Qinglan was. It was just that the changes were too fast, and he fell into a strange state, which led to so many tragedies. Thank him. He is a great leader. In front of Long Qinglan, they did not feel that they were seniors. During this time, I will be by his side. You can rest assured of his safety, Yu said softly, looking at Long Chen under the slaughter sky diagram. The 3 dragon emperors looked at each other. Among them, the cruel blood dragon emperor looked at Long Chen and asked, "There is something that I don't know if I should ask you." "Go ahead." Yu was startled, and his eyes moved away from Long Chen. "Long Chen, is he your and Qinglan's child?" the cruel blood dragon emperor asked. Yu pursed her lips. She did not know how to answer. At this time, Long Chen had already passed through the slaughter sky diagram and came here. Yu did not say much, but asked Long Chen, "How are your injuries?" Long Chen said, "It's not a big deal. I will fully recover in a day or 2. Aunt Yu, thank you so much for today." The 3 dragon emperors looked on, puzzled, but did not say anything. They probably knew that there might be some conflict. But they were people who had lived for tens of thousands of years. They could see at a glance that Yu had a kind of motherly love for Long Chen. "How about Lingxi? How is she?" Yu asked again. Long Chen said, "She built a super-large heaven and earth-shifting formation that connects the 5 great dragon cities. It can transfer everyone between the 5 great dragon cities in a quarter of an hour. She just finished, and now she is tired." Speaking of this, Yang Yu was a little angry. Didn't I tell you that she is pregnant and cannot be tired? Long Chen did not know how to answer. Of course, he felt sorry for Lingxi. But the heaven and earth shifting formation was related to the survival of the entire human race. Even if he objected, Lingxi would insist, and there was no room for discussion. Did you just say the heaven and earth shifting formation? Yang Yu remembered what he said before. Yes. Let's go take a look. Just like that, the five of them passed through the cheering crowd and arrived at the central palace. After seeing the extremely gorgeous heaven and earth teleportation formation, Yang Yu couldn't help but say, seizing the fortune of heaven and earth, its importance is comparable to the heavenly diagram of slaughter. I've wronged you just now, but leave little Shi to me. I'll help him recuperate. Okay. With her helping, she understood more, so Long Chen was naturally more at ease. Now that Lingxi was still in a deep sleep, Long Chen handed her over to Yang Yu and asked her to take care of her in the divine nation. She should be able to recover in half a day. Although it is best if she does not tire herself too much, I can't say anything about the heaven and earth shifting formation. Yang Yu felt sorry for Lingxi, even more than for Long Chen. She was a woman, so she understood and cared more about women. In the past few years on planet Tianlong, she had clearly understood Lingxi's silly personality, so she felt even more sorry for her. The five of them stood together. It was probably time to discuss what to do next. There are still 4 heaven and earth shifting formations in the 4 dragon cities. Once they are completed, we will be able to take the initiative. At least, we will have a better chance of winning. With my speed, I can move between the 5 dragon cities in one day. Next, I will take the 2 of them to other places. Long Chen, the 3 dragon emperors should take a rest first and guard the slaughter dragon city. As for the sea god emperor, we will discuss it after the heaven and earth shifting formation is completed. What do you think? Yang Yu was a very decisive and resolute woman. Just like her speed, she could move from one dragon city to another in one day. That was simply too terrifying. It was probably the speed of the deity sword Milky Way. This decision was very reasonable. The 3 dragon emperors needed to rest, and so did the people of the slaughter dragon city. Now the 6 peak experts nearby had all left with injuries. As long as Yang Yu was here, they would not dare to come again. As long as Lingxi went to the next dragon city and completed the heaven and earth shifting formation, the slaughter dragon city would be able to establish a connection with it. At that time, Yang Yu could come back in a quarter of an hour. Therefore now, they had to seize every second while the slaughter dragon city was safe. As for Lingxi, they could only let her rest on the road. Yang Yu, everyone agreed with this decision. Long Chen said, the devouring dragon city is in the west, which is the most dangerous place. Therefore we have to go there to support them first. Although they are fine now, I think the peak experts of the Demon Clan and the Sea Clan will attack them soon. Therefore, we have to go to the devouring dragon city first. And you could also help to resolve the situation. After that, we can go to the Eternal Dragon City in the south. After all, the Sorcerer tribe might attack here. The Sorcerer tribe has 8 holy sorcerers. The Eternal Dragon City cannot stop them. After we take care of these 3, we can go to the Dragon City in the center and the Dragon City of Life in the east. We will go to the Dragon City first, then the Dragon City of Life, which is the safest. After that, we can move freely among the 5 dragon cities. That's a good route. Long Chen's thinking was very clear. Then, I will leave it to you. Violent Blood Dragon Emperor said gratefully. Yang Yu and Long Chen looked at each other. Then, the 3 dragon emperors sent them off. They left in a low profile to create the illusion that Yang Yu was always in the Slaughter Dragon City. That way, the Slaughter Dragon City will be safe for a long time. As long as we build the heaven and earth shifting formation, the 2 dragon cities can take care of each other. That will be much safer. Next, it was really a race against time. Any waste of time could cause the plan to fail. Long Chen, Lingxi, Yang Yu, and the 15 dragon emperors all had a huge responsibility on their shoulders. Outside, Long Chen entered Yang Yu's god kingdom directly. Chapter 2395. This silver bird was made up of tens of thousands of silver blades, and each blade was made up of tens of thousands of silver meteorite cores. It was the toughest Tao treasure Long Chen had ever seen. At the same time, this silver bird was the Tao spirit of Milky Way. In fact, Long Chen had seen a silver bird accompanying Yang Yu before, but he hadn't expected it to be an unparalleled Dao treasure. Silver River's flying speed was extremely fast. It was much faster than Long Chen and Yang Yu's own speed. The reason why Yang Yu was able to completely crush Poseidon's speed was because of Silver River. Now that they were in the wild winds, their speed broke through everything. This terrifying speed made it impossible to see their surroundings clearly. It was like they were moving through a tunnel. This was the Eternal God Domain. To be able to form this kind of speed in a complete world like the Eternal God Domain was already ridiculous. Taking advantage of the time they had to travel, Lingxi and Long Chen were recovering in Yang Yu's divine kingdom. Long Chen rested quickly, and would probably be fully recovered in half a day. Lingxi, with his life force and Yang Yu's special treatment, would probably recover in a day as well. After completing these 5 cosmos shifting formations, she will have completed her mission. Don't let her get tired again, no matter what happens. Got it? Long Chen nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will cherish her." His love for Lingxi grew even deeper and more intense. If it wasn't for the fact that this matter was so important, he wouldn't have been willing to let Lingxi take action. In order to reach Devouring Dragon City earlier, the two spoke very little. "This sword is called Milky Way. Your father used it before, and then gave it to me." Yang Yu suddenly remembered. Long Chen had naturally guessed it as well. This means that he still has you in his heart. Long Chen smiled. Whether that's the case or not, it doesn't matter anymore. I will finish what he couldn't. I won't watch you get bullied. Thus she had come to the Dragon God Domain. She might have hated this place before. The silver bird soared through the sky, letting out ear-piercing screeches. The millions upon millions of fertile lands of the Dragon God Domain were now filled with the demon race and the sea race. However, not a single human was present. This vast piece of land was now occupied by other races. If those ancestors who had died saw this scene, they would probably be so angry that they would come back to life. Primeval Troll was something on the level of a god. Now Long Chen and the others were fighting against a god. The day would be over soon. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had fully recovered and was in high spirits. As for Lingxi, it seemed like she was almost ready as well. In about 2 to 4 hours, they would arrive at the devouring sea of the Devouring Dragon City. It was a huge black whirlpool that spun all year round, and the Devouring Dragon City was right above the whirlpool. This westernmost dragon city had already set up the Devouring Sky diagram. Although its position was dangerous, it was a bit luckier than Slaughter Dragon City. At least, it hadn't been attacked yet. This was all because the humans had reacted too quickly. They had instantly retreated and set up 5 types of sky diagrams. Now there were still some great demon lords and sea emperors that hadn't come, but they were close. Just as Long Chen was sighing over the Devouring Dragon City's luck, news came from Slaughter Dragon City. "Long Chen, are you guys almost there? There are 3 great demon lords and 2 sea emperors attacking the Devouring Dragon City. The pressure and attacks they're facing aren't any weaker than ours. There are still about 2 hours left. Let them hold on for now." There were a total of 5 pinnacle experts. If Yang Yu were there, you would be able to turn the tide. Even so, Long Chen was still very anxious. He had personally witnessed the battle at Slaughter Dragon City, and knew how terrifying the other side's pinnacle experts were. "Then I'll speed up." Yang Yu sped up again. It was already the final sprint. The faster he was, the more at ease Long Chen was. After all, there were 5 opponents, not 6. If even Slaughter Dragon City could hold on for so long, he believed that the 3 dragon emperors of the Devouring Dragon City could do the same. At this time, Cruel Dragon Emperor explained to Long Chen who the opponents were. The sea race has 2 sea emperors, Shiyao Emperor and Crimson Nightmare Emperor. You should have met them before. On the monster race's side, there are also 3 very powerful great demon lords. They are Primordial Thunder Beast, Wind Devil Beast, and Luwu Beast. Yang Yu know them. Okay, be careful. If you're done, let us know so that we can be at ease. Of the 5 great dragon cities, only the Devouring Dragon City was under attack. No one knew that Yang Yu had come out, so there shouldn't be any big problems. At this time, Lingxi had almost recovered. She was in perfect condition. Seeing that Long Chen was worried about her, she smiled faintly and said, "Brother Chen, you don't have to worry. The first time was because I didn't have any experience and I was too nervous. That's why I was so tired. The second time, the pressure will be less and Aunt you can help us. I can easily complete the task. Hearing what she said, it seemed that it was indeed the case. Long Chen also felt relieved. His mind was on the devouring dragon city. I hope their sky devouring diagram is not broken. Otherwise it will be troublesome. It will take a few days to reactivate it. Even if they break a city, the losses will be unimaginable. They had to hold on for close to 2 hours. It seemed short, but if the opponents were strong, the devouring dragon city might be destroyed. After about an hour, there were already many monsters and sea race below. This was the first time Long Chen had come to the devouring sea. He didn't expect to see such a scene. Far away in the starry sky, 3 divine dragons were fighting with 5 super giant beasts. The scene and commotion of the battle were basically no different from that of the Slaughter Dragon City. In fact, it was even more intense. The entire sky was now shrouded in darkness. Flesh and blood were flying everywhere. Countless giant beasts below rammed into the devouring dragon city, causing tremors again and again. Fortunately, the devouring sky diagram was not broken. Seeing this, Long Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least with Yongyu here, the devouring dragon city would be fine. There was no doubt that Yongyu was the strongest person in the entire human race. The 5 great dragon cities already knew that she had saved the Slaughter Dragon City. Now, all the people in the devouring dragon city were full of hope, waiting for Yongyu's arrival. Compared to the Slaughter Dragon City, they had much more hope. Therefore they showed more fighting spirit. They were confident that they would win. This was very important. Therefore, even if the Sea Emperor or the Great Demon Lord attacked the Sky Devouring diagram, even if they were injured, they could withstand it. They wouldn't be scared at all. Now, there was a huge blue sea snake in the sky. It was incomparably gorgeous. That was Queen Shi Yao. There was also a strange-looking fish with the face of an old man. It had sharp claws on both sides. This was a kind of monster with a long history. It was one of the peak bloodlines of the sea race. The one in front of them was the Crimson Devil Emperor. In addition, there was a primordial thunder beast that was even more terrifying than the Thunder Qilin. The primordial thunder beast was not big. It was like a ball, but it had arms and short limbs. It looked very cute, but in fact, it was very terrifying. Its ability to control lightning was the best in the world. As for the wind demon beast, it couldn't be seen at all. It merged with the wind and had great destructive power. It was very difficult to deal with. It was also one of the peak bloodlines of the demon race, inherited from the immemorial divine beast. The last one was the Luwu beast. It was a white tiger in human form. Its face was also like a human's. It had a strong body and sharp tiger claws. It also had 9 tails that were like steel whips. Its close combat strength was quite tyrannical. It was probably not inferior to the Sea God Emperor. It was a very famous king of close combat. Among them, there were 2 dragon emperors who endured the attacks of 2 opponents that were equivalent to their own opponents. However, the dragon emperors were not stupid. They were not like the 3 slaughtering dragon emperors, who could only fight with their lives at the beginning and quickly end the battle. They had hope in Yongyu, so of course they would retreat while fighting. They did not confront the opponent head-on in order to stall for time. Under such circumstances, Yongyu rode the silver bird and rushed in. Her appearance immediately caused the entire devouring dragon city to be in an uproar. For a moment, the cheers were earth-shattering. To Yongyu, time was life. Every bit of time was very important. Therefore, after she descended, she attacked without saying a word with the heavenly god sword, Silver River. Who is this? The 5 peak experts did not recognize Yongyu. It seemed that they had no contact with each other at all. At first glance, they saw the boundless Tao treasure in Yongyu's hand, and their hearts were instantly filled with greed. Isn't that the former Tao treasure of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, the heavenly god sword, Silver River? Among them, the Luwu beast quickly recognized it. Yongyu was rushing toward the Luwu beast. The Luwu beast and the primordial thunder beast were attacking a dragon emperor together, and they needed to help. The Luwu beast moved quickly, abandoning the dragon emperor and charging toward Yongyu. The king of close combat and Yongyu's heavenly god sword, Silver River, instantly collided. Swish! 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 The terrifying silver sword light soared into the sky, tearing through the world and completely enveloping the Luwu beast. As it fought against Yongyu, the Luwu beast grew more and more alarmed. This woman was like a monster, and her speed was terrifying. The Luwu beast had no choice but to transform into human form to fight her. Otherwise, it would not be as nimble as Yang Yu. Ding! Not long after the battle began, Yang Yu used her absolute dominance to cut off the Luwu beast's hand. Wind Devil, hurry and help me! Chapter 2396. The Luwu beast was good at close combat, while the Wind Demon beast was good at strange long-range attacks. The two of them worked together perfectly. The Luwu beast could smash the entire devouring dragon city with one claw, and its 9 tails could extend infinitely long, comparable to a 900 Dao treasure. As for the Wind Demon beast, it was the demon of the wind, the incarnation of the storm. When the Wind Demon beast arrived, the hurricane swept out. It did not affect Yang Yu, but many of the mountain-like demons and oceanic race were sent flying hundreds of thousands of meters away. In any case, they did not care about the lives of the other demons. All of a sudden, all the wind turned into green leaves. Hundreds of millions of green leaves appeared in the sky above the devouring dragon city, dancing in the wind. Eventually, they turned into the sharpest blades. Wherever they went, the ground was torn, and countless demonic clan and oceanic clan members were pierced through. The next moment, countless green leaves blasted at Yang Yu from all directions. This seemed to be more powerful than Long Chen's divine prison of sabers and swords. One could imagine that without the heavenly massacre diagram, just this demonic wind beast alone would be able to kill tens of millions of people in an instant. This was definitely no joke. Some of the experts did indeed have the ability to do so. However, Yang Yu also had this kind of ability. She was very simple. With a wave of her hand, the countless blades on the silver river turned into powder. All of the powder was infused with the toughest star core. In an instant, the entire world was filled with dazzling light. Silver motes of light instantly shot out. Each mote of silver motes of light could accurately find the green leaves and then pierce through them. She completely countered the terrifying attack of the crazy demon. Be it close combat or long-range combat, Yang Yu was the king. Come out! The celestial deity sword, the silver river, took form in front of Yang Yu and once again condensed into a sword. Her speed was terrifying, and in the blink of an eye, she was 10,000 meters away. With a slash of the sword in her hand, a blood-curdling scream rang out. A blood-stained wing could be seen descending with a loud rumble, smashing many demons to death. The warriors of the devouring dragon city roared fanatically, their voices shaking the world. With the support of the devouring dragon city and Yang Yu's encouragement, the 3 dragon emperors of the devouring dragon city switched from defense to offense. Their strength increased tremendously, and they quickly suppressed their opponents. As for Lu Wu and Wind Devil Beast alone, it would be impossible for them to defeat Yang Yu. They would only be suppressed by Yang Yu. The battle between Yang Yu and his 2 opponents continued, but the result was that the 2 great demon lords were completely defeated, and the other 3 were completely defeated in front of the 3 dragon emperors. Just now they were still very arrogant, but now they could only be described as covering their heads and scurrying away. Let's go. Yes, come again next time. Find more people. They had discussed it in secret. This woman is very powerful. I think she was once a maid of the Eternal Dragon Emperor. She's almost as powerful as Ling Huang. We have to retreat together. We can't let her take advantage of us. Yes, gather together and then escape. They didn't scatter like a swarm of bees. Instead, they gradually gathered together in the middle of the battle, and then quickly fled. They couldn't care less. This time, however, Yang Yu didn't plan to chase after them, because they had come to the devouring dragon city for something more important. The 3 dragon emperors hurried over to express their gratitude, and the people of the western territory below them cheered for Yang Yu. In the midst of endless despair, every victory was extremely rare. It could be said that Yang Yu had saved the Slaughter Dragon City and the Devouring Dragon City. Of course, it was Lingxi who had provided them with the final boost of survival. Otherwise, how could Yang Yu resist 30 pinnacle experts? He could kill 1 or 2, but if 5 or 6 pinnacle experts surrounded him, he would definitely lose. At least for now, the Eternal God Domain didn't have a monster like the Eternal Dragon Emperor who could easily defeat 15 Dragon Emperors working together. Hurry up and set up the Cosmos Shift formation. Are the materials ready? Yang Yu asked. Of course they're ready. All right, please follow me. The 3 Dragon Emperors personally led the way. Now that Long Chen and Lingxi had come out of Yang Yu's God Kingdom, everyone in the Devouring Dragon City knew them. This time, they also cheered for Long Chen and Lingxi. Especially Lingxi. She hadn't been famous before, but now she had become the new hope of the entire human race. The three Dragon Emperors chose an important and spacious place to set up the Cosmos Shift formation. They all stood guard outside the door, letting Lingxi enter alone. Under the orders of the three Dragon Emperors, the people outside quieted down, worried that they would affect Lingxi. Whether it was the environment, the experience, or the mood, they were all much more relaxed than before. Lingxi was very confident, and so was Long Chen. Everyone was tacitly silent, waiting for her to complete this historic event. If he succeeded, the 5 dragon cities would all become one dragon city in the future. The 5 dragon cities would be connected forever. Everyone was looking forward to it. They were all waiting. They sat cross-legged on the ground. Some were recuperating. Some were chatting in low voices. Although the riot hadn't been completely resolved yet, at least for now, there was more and more hope. Slaughter Dragon City and Devouring Dragon City were the 2 most dangerous dragon cities because of their locations. If they were connected, they could take care of each other and solve many problems. The teleportation would take less than a quarter of an hour. Time passed quietly. Long Chen silently watched as his woman busied herself. Even though she was busy, she was still as beautiful as ever. Each and every action of hers was extremely enticing to him. This caused him to forget about the matter of the Chenkuan teleportation formation as he focused on Lingxi. He watched her for half a day. Dazzling light filled his eyes. Lingxi looked even more beautiful. There was a violent spatial fluctuation around, indicating that the Cosmos Shift formation was about to be completed. It's done. This time, Lingxi took a deep breath and looked at Long Chen expectantly. This time, although her face was pale and her steps were light, it was much better than last time. It didn't affect her body much. Long Chen could use the fire of life to help her recover a lot. In front of them was a Cosmos Shift formation. Let me try it first. Yang Yu stepped forward. Let me do it. Among the 3 Dragon Emperors, the Dragon Emperor of the Netherworld was still worried that something might go wrong. After all, no one had seen Lingxi's skills. Yang Yu was very important. What if you were teleported to another place? Let me do it. Yang Yu said firmly. She didn't give the 3 Dragon Emperors any chance to insist. She looked back at Lingxi and said, "Child, I believe in you." Okay. Lingxi was so touched that she almost cried. She knew what happened between Long Chen and Yang Yu. She knew how much this woman loved her. This was the most important step for her. But she believed in her. This sentence was also to give Lingxi great confidence. Although she looked cold, she was very considerate and gentle. The 3 Dragon Emperors couldn't help but sigh. Yang Yu used to be a troublemaker. You followed Long Qinglan and played tricks on people every day. After so many years you actually became like this. Of course this was good. It could only be said that life was unpredictable. Yang Yu didn't even look back. She stepped into the Cosmos Shift formation and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It took about half an hour to go back and forth. So everyone waited patiently. If it succeeded, it meant that the last hope was really born. If it failed, you would be in trouble. Even with Yang Yu, you might not be able to turn the tide in the end. So, words couldn't describe their nervousness at the moment. Long Chen held Lingxi's hands tightly. Although Lingxi knew that she had done this perfectly, she was still very nervous before the real success. She stared at the Cosmos Shift formation motionlessly. In less than a quarter of an hour, the star talisman moved. It was Yang Yu. We've arrived at the Slaughter Dragon City. Don't worry. We'll go there with Violent Blood Dragon Emperor now. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but cheer. Even the 3 Dragon Emperors had an excited smile on their faces. Their eyes were red and they almost cried. At least, they had succeeded more than half. If there were no more problems on the other side, it would be a complete success. Congratulations, Savior. Long Chen pinched Lingxi's face and said with a big smile, I. This kind of joy couldn't be explained in words. Lingxi looked at Long Chen in a daze. Then, even the 3 Dragon Emperors spoke to her gratefully. After the news spread out, the crowd outside was even more excited. Everyone shouted with all their might. They had witnessed this miracle with their own eyes. In less than a quarter of an hour, 2 people appeared. They were Yang Yu and Violent Blood Dragon Emperor. You guys talk. We'll go to Eternal Dragon City first. As soon as Yang Yu came out, he signaled to Long Chen and Lingxi. Although they wanted to stay and thank them or say a few more words, everyone knew that the most important work was not done yet. Eternal Dragon City, Fortune Dragon City, and Life Dragon City were waiting for them. You've worked hard, everyone said at the same time. These three were deeply related to Long Qinglan. After they left, Violent Blood Dragon Emperor and the three Dragon Emperors sighed deeply. God is messing with us. It wasn't just them. Long Qinglan saved us. We didn't understand what happened back then. We did it too carelessly. Yes, we made a huge mistake. But now is not the time to talk about this. Let's make more arrangements for the upcoming battle. It's best to monitor. We'll personally stay outside the sky map and monitor the surroundings. Once the enemy's elites come near, we have to inform them immediately. After all, it will take a quarter of an hour to get there. A quarter of an hour can change a lot of things. After discussing for a while, Violent Blood Dragon Emperor returned to Massacre Dragon City. They tried with warriors of all levels. They even tried to pass hundreds of people at once. There was no problem at all. They couldn't help but feel that Lingxi was too amazing. Chapter 2397. In fact, Eternal Dragon City was also very dangerous. Eternal Dragon City was in the south. The Demon Clan and Oceanic Clan couldn't reach it. It would take them a long time to get here. Generally speaking, the Demon Clan and Oceanic Clan were either in the west or north. They hadn't even reached the central Destiny Dragon City yet. However, in the southern starry sky, a portion of the Sorcerer tribe had attacked from the start. The Sorcerer tribe was stronger than the Oceanic Clan. They had strong combat power and physical bodies. They were born to fight. In the southern starry sky, the two Dragon Emperors, Eternal Life and Firmament, were holding the fort. The Sorcerer tribe's holy sorcerer didn't appear. Therefore, the human race didn't suffer many casualties. However, Eternal Dragon City also brought people from the southern border into Eternal Dragon City. Now, even the Green Waterhall was filled with people. Why was Eternal Dragon City in danger? That was because this was the main target of the 8 great holy sorcerers. However, it was unknown if the 8 great holy sorcerers were gathered together. If all 8 of them appeared at the same time, then the Eternal Dragon City would definitely collapse at a very fast speed. This was the place where Long Qinglan was born. Whether it was Yang Yu or Long Chen, they wouldn't let anything happen to this place. Therefore, on the Silverbird, Long Chen was rather nervous. He was worried that news of Eternal Dragon City being attacked by the 8 great holy sorcerers would spread. It would take at least a day to reach Eternal Dragon City from the Devouring Dragon City. At least before Yang Yu got close to Eternal Dragon City, the 8 great holy sorcerers wouldn't arrive. He was racing against time, and his heart was beating fast. To be honest, it was a form of torture. As they got closer to Eternal Dragon City, Long Chen was more and more relieved. Very soon, they would reach Eternal Dragon City in about 2 hours. He was even more relieved. Fortunately, the 8 great holy sorcerers didn't appear. He said with fear, "I can only say that we are lucky. But what will come will come. When the Qian Kuan shifting formation is completed, the 3 dragon cities will join forces. Once the 8 great holy sorcerers attack, the other 2 dragon cities can send 4 dragon emperors. A total of 7 dragon emperors will be enough to deal with them." Yang Yu said. However, if it was before that with 8 of them, even if Yang Yu was included, it might still be a battle to the death. At that time, Yang Yu would probably only be able to intimidate them by killing them to force them to retreat. It was just that he didn't know if it would be effective. After all, the other party wouldn't be easily scared off. Therefore, during this trip to the Eternal Dragon City, Lingxi would be on tenterhooks until the Qiankuan shifting formation was completed. "Little Shi, how's your recovery?" Long Chen held the woman in his arms and whispered in her ear. "Yes, it's as good as new. It's ready," Lingxi said gently. "After we're done with Eternal Dragon City, we'll go to Destiny Dragon City. You can have a good rest there. There's no need to rush to the other 2 dragon cities because they're in safer locations." All right. Right now, the most important thing was still Eternal Dragon City. After another hour, Eternal Dragon City was still peaceful. Long Chen was completely relieved. At least this place wasn't destroyed. As long as Yang Yu arrived and the other party didn't send too many people, there wouldn't be any big problems. The Sea of Time was just ahead. It seemed like they hadn't been back for a while. It was still very peaceful here. There weren't even witch race, monster race, or marine race around. However, looking from afar, it seemed like the eternal sky map was ready. Looking into the distance, there were still no enemies. On the eternal sky map, 2 men and 1 woman, the 3 dragon emperors, were already waiting for Yang Yu's arrival. This was the place where Yang Yu grew up. When Yang Yu appeared in front of them with Long Chen and Lingxi, the eternal dragon emperor and dragon emperor Yongye didn't know what to say. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. The eternal dragon emperor was already old. He wasn't as stubborn as before. He was already very satisfied to be able to see Yang Yu and Long Chen. Let's settle the Qian Kuan shifting formation first, Yang Yu said directly. All right. Follow me. I'll lead the way. Yongye Dragon Emperor smiled faintly and walked in front. She hadn't seen Lingxi before. At this time, she couldn't help but size her up. She praised, "You're indeed a rare good child. You're a talented man and a beautiful woman. You're the best pair I've ever seen." Thank you. Lingxi knew that this was the only woman among the 15 dragon emperors. She was very respectful. I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. You're welcome. Yongye soon brought everyone to a quiet place. She seemed to have a feeling of fondness for Lingxi. She said with concern, "You've set up 2 Qian Kuan shifting formations in a row. You must be very tired. Do you want to rest for a while?" "When this is over, I'll rest for a long time. I'm worried that the guy from the sorcerer tribe will come. They're very difficult to deal with." Yang Yu continued what Yongye Dragon Emperor said. Yongye Dragon Emperor nodded and said, "That's good. Take care of your body. Don't force yourself. I heard that you're pregnant." The 2 women stared at Lingxi's belly. Their eyes were strangely similar. Cough, cough. Eternal Dragon Emperor coughed and said, "What's the hurry? It looks like it'll take a long time for the baby to be born. Let's get down to business." This new life was like a new heir to everyone. It was very important. When he or she was born, it would definitely be everyone's treasure. Lingxi was a little overwhelmed by this kind of pampering, but she was also incomparably happy. So many elders were looking at her. She felt a little embarrassed. Let's begin. No one disturbed Lingxi. They all waited outside. The hundreds of millions of people in Eternal Dragon City and the hundreds of millions of humans in the God Nation were also waiting for Lingxi's success. She looks like a weak little girl, but she can change history. Eternal Dragon Emperor took a deep breath. He felt that everything that was happening now was so unbelievable. Yang Yu, I don't know what to say. I was very impulsive back then. I know I was wrong. I'm really sorry. Eternal Dragon Emperor could say such words in the past. It was a miracle in the past. Yang Yu shook her head and stared at Lingxi. It's all in the past. He didn't care, and I don't care. The future is more important than anything else. In her eyes, Long Chen and Lingxi were the future. Hearing this, Eternal Dragon Emperor almost burst into tears. This kind of forgiveness was hard to come by. It removed the knot in his heart that had been hidden for a long time. You're right. The future is more important than anything else. I'm also very grateful to you for leaving a child for Qinglan. In the hearts of the 15 dragon emperors, and even the world, Yang Yu already had such a status. Everyone knew it without asking. For Long Chen and Yang Yu, this might be a little complicated, especially Yang Yu. She was about to say that Long Chen wasn't her child, but Long Chen beat her to it. What's there to be grateful for? Dry wood and Lai Hua love each other. Naturally, success will follow. There were many stories between Long Qinglan and Yang Yu, but Long Chen suppressed it with a few words. This made Yang Yu startled. She looked at Long Chen with much gentler eyes. This was Long Chen proving to her that even if there were some conflicts, a relationship was a relationship, and love was love. It wouldn't change. Everyone laughed. Young people nowadays were too shameless. Eternal Night Dragon Emperor sighed and said, "Back then, all the girls in the world adored Qinglan. Some even pursued him crazily, trying to make him fall in love with them. But he never had a relationship with any girl. I thought he only cared about cultivation. It turns out that having you by his side is enough." Indeed, Yang Yu grew up with him. Other dragon emperors were afraid of Yongyu, but the three in front of her had really watched her grow up. It was even Eternal Night Dragon Emperor's idea to arrange her to be by Long Qinglan's side. So when she came here, she was just a junior, listening to their nonsense. It is said that you have captured Sea God Emperor. When the cosmos shifting formation is finished, if there is still time, you must take the time to study it and see if there is any way to wake them up. I have also captured many members of the Sorcerer clan. Eternal Night Dragon Emperor finally returned to the main topic. Yes, this matter is more urgent. If there is no way to solve it completely, we will be finished when the 30 experts swarm us together. Yongyu also said. The only one who could make them sober was Long Chen. He said, if I can quickly enter the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm, I can fight against these 30. When the time comes, I will wake them up first. The other Monster Clan and Oceanic Clan can be dealt with slowly. But I have just stepped into the 6 paths of tribulation, and it may take at least 2 months. Time is so tight now, I am afraid it will be too late. Some people had seen the 15 Dragon Emperors before. Long Chen had awakened them, and Yi Shui and Meng Hen had done the same thing. How did you do it? Long Chen shook his head and said, because of my bloodline, only I can do it. There is no way to replicate it. Hurry up, we can hold on for you. If we wake one, we will have one more helper. Although it was not easy, everyone was still full of hope for Long Chen. After half a day, Lingxi had completed the mission. When the news spread, the entire Eternal Dragon City was in an uproar. Lingxi was more tired this time. After all, it had been 3 in a row. Long Chen did not say much and just took her to rest with Yongyu. Although his heart ached for her, it was too important. The only thing they could do now was to let her rest a bit more. Fate and Life Dragon City were not in a rush anyway. Eternal Dragon Emperor and Sky Dragon Emperor went to Devouring Dragon City and Slaughter Dragon City respectively. Then, they brought back Thousand Kill Dragon Emperor and Royal Blood Dragon Emperor. This was a complete success. Eternal Dragon Emperor was overjoyed and said, this is a historic breakthrough. Because this was built by Lingxi, we can name it Eternal Lingxi Formation. You can call it Devouring Lingxi Formation and Slaughter Lingxi Formation. In the future, you can also call it Fate Lingxi Formation and Life Lingxi Formation. Chapter 2398. Thousand Kill Dragon Emperor saw how arrogant Eternal Dragon Emperor was, so he laughed. Eternal Ghost, don't be too happy. You're happy because Lingxi is yours. Long Chen joined Slaughter Dragon City. She is my wife. What are you so happy about? Eternal Dragon Emperor was stunned. He wanted to take Long Chen back to Eternal Dragon Emperor. He regretted it 1,000 times. However, he was satisfied that Eternal Dragon City had an Eternal Dragon Emperor. What are you so proud of? Isn't he a child of Eternal Dragon City? He laughed. At this moment, Yongyu was about to leave with Long Chen and Ling Shi. Eternal Night Dragon Emperor kept reminding Yongyu to be careful and not let Ling Shi hurt her fetus. When they went to Destiny Dragon City, they had to let Ling Shi rest before they took action. After all, Dragon City and Dragon City of Life were safer. Now that the 3 Dragon Cities were connected, all 9 Dragon Emperors could act at the same time. After bidding farewell to the people of Eternal Dragon City, Yongyu sat on the silver bird and flew away, disappearing from everyone's sight. Little Shi, are you all right? One had to admit that the super-large heaven and earth movement formation consumed a lot of energy. However, Ling Shi had also profited. Because the Eternal Dragon Emperor had named it, and no one had objected, those Qian Kuan teleportation spirit designs had all become Ling Shi spirit designs with her name on them. If they could survive this ordeal, they would be passed down for at least 1,000,000 years. Slaughter Lingxi Formation sounds weird. Eternal Lingxi Formation sounds better. Ling Shi pouted, but she was conflicted over this problem. Seeing the stern look in Long Chen's eyes, he smiled and said, all right, I'm recovering well. I'll probably be fine once we reach Fortune Dragon City. There are only 2 left. With my current experience, I'll be fine in a few minutes. In fact, it was pretty much the same from there to Fate Dragon City. Therefore, they set off from Eternal Dragon City instead of Devouring Dragon City or Slaughter Dragon City. Now that there were a few Lingxi formations, it was very convenient to move. Fate Dragon City was as expected. Nothing had happened. Although a portion of the demon race had attacked, nothing major had happened yet. No peak experts had come. This was the center of the Dragon God domain, the second safest place. It was surrounded by Dragon City on all four sides. Fate Dragon City was built on the Sea of Destiny. The Sea of Destiny was a white ocean, pure white like diluted milk. It flowed quietly and emitted an alluring fragrance. Even if there was blood or corpses that entered the Sea of Destiny, they would disappear, unable to taint the purity of this place. Fate Dragon City was also a huge pure white city. Just like the word fate, it was very faintly discernible, looming in and out of the clouds. Dragon Emperor Tianyun and the other two Dragon Emperors were waiting for Yang Yu's arrival. After a day of travel, Yang Yu brought Long Chen and Lingxi to this place. They could see Fate Dragon City in the sky map from afar. You're finally here. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. The Sky Fortune Dragon Emperor was a short and stout old man. He was very stout, his face glowing with health. He was kind and amiable. Under his welcome, Long Chen and the others entered Destiny Dragon City, which they had never been to before. They were cheered by all the martial artists in the central region. Because this was the central region, there were more experts. The elite martial artists of the Immortal City were also gathered here. In terms of the sky map's defense, Fate Dragon City should be number 1. Now that the 5 great dragon cities had received the same information, everyone knew very well how far the Spirit Light formation had progressed. After arriving at the location, the Sky Fortune Dragon Emperor said, "The Eternal Life and Eternal Night Dragon Emperors have instructed us to let Lingxi rest for a period of time. It would be fine to come back after a day. The Dragon City of Life is fine. And we are fine here. Their side is even further away, so there shouldn't be a problem." Now that the situation had stabilized a little, Yang Yu was not very anxious, so she agreed. Moreover, she knew that Lingxi would be a little stubborn. Most of the time, she would lie even if she had not fully recovered, so resting was a good thing. She could rest in Yang Yu's God Kingdom and she would nurse her body. That was enough. "I'm going out for a walk." Long Chen felt something strange. He said goodbye to the 3 Dragon Emperors and Yang Yu. There were too many people in Fate Dragon City. To avoid being surrounded, he used Time Dragon to search in the crowd. The reason why he came out was because there was something on his body that was reacting. It was a stone key with the words Destiny Dragon City written on it. Long Chen had found it among the things Long Qinglan had left behind in the Massacre Dragon's tomb. There was also a stone lock with the Divine Star of Destiny carved on it. Long Chen seemed to understand. Does it mean that there's something in Fate Dragon City that's the key? And there's a lock on the Divine Star of Fate, so I need to use this key to open the lock on the other side? That was his guess. What's wrong? Dragon Emperor Tianyun followed Long Chen out. He saw that Long Chen was looking for something and wanted to see if he could help. "I'm looking for something." Now that the 15 Dragon Emperors were on his side, there was no need for him to hide too much. "Let me know if you need anything. I might be able to help." "Thank you, Senior." Long Chen smiled brightly. He walked past people and found many strange grasses growing on the walls and under the ground of Fate Dragon City. They were less than 10 centimeters long and had 4 leaves. They had beautiful patterns like a whirlpool. They were all immortal patterns, but there weren't many, only a dozen. If there were immortal essences in a place like Fate Dragon City, the immortal patterns would be very high. This is floating life grass. It only exists in Fate Dragon City. It doesn't have much use, but it's a strange immortal essence. No matter how cleanly it is removed, it can still grow. And it can form in just a few days. I think even if Fate Dragon City turns into ruins, it will still grow. This is the mystery of fate. I can't understand it. Oh, so that's how it is. Maybe what Long Chen was looking for was the floating life grass, or maybe not. It looked like it, but it should be something else. He followed the key's guidance and crossed the entire Fate Dragon City in half a day. He came to the city gate. He was at the core area just now. After coming here, Long Chen found that the key's response was stronger. "It's around here." After searching for a period of time, he confirmed the area and carefully searched every inch of the area. Once, he lifted up a very large rock. There was a small blade of grass that had been pressed under the rock. When Long Chen removed the rock, it proudly straightened its back and proudly stood up. It was also floating life grass. However, the floating life grasses were all green. Only this one was pure white without any impurities. Even its roots were white. Of course, although it was white, it wasn't something precious. However, the key engraved with Destiny Dragon City had chosen it. White floating life grass. Dragon Emperor Tianyun said, I haven't seen white floating life grass in the past tens of thousands of years. Can I take it? Long Chen wanted to take it to God Nation and let it grow. Maybe it would be useful in the future. Of course you can. You can take anything. The Sky Fortune Dragon Emperor chuckled. He looked extremely adorable. The 15 Dragon Emperors liked Long Chen and Lingxi very much. Thank you. After Long Chen expressed his gratitude, he carefully moved the white floating grass that was guided by the key to the Divine Kingdom, letting it continue to grow. Perhaps one day, it would be of great use. Next, he and Dragon Emperor Tianyun returned to the core area of Fate Dragon City. Chen, there's no problem at all. We can start now. Half a day passed. Lingxi's face was rosy and lively. There shouldn't be any problem. Good luck. The fourth time had officially begun. To be honest, Lingxi was already very familiar with it. She only needed time and energy, and the pressure was far less than before. As time passed, the Fate Lingxi formation gradually took shape. Lingxi was not in a hurry. About half a day later, it was done again. After testing, the 4 dragon cities could travel quickly. The Eternal Dragon Emperor Cruel Blood, and the others also came and sent Long Chen and the others to the last place, Dragon City of Life. The last place. But at this moment, the Dragon Emperor warned them that there were monsters coming. And from the looks of it, they weren't ordinary monsters. Eternal, Cruel Blood, and the others, Dragon Emperors, don't show up yet. Before the Qian Kuan teleportation formation in Dragon City of Life is completed, don't expose it. Let's see how many experts there are. If the 3 Dragon Emperors and I can deal with them, then it's fine. Yang Yu said. The Eternal Dragon Emperor and the others felt that it made sense, so they hid under the sky diagram of destiny and didn't make a move. Soon, the Dragon Emperor said, it's the 4 Grand Monster Lords of the City of Eternal Demonic Forefather, the 4 Eternal Beast Brothers. No one else. Only 4 people came, so there was no need for the Eternal Dragon Emperor and the others to make a move. But since the other dragon cities were safe, they weren't in a hurry to leave. The Dragon Emperor's patrol range was very wide. If they were discovered, it would take at least a quarter of an hour for them to reach Dragon City of Fate. Long Chen knew that there was a reincarnation demon ancestor city among the 4 great demon ancestor cities, but this was the first time he heard of the Eternal Life Demon Ancestor City. There are actually 4 eternal god beasts, and all of them are grand demon lords. He was surprised. For example, the 9 Phoenix, the Heavenly Hound, the Disaster Beast, and the Wind Demon Beast were the only grand monster lords in their clans. It was a miracle that all 4 of them could become grand monster lords. Among the monsters, only the eternal beasts of the City of Eternal Demonic Forefather can have 2 or more grand monster lords. The others are all alone. The 4 of them aren't the strongest among all the grand monster lords, but they're very troublesome because they always work together. The other grand monster lords don't dare to provoke them. Chapter 2399. Long Chen roughly understood. It seemed that in terms of individual combat power, the Eternal Life Divine Beasts were not considered strong among the great demon lords. However, they had too many of them. Even the 4 brothers occupied a demon ancestor city. They had unique resources, and they were united. In reality, it was still very difficult to deal with them. Fortunately, Yang Yu had arrived at this time, and Lingxi had already finished setting up the Destiny Spirit Radiance formation. Otherwise, with just these 3 Dragon Emperors against 4 opponents, all of whom were Eternal Life Divine Beasts, they might not be able to hold on for too long. Now, the 3 Dragon Emperors had arrived above the Destiny Heavenly Diagram, waiting for their opponents. This time, they were more relaxed than ever. For Long Chen, the battle in the Slaughter Dragon City was the heaviest. Almost everyone was scared out of their wits. Eternal Life Divine Beasts are actually a kind of rat. They can split into billions of clones, but only have one real body. They have many magical means and are almost the best at escaping. They are cautious and suspicious. They won't make a move if they don't have a chance of winning. I think that if they had heard of me as soon as I came out, they would have run away on their own. Yang Yu said indifferently. Billions of clones? It was indeed terrifying. It wasn't a crisis this time. The opponents were good at escaping anyway. They just needed to scare them a little and they would leave. Yongyu still had to bring Long Chen and the others to the last Life Dragon City. As long as they completed the Life Lingxi formation, everything would be settled. The 15 Dragon Emperors could at least unite against the enemy. It could be said that it was simply a miracle that the 5 great dragon cities had not been breached yet. This was also because the 30 peak experts on the other side were all acting on their own. They did not cooperate with each other, nor did they have a unified leader. This gave Long Chen and the others a chance. If they had sent 7 peak powerhouses to attack the Slaughter Dragon City at the beginning, then the Slaughter Dragon City would have been finished by now. Being able to survive until now could only be described as luck. The longer it was, the greater the hope of the human race. But the most important thing now was to find a way to solve the problem. The warriors of Fate Dragon City gathered together and prepared to support the Diagram of Fate. The 3 Dragon Emperors were floating above the heavenly Diagram of Destiny. About 15 minutes later, everyone could see countless black shadows coming from the Fate Sea around Destiny City. They covered the sky and covered the earth. They were countless rat-type monsters. There were hundreds of millions of them. Dense and endless, they completely surrounded the earth, the sky, and the sea. It was as if a curtain of darkness had descended, bringing darkness with it. In the darkness, there were countless red eyes, blood-red dots that made one's hair go numb. Of course, there was also that squeaking sound. If it was just one mouse squeaking, it wouldn't be a big deal. But when hundreds of millions of mice were squeaking, it was simply a nightmare. That voice filled the sky and covered the earth, pervading every nook and cranny. If it wasn't for the heavenly Diagram of Destiny blocking it, it would probably drive anyone crazy. However, the 3 Dragon Emperors were outside and their expressions did not change. At this time, the hundreds of millions of rodents gathered toward the 4 cores, turning into thick smoke that gathered together and shrank. In the end, the hundreds of millions of rodents disappeared in a short period of time, leaving behind 4 young men with protruding mouths and ape-like cheeks. Their appearances were very strange. They looked young but also old, and their voices were sharp and tender. It was hard to imagine that the hundreds of millions of doppelgangers that blotted out the sky and covered the earth were just their doppelgangers. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the number of clones of the 4 of them was about the same as the number of people gathered in Fate Dragon City. No wonder they were called eternal mythical beasts. If they wanted to escape, no one could stop them. The 4 eternal mythical beasts turned into their human forms and looked at Fate Dragon City greedily. One of them said, "Fate Dragon City, wonderful. You 3 take care of the 3 Dragon Emperors. I will break the heavenly Diagram of Destiny." "Ah, boss, you're so lazy. Let me break the heavenly Diagram of Destiny." "No, I'll do it. I'm the youngest. As the older brothers, you should let me do it." They all started chattering, not giving the 3 Dragon Emperors any face. In fact, the entanglement skill of the eternal divine beasts was also quite powerful. In the Slaughter Dragon City, because of the Slaughter Heavenly Diagram, a Dragon Emperor could restrain 2 opponents. However, it was not enough when facing the eternal divine beasts. Their attacking power was average, but their entanglement skill was unparalleled in the world. Let them keep an eye on you. Don't even think about escaping. So, even though there were 4 of them, they were equivalent to 7 people. One of them was free to attack the heavenly Diagram of Destiny. To be honest, if Yongyu and the others weren't here, the heavenly Diagram of Destiny might really be broken according to the eternal mythical beast's thoughts. Then, with the power of the eternal mythical beast's clones, they could kill everyone in Fate Dragon City in a breath's time. That was how scary they were. They argued for a while, only to find that the 3 Dragon Emperors didn't feel any pressure at all. They were suspicious. 3 Dragon Emperors, are you going to give the Pearl of Destiny to us? Haha, that's great. We won't touch anything from Fate Dragon City. Give it to us quickly. At this moment, a black-robed woman came out of the heavenly Diagram of Destiny. She floated in front of the 3 Dragon Emperors, the Milky Way in her hand emitting a silver light. I'll give it to you. Do you dare to take it? Yongyu looked at them coldly. The 4 eternal mythical beasts felt a chill down their spines. Didn't you go to the Devouring Dragon City and then the Eternal Dragon City? Why are you here? As expected, they'd heard about Yongyu. Therefore, at this time, they already had a deep fear. As soon as they finished speaking, they looked at each other and decided to retreat. Brothers, let's go first. Her history is close to Ling Huang's. Fighting with her is suicide. She's already gone to 4 dragon cities. I don't know why, but she'll definitely go to the Dragon City of Life. We'll attack after she's gone. You're right. The 4 eternal mythical beasts didn't say anything else. In an instant, they turned into hundreds of millions of rodent beasts and fled in all directions. Yangyu waved the Milky Way. It exploded into hundreds of millions of particles and pierced through the heads of the rodents, leaving behind hundreds of millions of corpses. Then they burned themselves clean. The remaining 300 million or so rodents screeched and chirped, instantly disappearing from everyone's field of vision, fleeing far away. Yangyu put away the Tianshan sword Yin He. Even if this kind of eternal divine beast only had 1 clone left, it would still be able to survive. This was a rather terrifying inherent skill. In any case, she couldn't catch them like the Sea God Emperor, so she wouldn't chase after them. They're at least injured, a quarter of them. With their cautious character, they won't dare to attack before they've fully recovered. It'll take at least 2 or 3 days. Of course, they'll definitely guess that I'll go to the Dragon City of Life. Therefore, they'll probably attack again in 2 or 3 days. By then, the Qian Kuan teleportation formation of the Dragon City of Life will be ready. If I don't come back and they bring new helpers, you can ask the other Dragon Emperors to help. Now, there's only 1 step left. Yang Yu's analysis was very detailed. If the eternal mythical beasts attacked before they recovered, the 3 Dragon Emperors of the Dragon City of Fortune could hold them back. Now that the war had progressed to this stage, the humans had all arrived at the 5 great dragon cities. Now was the time to truly compete with the top experts. If it's not the eternal mythical beasts attacking this time, but other great demon lords, we can at least send out a few more Dragon Emperors to catch them, or at least imprison them. This way, we'll have fewer opponents. The eternal mythical beasts are too good at escaping. We can't catch them at all. There will be such opportunities in the future. Yang Yu said with certainty. She called out to Long Chen and said, I'll leave first. You guys pay attention to the surroundings. Don't let the eternal mythical beasts know that I've left so soon. The 3 Dragon Emperors quickly agreed and patrolled the vicinity, especially towards the east. Yang Yu's speed was extraordinary. She took a slight detour from the south and brought Long Chen and the others towards the last stop of this plan, the safest Dragon City of Life in the east. But in reality, the safest place might not be the most dangerous place. In the far east of the Dragon God domain, the Black Jade Dragon Head was at this location. Further east was the land of origin of the Dragon God domain. The Dragon City of Life was at the center of the east of the Dragon God domain. It was not far from the Black Jade Dragon Head. According to the Dragon Emperor's speed, they could reach the Dragon City of Life from the Black Jade Dragon Head in about half an hour. The Dragon City of Life had activated the Life Heavenly Diagram. The entire east of the Dragon God domain had not been attacked by the flames of war since the start of the war. Even the demon race, the sea race, and the wizard race had not seen it. There were even many people who were dissatisfied with the 15 Dragon Emperors' action of gathering all of them at the Dragon City of Life. They felt that the Dragon Emperors were making a mountain out of a molehill. This was practically abandoning all of their homes and holing up in the Dragon City of Life. They, who had not experienced the battle themselves, did not know how terrifying it was. The people of this Dragon City are really comfortable. It should be a matter of time before the 8 of us break through this place. There were currently 8 people standing on the tall Black Jade Dragon Head. They were about 2 meters tall, had beastly fur growing all over their bodies, and had rock-like skin. They had strange appearances. Their facial features were thick, and they even had bestial fangs. Many parts of super-powerful beasts hung from their bodies, and they seemed to be chanting when they spoke. They were one of the 5 great races of the Eternal God domain, the Wizard race. And these Wizard race people standing on the Black Jade Dragon Head and looking at the Dragon City of Life were the 8 Wizard race holy wizards who had inherited the Sorcerer God's legacy. Attack! Chapter 2400. The 8 of them had sent almost all the sorcerer tribesmen to the southern territory to attack the Eternal Dragon City. However, the 8 of them had gone around the southern territory and moved to the east from the vast southern starry sky. In fact, they were planning to launch a surprise attack and destroy the entire Dragon City of Life. This was a surprise plan that they had thought of when they learned that the humans had recalled all their people to the 5 great dragon cities. They had set off from the edge of the Sorcerer region and reached the eastern starry territory within a few days. Then, they arrived at the Black Jade Dragon Head and found the location of the Dragon City of Life. They were ready to attack. In front of them was the Green Sea of Life of the Dragon City of Life. We can only win this battle. Failure is not an option. If the 8 holy sorcerers can't even defeat the 3 dragon emperors, how can we show our faces in public? That's right. We, the wizard tribe, have at least half of the human tribe's power. We must break into a mere dragon city, then kill everyone inside and snatch the dragon balls of life. That way, we can intimidate them and make them hand over the other 5 dragon balls. The 8 great sorcerer gods, please bless us and let us win this battle. Let's go. The 8 holy sorcerers had the terrifying power to control the heavens and earth. The sorcerer tribe was born to fight. They were much more powerful than the Sea Clan. They were more brutal and passionate, and they were better at close combat. They were in human form now, and their original forms were giant sorcerers. Their bodies were similar to the demons, but they were closer to giants. Their movements were more ferocious than the demons and the Sea Clan. If their brutal attacks landed on the Life Sky map, the warriors of the Dragon City of Life would not be able to defend themselves. After all, the Dragon City of Life loved peace and did not have a strong will to fight. They were not as hot-blooded as the Massacre Dragon City. However, when the 8 holy sorcerers were working together and getting ready to attack, a silver ray of light dashed into the Dragon City of Life in the distant sky. Wait! It's Yang Yu! One of the holy sorcerers quickly stopped them. Yang Yu? The Yang Yu who defeated the Neptune Emperor, the Purple-Eyed Emperor, and the Tyrant God Emperor, imprisoned the Neptune Emperor, and defeated the Wind Warcraft and Luwu Beast? Back then, the woman by the Eternal Dragon Emperor's side had a limitless Tao artifact? Over the past few days, the subordinates of the 8 great holy sorcerers had been continuously sending them news about the Dragon God domain. Originally, the Slaughter Dragon City and the Devouring Dragon City were about to fall, but Yang Yu came from the Sky Dragon Planet and saved them. Back then, the 8 great holy sorcerers had made preparations to attack the Eternal Dragon City. However, Yang Yu's speed was frighteningly fast. He had almost reached the Eternal Dragon City before them. That was why they had chosen not to enter the Eternal Life God domain. Instead, they had crossed the southern planetary system to the northern planetary system, and were just about to attack Lifespan Dragon City when Yang Yu showed up. Damn it! Why is she running around as if she knows we will attack this place? Didn't the primordial lightning beast say that with Yang Yu's strength, if you transform into a mystical dragon, you can take on 4 of us? We need 5 of us to pin her down to have a chance of victory. However, those 3 dragon emperors have the support of the Life Heavenly Diagram, and their battle prowess has greatly increased. If that's the case, I'm afraid it will be a battle to the death. Yeah, it will be very difficult to get the upper hand. Didn't we come all this way to launch a surprise attack? If she is here, how can we launch a surprise attack? Everyone listen to me. At this time, a slightly petite holy sorcerer with a rough voice said, I see that this woman is running around the 5 great dragon cities. She hasn't discovered us yet. Given her speed, she can basically move between 2 dragon cities in a day. Every time she goes to a dragon city, she stays for about a day. So I estimate that she will leave after a day. Yuwu is right. We will wait for another day. After she leaves, we will launch our attack. That way, we won't have to fight to the death. It's not that we are afraid of this human woman, but it is not worth it to fight her head-on. That's right. That bunch of trash from the Monster Clan and the Sea Clan. They have more than 20 people, but they haven't even taken down the Slaughter Dragon City and the Devouring Dragon City yet. Some of them are even heavily injured and recuperating. What a joke. We only need to wait for a day, and then we can easily take down the Life Dragon City. The human race is destined to decline. One day, it will be the era of the Sorcerer tribe. Everyone, just wait. It's only a day, but we have been waiting for far more than a day. She hasn't discovered us yet, which is a great opportunity for us. When she is far away and about to reach the other dragon cities, we will attack in one fell swoop. The 8 holy sorcerers quietly concealed themselves and disappeared. Finally, they arrived at the last place safely. Lingxi had rested enough. She had recuperated well in Fortune Dragon City last time. This time, she had rested a lot. There was only one place left. In order for the Life Dragon City to participate in the battle as soon as possible, they had to complete the final plan and complete the last Life Lingxi array. That was the most important thing. As soon as they arrived, the 3 dragon emperors brought them to this quiet and spacious place. Miss Lingxi, you have worked hard. You have completed 4 heaven and earth shifting arrays in a row. That is amazing. As far as I know, you are about the same age as Long Chen. The 3 dragon emperors were very happy and relaxed. After all, this was the last stop. As long as Lingxi completed this last step, there would be no problem. The human race had also completed the first step of their counterattack. Next, they could only block the enemy's attack and find a way out. With the cosmos shifting formation, the 5 dragon cities would not be as weak as before. A few peak experts could take the lives of hundreds of millions of people. Lingxi quickly went in to make her last effort. Long Chen looked at the situation in the Life Dragon City and asked one of the Dragon Emperors. The Life Dragon City has been so peaceful. Nothing happened? This place is quite far from the monster race, the merfolk, and the sorcerer race. It will take them a long time to get here. Ordinary demon clans and sea clans can't even make it here, unless they are at the top. They might only be able to arrive now. After all, not everyone has the speed of Yang Yu. Long Chen nodded and said, the sorcerer race is all over the southern galaxy, but the 8 holy sorcerers have never appeared. Now, the other 4 dragon cities have established contact with each other. Only the Life Dragon City is left. I was worried that the 8 holy sorcerers might travel through space to attack here. Hearing Long Chen's words, the 3 dragon emperors looked at each other and became serious. Based on what you've said, it's really possible. According to their speed, they should arrive today. If they really wanted to launch a surprise attack on the Dragon City of Life, we really didn't have any way to deal with them before your arrival. However, it's different now. We have Yang Yu here, and after some time, the last heaven and earth moving formation will be completed. We shouldn't be afraid of the 8 great holy sorcerers anymore, right? At this time Yang Yu, who had been silent, spoke. She said, when I came in, he felt a strong vibration from the black jade dragon head. At first, I thought it was a change of the black jade dragon head. I planned to check it out after the heaven and earth shifting array was completed. Now, it must be the 8 holy sorcerers. Do they really want to attack the Life Dragon City? I saw that they were controlled by the primeval troll, so I thought they wouldn't think of so many ways. Now, the Monster Clan and the Sea Clan are the same. They are a bunch of loose sand. If they had gathered all their people, the Slaughter City and the Devouring City would have been destroyed long ago. Yang Yu nodded and said, that is true. But the 8 holy sorcerers of the Sorcerer Clan are united. It is normal that they would act as one. Of course, they might have seen me here, so they didn't rush to attack. The Life Dragon City has just escaped a disaster. If we had come a little later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The 3 dragon emperors sucked in a cold breath. They didn't expect that the entire Life Dragon City would take a trip to the gates of hell. We are so lucky to have you come back to help us. The Dragon Emperor couldn't help but sigh. I did what I should do, Yang Yu said faintly. Long Chen thought for a while and said, if they had seen Auntie Yu, they wouldn't have attacked before we left. We should think of a way to gather all our forces. It would be best if we could capture them alive. When Lingxi succeeds, Auntie Yu can pretend to leave. Then they will attack. Then, we will have a few more Dragon Emperors here. We don't need to capture all of them, but at least 1 or 2 will be helpful, right? There were 30 people on the other side. Now that Poseidon King was controlled, there were only 29 left. Now was the time to compete with the peak forces. On the human clan side, there were 15 Dragon Emperors. Including Yang Yu, there were about 20 of them. Although the number was still not enough, the most important thing was that they were united and could appear in the same place at the same time. If the other side also united, even with the heaven and earth teleportation formation, it would be a big problem. If I fight 3 of them, I'm confident in taking down 1 of them. As for the remaining 5, I'll need 5 people to pin them down. At that time, I'll have to get a Dragon Emperor from Eternal Dragon City and Massacre Dragon City to come over. After all, the east side is still quite dangerous. Fate Dragon City still has eternal life divine beasts. We can't use too many of them, Yang Yu analyzed. Okay, then I will tell the others first. The 3 Dragon Emperors of the Life Dragon City went to communicate with the other Dragon Emperors and ask about the situation on their side. Meanwhile, Long Chen and Yang Yu were waiting for Lingxi to succeed. The operation against the 8 holy sorcerers was their first counterattack. Chapter 2401. For the time being, 10 of the top experts of the monster clan had been mobilized. The other 6 were scattered in unknown places. They weren't united, so they were scattered. That was why the humans had the opportunity to build the universe-shifting formation. 5 members of the merfolk had appeared. Among them, the Sea God Emperor had been imprisoned. The 8 holy sorcerers of the wizard clan had also appeared. The dozen or so experts of the monster clan and merfolk were all injured and still recovering. For the time being, before they gathered together, it would be difficult for them to pose a threat to the 5 dragon cities. When the primeval troll woke up, the monster lords weren't in the same place. They had basically come to the dragon god domain separately. Perhaps for the primeval troll, controlling the monster clan, merfolk, and wizard clan to destroy the humans was a simple matter. But he hadn't expected to encounter such great resistance. At least for now, many members of the monster clan and merfolk had died. But apart from territory and land, the humans hadn't actually lost much. It was far from enough to force the humans to hand over the 5 dragon cities. This time, they had even stopped a counterattack against the surprise attack of the 8 holy sorcerers. The dragon city of life had been lucky this time. They had escaped a great disaster. Luckily, Yongyu had arrived in time and deterred the 8 holy sorcerers who were about to attack. After about a day, Lingxi did her best and finally completed the last life Lingxi formation. She was still quite tired after completing 2 in a row. But when it was all done, she was happier than ever. "Chen, I finally succeeded." Long Chen held her in his arms, heart aching. "You're too persistent in everything. You don't care about yourself. This is an exception. We can't let the same thing happen in the future." "I know. From now on, I can rest for a long time, right?" Long Chen used the fire of life to help her recuperate and let Yongyu take care of her. Under Yongyu's protection, she was the safest. "Good child, if the humans can survive this ordeal, you will be the greatest hero." Yongyu would only have endless love and tenderness towards her. "Aunt Yu, this is what I should do." Lingxi didn't care about the credit at all. She just wanted to help and didn't want to rely on Long Chen for everything. But even so, not only the 15 dragon emperors, but the entire human race was very grateful to Lingxi. "Thank you to this pure and kind girl. Chen, I might not be able to fight with you for a while. It would probably take a few more days for her to recover to the point where she could use the 3 lifetimes love thread to fight." Furthermore, with her current physical condition, Yongyu wouldn't let her join the battle rashly. "Don't worry. When you recover, everything will be fine." After Lingxi rested, the 3 dragon emperors had already informed the entire city to prepare for battle. Now, in the Eternal Dragon City, the Sky Dragon Emperor had come to support. In the Massacre Dragon City, the 10,000 Kills Dragon Emperor had come to support. They were all the second Dragon Emperor, and also people that Long Chen was familiar with. In this way, there were a total of 5 Dragon Emperors. The 2 Dragon Emperors also brought some elites, such as the Blue Fire Emperor and Blood Blaze. Their purpose was, of course, to strengthen the life heavenly diagram. The other dragon emperors were still monitoring the vicinity of their respective dragon cities to prevent the other dragon cities from being attacked when the life dragon city counterattacked. Now that the 5 dragon cities were completely connected, it was like there was only one dragon city. Everyone was united. "This is our first counterattack. Your mission is to guard the life heavenly diagram. Don't worry, we won't let the 8 great holy sorcerers have the chance to attack it." The 5 dragon emperors were lecturing. Of course, the Sky Dragon Emperor and the 10,000 Kills Dragon Emperor were still in hiding. They couldn't let the 8 great holy sorcerers find them first. "Later, I will leave first and wait in the distance. Once there is a battle, inform me, and I will return as soon as possible. They will definitely be very cautious and wait for me to leave. So, they will probably wait for a few hours or half a day. So don't worry," Yongyu said to Long Chen. "Okay." Long Chen would still stay here. Now, everyone was ready. To ensure that nothing went wrong, even the life heavenly diagram had been strengthened. Many 9 palace calamity elders from the other dragon cities had come. They contributed more strength. The other dragon cities were now completely connected. They were all waiting for the life dragon city's counterattack. The success of the Chen Kuan teleportation formation was a celebration for them. The counterattack began. Yongyu rode on the silver bird and left the life dragon city in a low-profile manner, heading in the direction of the Massacre Dragon City. Just as the 8 great holy sorcerers had expected, She went to the Massacre Dragon City. From Massacre to Devour, then to Eternity, Fate, and finally to the Life Dragon City. Now, she returned to the Massacre Dragon City. What is Yongyu doing? Is she going to devour the next day after returning to the Massacre Dragon City and keep repeating the cycle? That's other people's business. Right now, Yongyu hasn't gone far. They will use the star talisman to bring her back in a while. Although we have 8 people and are confident that we can completely break the Fate Heavenly Diagram in an hour, to be safe, we should wait for 6 hours. She has traveled for 6 hours. If she receives the news now, it will take 6 hours for her to come back. By the time she comes back, the Life Dragon City will be gone. You're right. 6 hours is the best. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid there will be other mistakes. Get ready. We must succeed in one go. Right now, the trash of the monster race and the oceanic race haven't gotten anything yet. We must get the first Life Dragon Ball and offer it to. Speaking up to this point, he was stunned. Life Dragon Ball? To whom? There was no answer in his mind. Right. He suddenly remembered that 2 girls had appeared in his mind. He said, that's right. We must offer it to these 2 girls. That way we will succeed. Time passed quietly. The entire human race was waiting. The 8 holy sorcerers were also waiting. It's almost 6 hours. The 8 holy sorcerers can still endure. Long Chen was under the Life Heavenly Diagram, looking in the direction of the Black Jade Dragon's head. All of a sudden, he saw 8 dots and vaguely felt the world shake. They're here. 8. That's right. Outside the Life Heavenly Diagram, a Dragon Emperor quickly informed Long Chen. Long Chen hurriedly used the star talisman to remind Yongyu. All right, hold on. I'll be there in 15 minutes. In order not to be discovered by the 8 holy sorcerers, she naturally hid further away. At this time, to avoid the 8 holy sorcerers' suspicions, Sky Dome Dragon Emperor and Dragon Emperor Indiscriminate Kill were still in the crowd. What they needed to do now was stall them before Yongyu returned. Because the Life Heavenly Diagram had the support of many powerful warriors, the 3 Dragon Emperors' powers had also skyrocketed. Their bodies were filled with surging power. They gritted their teeth and looked toward the east. At this time, the 8 dots of light enlarged rapidly in front of them. 8 holy sorcerers. One of the Dragon Emperors roared in an exaggerated manner. Why are you here? A total of 8 tall, furry, eccentric sorcerers with rock-like skin appeared in front of everyone. The sorcerer tribe had surging battle intent and shocking physical bodies. They believed in the sorcerer god and inherited the sorcerer god's legacy. They had the power to control heaven and earth. Roar! When they arrived and saw the 3 Dragon Emperors, they finally couldn't help but roar in excitement. Human race, symbolically ask you once. The 8 holy sorcerers of the Great Sorcerer Tribe will give you 2 choices. They can only choose one. 1. Hand over the Dragon Pearl of Life. 2. If Dragon City of Life is destroyed, all of you will die. Now that they were here, all they had to do was hold on until Yongyu arrived. One of the Dragon Emperors said, Esteemed 8 great holy sorcerers, our human clan has never had any conflicts with you. Why must you want the Dragon Pearl of Life? If we can believe your reason, we can naturally hand over the Dragon Pearl of Life to you. That way, we won't hurt our relationship, right? Ha! The 8 holy sorcerers didn't expect them to be afraid. They are smart. Our sneak attack was very successful. They only have 3 people and we have 8. Any 2 of us will destroy the Dragon City of Life and they will all die. That's why they chose to surrender. How boring. I thought we could kill a few people. They discussed among themselves. One of the burly ones said, The reason is simple. We have 8 and you only have 3. If you don't give it to us, you will die. That's a good enough reason, right? They had already split up. 8 against 3, the human race had no chance of winning. Don't blame us for not giving you a chance. I will count from 1 to 10. If you still don't give us the Dragon Pearl of Life, we will attack immediately. Each of them stood in 8 directions and were ready to fight. The sorcerer race was barbaric, unreasonable, and cruel, just like a primitive society. The merfolk would eat the blue crystals of their own people and devour their own flesh and blood. They had all sorts of magical secret techniques called witchcraft. They were similar to spiritual techniques, but more sinister. Most of them were curses, controlling insects, or using everything in the world to refine their own bodies. The 8 holy sorcerers were the best of the sorcerer race. 1. From the beginning, every number was like a heavy hammer, making everyone nervous. Time gradually passed. Yongyu said it would be a quarter of an hour, but in reality, with her speed, she would arrive very soon. Another dragon emperor said, 8 holy sorcerers, can we discuss this? We will lend you our dragon pearl of life for now and return it to us after a year. How about that? Lend? The 8 holy sorcerers of the sorcerer tribe hesitated for a moment. The order they received was to obtain, not to borrow. Although it was the same for them, because they were controlled by the primordial great demon, they could not change their mind in this aspect. Therefore, they rejected it and continued counting. In the blink of an eye they had reached 10. Chapter 2402. After counting to 10, the 3 dragon emperors still did not move. The 8 holy sorcerers were enraged. You are messing with us. The dragon emperor said helplessly. Who dares to mess with you? Since you are not willing to lend it to us, we have no choice but to take action. Yongyu should have arrived by now. The 8 holy sorcerers were enraged when they heard the dragon emperor's words. The sorcerer tribe was divided into many tribes because of the different sorcery techniques they cultivated. The 8 holy sorcerers were the leaders of the 8 strongest tribes. These 8 tribes were the Rock tribe, Steel tribe, Ice tribe, Sky fire tribe, Insect tribe, Cloud mist tribe, Snow rain tribe, and Thunder tribe. Because of the different sorcery techniques they cultivated, the 8 holy sorcerers were called the Rock holy sorcerer, Iron holy sorcerer, Ice holy sorcerer, Fire holy sorcerer, Insect holy sorcerer, Cloud holy sorcerer, Snow holy sorcerer, and Thunder holy sorcerer. Of course, when they addressed each other, they did not use the word holy. Now, the 8 holy sorcerers transformed into their original forms, the giant sorcerers. The rock sorcerer transformed into a towering rock giant. His entire body was made of hard rock, and as he moved, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The rock sorcerer had the ability to travel through the sky and the earth. He could control the earth and flip the land. In history, there was even a rock holy sorcerer that could flip a land the size of 2 battle-god ancient cities and play with it in his hands. The iron sorcerer only had a body of steel. He was similar to Dream Scar, but he knew more steel sorcery techniques. He was different from Dream Scar, who only fought with his physical body. The fire sorcerer was a flame giant, but he looked more like a wild beast. He burned with raging flames and had no flesh or blood. He was completely a human-shaped fire. The ice sorcerer was similar to the fire sorcerer. He was proficient in the Tao of ice and could freeze the Oceanus region for millions of miles. The insect sorcerer was the controller of the ancient mutants. His body was made up of thousands of poisonous insects, corpse insects, and insects. He was proficient in the Tao of curses. In addition, the cloud sorcerer, rain sorcerer, and thunder sorcerer all had the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth. For example, the cloud sorcerer could turn into a cloud and disappear without a trace. He would not die even if injured. As long as the cloud layer did not disperse, he would not be killed. The 8 holy sorcerers transformed into their original forms. In their eyes, the giant dragon city of life was merely a small city. They could almost destroy the life sky map with one punch. The battle began. The 3 dragon emperors had stalled for such a long time and it was about time. When the other party transformed into a warlock, the 3 dragon emperors transformed into mystical dragons and stood in front of the diagram of destiny. To be honest, the appearance of the 8 great holy sorcerers really worried everyone. They were worried that the dragon emperors would not be able to block them. Once they were attacked a few more times, they would be scared to death. Haha, just 3 dragon emperors. Do they really think they can stop us, the 8 great holy sorcerers? 2 of you will break the heavenly diagram of life. Then, 2 of you will tear apart a divine dragon. It's been a long time since I've tasted the flesh of a divine dragon. At this moment, the 8 great holy sorcerers moved in unison. For a moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. At this moment, Sky Dome Dragon Emperor and 1,000 Kill Dragon Emperor rushed out of the life sky diagram and transformed into 2 ultimate mystical dragons to accompany the 3 dragon emperors. The 2 holy sorcerers who were about to deal with the life sky diagram were blocked by the 2 dragon emperors. What's going on? The 8 great holy sorcerers were stunned. They recognized Sky Dome Dragon Emperor and 1,000 Kill Dragon Emperor, but they had never seen them. Why were they here? It must be Yang Yang. You brought them here with your god nation. But what about the other dragon cities? They are giving up on the Massacre Dragon City and the Eternal Dragon City. For a moment, the 8 great holy sorcerers did not attack. They were shocked by the 2 dragon emperors who had just appeared. To be honest, with the support of the life sky diagram, the combat power of each dragon emperor was slightly higher than that of a holy sorcerer. Let's not care about that. Let's do it. 3 of us will stay and attack the life sky diagram. The other holy sorcerers will block 1 dragon emperor each. It's time to fight to the death. Because of the appearance of the 2 dragon emperors, they quickly made adjustments. What they did not know was that the 5 dragon emperors only wanted to deal with 1 holy sorcerer. That way they could suppress the other party. If there were 2 of them, they would be suppressed by the other party. Although Yang Yu was the main attacker, they had to try their best to take down the other party. At that instant, Iron Sorcerer, Fire Sorcerer, Ice Sorcerer, Rain Sorcerer, and Thunder Sorcerer fought with the 5 dragon emperors. The 5 dragon emperors intentionally moved away. They flew into the clouds to prevent the battle from affecting the Dragon City of Life. Some of them ran far away. The dragons and the sorcerers started an earth-shattering battle in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone was simply dazzled as they watched these ultimate battles one after another. The giant who was covered in flames fought with the billions of godly kill dragons. The other sorcerers were also fighting with the Dragon Emperor. They had just started, but they had already unleashed their full strength. The battle between the top sorcery and the divine powers created a loud boom. Everything around the Dragon City of Life disappeared rapidly, leaving only the life sky diagram. However, the remaining 3 holy sorcerers were in a daze. What's wrong with the Dragon Emperors? They don't want the life sky diagram and the Dragon City of Life anymore. Cloud Sorcerer, who had merged with the clouds, suddenly said, "Oh no, this might be their scheme." As soon as he finished his sentence, the fatal threat appeared. When Yang Yu's earth-shattering silver sword aura appeared, everyone in the Dragon City of Life cheered. Although Long Chen did not have to participate in this battle, he was still rather excited. Yang Yu is here. The most dazzling heavenly deity sword, Milky Way, pierced through the heavens and earth and split Cloud Sorcerer into 2. Cloud Sorcerer shrieked and disappeared into the clouds. There were still Rock Sorcerer and Worm Sorcerer around. When the other 5 holy sorcerers were restrained by the 5 dragon emperors, the 3 holy sorcerers became Yang Yu's opponents. We fell into their trap. The chances of winning are not high. Holy sorcerers, prepare to retreat. The Rock Sorcerer was calmer. When he saw Yang Yu, he made such a decision. The other holy sorcerers were also frightened by Yang Yu. The battle had just started, and they hurriedly escaped. With Yang Yu around, they obviously had no chance of winning. Therefore, they decisively gave up struggling and used their own methods to escape. After all, they knew that the Dragon Emperors would not dare to go too far away from the Dragon City. They had only fought for a short while. The Fire Sorcerer, the Ice Sorcerer, the Iron Sorcerer, and the others all gathered together and headed in the direction of the Eastern Star region. The Insect Sorcerer that was facing Yang Yu directly turned into a sky full of insects and burrowed into the ground, disappearing without a trace. As for the Cloud Sorcerer, he had already gathered with the clouds in the sky and hid somewhere. When they started escaping, they were almost as fast as the eternal divine beasts. If they were to escape just like that, it would be a waste of all their efforts. Yang Yu had already planned this. They wanted to lock onto the 2 who did not have outstanding escaping abilities. After all their comrades escaped, the remaining 2 would undoubtedly be in an even worse state. One of them was the Rock Sorcerer, and the other was the Iron Sorcerer. Among them, when they were escaping, the 5 Dragon Emperors had a tacit understanding. They all gave up on their opponents and charged towards the Iron Sorcerer. Meanwhile, Yang Yu cast a sky full of sword nets and forced the Rock Sorcerer, who had already charged deep into the ground, to come out. The 6 battlefields became 2 battlefields in an instant. This was a premeditated counterattack. The 8 great holy sorcerers had already realized it. However, at this moment, they had split up and escaped very quickly. No one was able to see who did not escape. Even if they did not escape, they had already split up. If they did not contact each other, going back was simply sending them to their deaths. Therefore, in this short period of time, the situation became that the 5 Dragon Emperors surrounded one, while Yang Yu fought the rock giant alone. Both sides were having an easy time. Among them, the 5 dragon emperors started to use their magical powers to bombard each other. Previously, they had used this method to fight against the Black Yama beast from the Eternal Dragon City. However, they had failed that time because the Black Yama beast was too strong and surpassed Ling Huang. Now, with the support of the Life Heavenly Diagram, its power was even more ferocious. Under such a violent bombardment, no matter how stiff the Iron Sorcerer's body was, no matter how many sorcery spells he knew, and no matter how much he formed a huge iron fortress to protect himself, he was still blasted away in a short period of time. The 5 dragon emperors attacked together, one after another. Trillion Star Domain Sword. The last sword from the Dragon Emperor in the sky penetrated the Iron Sorcerer's chest under the cover of the other Dragon Emperors. The 5 Dragon Emperors continued to bombard Iron Sorcerer. In reality, they had already succeeded if they wanted to kill him, but they only wanted to capture him alive. In the end, the Iron Sorcerer, like the Poseidon Emperor, was only left with his head. The 5 Dragon Emperors combined their powers to cast 5 layers of seals, preventing him from recovering from his injuries. At the same time, Yang Yu and the Rock Sorcerer were also engaged in a heated battle. It had to be said that the Rock Sorcerer was almost the greatest leader of the Sorcerer tribe. This was because the Sorcerer God region had the most rocks and land. As long as he stood on the land within 1,000,000 meters radius would be his weapon. What everyone saw was that the land had gone crazy. Countless amounts of soil rushed into the sky, burying the entire dragon city of life deep underground. Then, it was shaken into the sky. Looking down, the land that could be seen was actually moving like the sea. Countless nature-defying things rushed into the sky like waves. The huge land that was 100,000 meters long fell from the sky, burying Yang Yu. The Rock Sorcerer's huge body went underground again. Then, countless silver sword lights exploded from the ground. It was very dazzling. Rumble. The ground cracked, and a head flew into the sky. It was Yang Yu, who had already carried the Rock Sorcerer's head. Under her coercion, the Rock Sorcerer had turned into a human, leaving only a small head. With the help of the 5 Dragon Emperors, the Rock Sorcerer received the same treatment as the Iron Sorcerer, sealed by 5 layers of seals and a Tao artifact. We have taken care of 3. There are still 27 opponents left. If we can wake these 3 up and let them heal, we should be able to have 3 more helpers. After all, when they wake up, they will also want this battle to end as soon as possible. Yang Yu said decisively. As for the others, they were still immersed in the shock and could not extricate themselves. The Rock Sorcerer's power was really terrifying. Chapter 2403. The 2 holy sorcerers of the Sorcerer tribe, who were the strongest in physical combat, were now imprisoned by Yang Yu and the 5 Dragon Emperors through a scheme. Under the 5-layered seal and the Tao artifact seal, it was difficult for them to do anything else in a short period of time. Under the strict supervision of the Dragon Emperors, it was not easy for them to escape. Now, the 5 dragon cities had merged into one under the double protection of the 5 great sky maps and the heaven and earth moving formation. Although the ordinary demon race, sea race, and sorcerer tribe had occupied the dragon god domain, it was difficult for them to launch a fatal attack on the 5 dragon cities. Therefore, the greatest threat to the human race was still the 30 peak experts. However, it had become 27 now. On the human race's side, it was still 15 plus Yang Yu. Of course, if they could find a way to wake the 3 imprisoned ones, it would be 18 plus Yang Yu. If they also had the support of the 5 great sky maps, the 2 sides were actually very close, and the gap was not as big as imagined. The counterattack this time had successfully achieved its goal. If there were a few more opportunities like this, the gains would be even greater, and they might even surpass the demon race in the end, reaching a level that they could not resist. At that time, at least there would not be a problem of safety. They only needed to find a way to let all the demon race, sorcerer tribe, and sea race recover. Then let them leave the dragon god domain and restore peace to the eternal god domain. However, such opportunities would not come often. Now, many people from the 5 dragon cities had come to the dragon city of life. For this victory, everyone was crying tears of joy. From having no hope at all, there was now great hope. During this period, it was Yang Yu who had turned the tide, and then Lingxi who had created a very great project. Almost everyone admired these 2 women, and at the same time, envied Long Chen even more, because Long Chen was the person closest to them. Now, it was vaguely spread that the power of the heaven and earth moving formation that Lingxi had set up actually came from Long Chen. This was also the reason why every time she set it up, Long Chen had to be nearby. Although they had won, there was not much time to celebrate. Defend well. Let's go back to Slaughter Dragon City and study with the Sea God Emperor how to awaken those three. Yongyu said to the other Dragon Emperors. Sky Dome Dragon Emperor and Thousand Kill Dragon Emperor also had to return to their respective dragon cities. After all, their dragon cities were more dangerous. Now, only 6 of the 8 holy sorcerers are left. They have been intimidated once and should not dare to attack rashly again. If they attack, you can temporarily block the 6 opponents for a short period of time and let the others come over. Just as they were about to part ways, news came from Fortune Dragon City. The eternal divine beasts probably saw that you weren't there, so they surrounded you again. These 4 cunning fellows are truly vile people. They escaped quickly and returned quickly as well. Now, there were only 3 Dragon Emperors in Fortune Dragon City. Eternal life mythical beasts will find it hard to capture them like these 2 holy sorcerers. I will chase them away again and see if I can severely injure them again. As for the Sky Dome Dragon Emperor and Thousand Slaughter Dragon Emperor, you 2 should return to your respective dragon cities first. I will head to the Massacre Dragon City soon. Everyone nodded. Then they set off to 3 places. Long Chen and Lingxi were in Yongyu's God Kingdom. Going to Fortune Dragon City in the center took less than a quarter of an hour. It was very convenient to move from place to place. The 3 Dragon Emperors of Fortune Dragon City were already on the Fate Sky map. A 9-palace tribulation elder welcomed Yongyu by the side of the Fate Lingxi formation. When Yongyu arrived, he said, "The 4 Grand Devil Lords are still probing. They probably want to see if you are here or not." Fortune Dragon City was still very quiet. The other side had not attacked yet. Then I won't show myself so soon. I will wait for them to make their move. Yongyu waited quietly. Anti-Nethery, do you think the shamans will tell them that you were in the Dragon City of Life just now? They were in a mess at first, but I think they will work together in the end. All they need is a leader. Long Chen said in his God Kingdom. They won't listen to each other. It's not easy to be a leader. But if the witch race tells them, then our heaven and earth teleportation formation will be exposed. But it can't be helped. Last time, when Sky Dragon Emperor appeared in the Dragon City of Life, they would suspect that I brought him there. But this time, it's hard to explain. They will easily think of the spirit race. At this moment, the 4 eternal mythical beasts were already very close to the 3 Dragon Emperors. They suddenly laughed. 3 Dragon Emperors, stop pretending. 3 Dragon Emperors, stop pretending. I heard that Yongyu went to the Dragon City of Life and had a huge battle just now. Now you're in deep trouble. There are only 3 of you. Let's see who will save you. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, stop these 3 old farts. I'll break this heavenly diagram of destiny and kill them all. The eldest of the eternal divine beasts screamed in an extremely mournful voice. Do it. In an instant, they turned into 4 huge black rats. This was the true form of the eternal mythical beasts. Although they were rats, they had sharp fangs and claws. Their hair was like steel needles. They also had many top-notch divine abilities. The 4 brothers were good at different things. 3 of the eternal mythical beasts pounced towards the 3 Dragon Emperors. They turned into millions of clones, all of which were huge rats. The 3 Dragon Emperors couldn't kill all of them. They could only send them to another place, away from the heavenly diagram of fate. Haha, the so-called heavenly diagram of fate can't protect you anymore. Break. The eldest of the eternal life divine beasts rushed to the sky above the dragon star of destiny. His body turned into a million, and then he spun and turned into a million black spikes. In an instant, the sky was densely packed with black spikes. They looked a bit like the blood spirit spike. They had terrifying penetrative power. If it wasn't for the heavenly diagram of fate, the entire Dragon City of Fate would have been pierced through by these black spikes. Everyone inside would have died. This kind of attack wasn't affected by anyone. The boss of the eternal life divine beasts was incomparably excited and arrogant. What he knew was that although all the peak experts had taken the initiative, at least until now, no one had been able to break into a dragon city and obtain the Slaughter Dragon City. The greatest contribution belongs to the city of demonic forefathers. He let out an earth-shattering shriek. If it wasn't for the heavenly diagram of fate, everyone's eardrums would have burst. Rumble. The millions of black spikes were like meteors, piercing downwards. However, The eldest eternal mythical beast didn't notice a detail. The thing was, no one in Destiny Dragon City was afraid in the face of danger. They didn't know how to put on a show. They knew that Yongyu was here, so they were very relaxed. However, the eldest eternal mythical beast couldn't possibly understand this. He received news that Yongyu was fighting against the 8 holy shamans in the Dragon City of Life just 15 minutes ago. In a split second, Yongyu had been waiting for this opportunity. Even if he couldn't catch the eternal mythical beast, he could at least injure him so that he wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. Just as the eternal mythical beast was about to charge downwards, a silver sword aura soared into the sky. Yongyu rushed out from under the cover of the heavenly diagram of fate. The silver sword in his hand danced and exploded, turning into millions of spinning blades that charged upwards. In a split second, he collided head-on with most of the black spikes. Of course, there were a few that were dodged by the eternal mythical beast, but at least 70% of them were hit by the silver sword aura. For an eternal mythical beast, this was a huge number. It was equivalent to 70 million of his 100 million clones being destroyed. In that instant, he let out an indescribable scream. In short, more than half of the black spikes were directly crushed by Yongyu. The rest didn't stop. The eternal mythical beast used his best escape technique. In that instant, he split into more than 30 million clones, fleeing from the sky and the ground. In an instant, he traveled thousands of miles. The eternal mythical beasts, who were happily fighting with the 3 dragon emperors and waiting for good news from their boss, were also stunned. When they saw the cold Yongyu and the cold heavenly deity sword Milky Way in her hand, their first reaction was to break down in fright. Then they split into millions of clones, all of which gathered together and fled instantly. This was how eternal mythical beasts were. Once one of their clones escaped, they could make a comeback. Therefore, Yongyu didn't have any confidence in capturing them. If it were other great demon lords attacking now, she would have thought of a way to capture them. Isn't she in the Dragon City of Life? Why is she here? The 8 great holy sorcerers are a bunch of dog shit. They actually lied to us. That's impossible. They won't gain anything from lying to us. And they even said that the rock sorcerer and iron sorcerer have already been imprisoned by the humans. What's going on? In the blink of an eye, the overwhelming number of rats disappeared from all directions. Yongyu's final effort had left quite a few scars on the bodies of the other 3 eternal life divine beasts. This time, it would take even more time for them to recover. It was a great success. With another victory, everyone saw more hope. The 3 dragon emperors of Fortune Dragon City were also very happy. These 4 sneaky fellows probably won't come again. But Yongyu, you were in the Dragon City of Life, and now you're in the Dragon City of Fortune. They should know what's going on if they think about it and contact the spirit race. Chapter 2404. Although Fate Dragon City's rescue might have exposed the Xueqi teleportation formation, it couldn't be helped. What was meant to come would come. It was hard to rely on the Xueqi teleportation formation to capture more people. Most of the time, there was only one chance. After saying goodbye to the people of Fortune Dragon City, Long Chen and the others returned to Slaughter Dragon City in 15 minutes. The 3 dragon emperors were already waiting for them. The creator of the Yin and Yang teleportation formation, Lingxi, had woken up after completing the last Yin and Yang teleportation formation. Her recovery ability was also very strong. Although it took a lot of energy, with Long Chen and Yongyu's help, she was fine now. All she needed now was a good rest. Lingxi still didn't realize how important a task she had completed. In fact, without the Yin and Yongyu, even with Yongyu, a few dragon cities might have already been destroyed. There might even be more than 1 billion casualties. After all, there was only one Yongyu. She couldn't run around to save all the dragon cities. Yongyu brought back the Rock Witch and Iron Witch. Including the Poseidon Emperor, there were 3 captives in total. Please follow me. Dragon Emperor with royal blood was patrolling outside the Slaughter Heavenly Diagram to prevent any sneak attacks. Dragon Emperor of 10,000 Kill and Dragon Emperor of Cruel Blood brought Yongyu and Long Chen through the crowd. Lingxi was now slowly recovering in Long Chen's God Kingdom. In Yongyu's words, it was to stabilize the fetus. Lingxi said, I can already feel that he is slowly moving and starting to grow. Maybe after a period of time, my belly will be big. It had actually been a few years since then. Only now, it was really too slow. Hearing this news, Long Chen was still a little nervous. He still hadn't thought about how to be a father. Would it be a boy or a girl? It seemed like a girl was cuter, but a girl would always have to marry someone else. That didn't make her feel comfortable. If it was a boy, he would probably be very torturous. While thinking about this, the two dragon emperors had already brought them to the depths of the underground palace. Now, the sea god emperor was sealed here. He was sealed in the ancient formation of the Slaughter Dragon City. Yang, you don't have to summon the rock shaman and the iron shaman for now. If you're just trying, the ocean god emperor is enough. The ocean god emperor is currently in a state of deep sleep due to his heavy injuries. There are a few circles of runes covering his head, preventing him from recovering. In the surroundings, all the star talismans had been activated, and all the dragon emperors had been contacted. Violent Blood Dragon Emperor said, "Everyone, how should we wake this fellow up? Let's think of a way. After all, there is still a certain degree of danger." Everyone was also waiting. They knew that Long Chen could wake up any warrior other than this kind of peak powerhouse. However, the Ocean God Emperor had never tried it before, and it would definitely be very dangerous. After all, he was fighting against the will of the primeval troll. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, there were other ways. For the time being, they wouldn't need to use Long Chen. Yang Yu said, "Everyone, think about it first." "I'll try." "Be careful." Everyone reminded. If they defeated the Ocean God Emperor, then the opponent would only be the Ocean God Emperor. However, if they wanted to wake him up and break away from the control of the primeval troll, then the opponent would be the primeval troll. If the primeval troll didn't put in extra effort, it would be impossible to completely control these 30 peak powerhouses. The Dragon Emperors were still discussing methods, and the enemy's peak powerhouses didn't attack again during this period of time. At this time, Yang Yu had already stepped into the sealing matrix. In her hands, the deity sword galaxy formed by fine blades appeared. The sharpness and fierceness were frightening. This was a terrifying power that only a peerless Dao treasure could have. Yang Yu's method was actually similar to Long Chen's. She wanted to use her own will to fight against the will of the primeval troll. She wanted to use the deity sword galaxy to kill this will. Compared to Long Chen, she was just an unparalleled divine dragon. Although she didn't have the high level of the ancestral dragon's will, her will was thicker and stronger. Without saying a word, Yang Yu stood in front of the Sea God Emperor, who had his eyes closed. The heavenly deity sword Silver River in her hand instantly pierced the space between the other party's eyebrows. Her will followed the heavenly deity sword Silver River, and entered the Sea God Emperor's consciousness world. She transformed into a darkness divine dragon and charged towards the depths. Humph! At that moment, the Ocean God Emperor suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were actually bloody red. He struggled angrily and let out a tragic roar. That voice didn't sound like his own, and such a ferocious expression didn't seem to belong to him. "All of you are seeking death." The Ocean God Emperor kept struggling, but his own strength couldn't tear the seal. And Yang Yu was still fighting against him. Long Chen took a closer look. Yang Yu also tightly shut her lips, gritted her teeth, and closed her eyes. Her face was slightly pale. Clearly, she was in the most intense battle with the other party. Her opponent was the will of the primeval troll in the Ocean God Emperor's body. It looked simple, but no one knew how long Yang Yu had been fighting with the other party. For her to be able to last until now, her will was already very strong. After all, although she was an unparalleled divine dragon, she hadn't reached the true dragon realm mentioned by the Origin Dragon Palace. Therefore, her will wasn't very strong. Seeing Yang Yu working hard, everyone's hearts were in their throats. After all, Yang Yu was practically the greatest hope of the human race. Nothing could happen to her, or else the human race would definitely perish. Pop! Finally, at a certain moment, Yang Yu was forced back. The deity sword he left the Ocean God Emperor. She staggered a few steps back, and Long Chen supported her from behind. At this moment, her whole body was trembling, and her eyes were the same. She looked rather weak. This was the result of the battle of wills. The flame of life wasn't very useful. As expected, the primeval troll spent a lot of effort on these 30 people. He must have controlled these 30 people first and focused on controlling them. Therefore, the will left in their bodies is very strong, completely suppressing their original consciousness. If we can't solve it, they might even be under the control of the primeval troll for the rest of their lives. Yongyu took a deep breath. The truth was that if they couldn't be awakened, then imprisoning them would be useless. Imprisoning them was just a temporary seal, and they would eventually come out. If they killed all 30 of them, then the humans would be able to dominate the eternal life godly domain. But that was a cruel and sinful thing that they couldn't do. I fought it before. It was very brutal, and I couldn't hold on. If you all use the same method, besides Long Chen, no one else should be able to do it. Yongyu said. Violent Blood Dragon Emperor still saw Long Chen as the future's greatest hope. He didn't want Long Chen to take the risk. In reality, Yongyu didn't want it either. So Violent Blood Dragon Emperor said, "Don't let Long Chen go. The 10 of us Dragon Emperors should think of other ways. Kill 1,000, go to the Holy Scripture Palace and see if there are any records or introductions to the primeval troll." The 10,000 Slaughter Dragon Emperor had gone. The other Dragon Emperors from the other Dragon cities had also gone to search for information. Moreover, it wasn't just the Dragon Emperors. Almost all the martial artists at 7-star Calamity and above had gone to search. The message had been passed down. Whoever had a good idea could suggest it immediately. If it was reasonable, there would be rewards. At this time, it could be said that everyone was united. Even if there was no reward, everyone would think of a way. During this time, the 30 peak warriors of the other side didn't launch another attack. This was actually not a good thing. It meant that they already knew about the cosmos-shifting Great Array, and it was very likely that they were preparing a terrible attack. So while the 15 Dragon Emperors were thinking of ways to wake up the Sea God Emperor, they also strengthened their defenses. They even let some warriors leave the 5 great dragon cities to investigate the situation. As long as they didn't meet the other side's peak warriors head-on, it wouldn't be a problem for them to stay alive. These people were all willing. They were willing to sacrifice their lives for the continuation of the human race. There were too many of them. Now the entire Dragon God domain had been ravaged by the demon race, sea race, and wizard race. After a few days, the Dragon Emperors tried all kinds of methods, but to no avail. The will of the primeval troll was really too difficult to deal with. The only way was to do what Long Chen did and directly use the will of the ancestral dragon to strangle it to death. If Long Chen's primordial spirit could be a little stronger, even if he didn't reach Yongyu's level, he would probably be able to do it. It was just that he was still some distance away from the 7-star reincarnation tribulation realm. At this level, the few Dragon Emperors couldn't help him. He could only rely on himself. In the end, Long Chen said, "There's not much time left. Let me try." After all, it's not a solution to drag on like this. If we can't solve it completely, the other side will suddenly launch a big attack, and we won't be on guard. To be honest, the Dragon Emperors and Yongyu were really at their wits' end. All methods had been used, but they didn't work. All the information had been checked, but there was no record. Everyone's ideas were too childish. If they couldn't recover, the human race would lack a way to completely solve this crisis. All they could do was fight, and one day, everyone would die. Don't worry. I have a lot of successful experiences. I couldn't deal with the Sea God Emperor before because I couldn't capture him. Now that he can't move, I think I can try. Long Chen was full of confidence. When it was time to use himself, he wouldn't retreat. Wasn't life for this purpose? The Dragon Emperors and Yongyu didn't say anything. In the end, Yongyu said, "Okay, try. Your father will also hope that you can take up this responsibility. And you, I won't let him down. Also, I still want to be a father, so I won't give in." Of course, he knew that the primeval troll was terrifying. But would he be afraid because of this? No, he never would. Chapter 2405. In reality, there were too many uncertainties on this path of cultivation. There were many things that one could not be sure of, and one could not be sure of success. But Long Chen had succeeded time and time again. That was because he clearly understood how difficult it was to accomplish, but he would adjust himself to the best of his ability to face it bravely. Of course, this was also related to his deep trump cards. Now that he had inherited almost half of the ancestral dragon's essence blood, it was really very difficult to kill him. But most of his victories were because of his strong fighting spirit. Just like now, it was the same. He had the brave heart of an expert to withstand the pressure and fight against Neptune Emperor. At this time, he stood in front of Neptune Emperor. Although he was in human form, he was now covered in blood-red dragon scales, and the Deathclaw was ready. Whether it was the ancient blood spirit dragon's murderous intent or the divine Dao heart dragon's righteous intent, they were both his powerful weapons. Against this extremely brutal primeval troll, he felt that the equally bloodthirsty ancient blood spirit dragon was more suitable. Everyone held their breath, allowing Long Chen to try without worry. They were very nervous. After all, even Yang Yu could not use this method to stop the opponent. If Long Chen was not careful, he might be counterattacked, and his primordial spirit would be destroyed. That would be death. In fact, everyone was waiting for him to bring them good news. And Long Chen was already prepared. His eyes were incomparably resolute. On his left hand, the 4 types of angry power and murderous intent flowed continuously. At some point, Long Chen had already pressed down on Neptune Emperor's head and stabbed it deeply. 5 claws went in. There was no blood, only a bloody red light seeping out from the wound. Ugh! Neptune Emperor opened his bloody eyes again, and looked at Long Chen with a smile that was not a smile. His expression was ferocious, and he let out a tragic laugh. Are you here to die? This laughter made the Dragon Emperor's heart tighten. They were really worried about Long Chen's safety. In Long Chen's God Kingdom, Lingxi was also very nervous. Every time Long Chen went on an adventure, she was basically on tenterhooks. Facing Neptune Emperor's threat, Long Chen didn't respond. The fighting spirit and anger in his eyes never changed. He looked deeper and finally hurt that primeval troll. Boom! Long Chen's will morphed into a mystical dragon. The primordial blood spiritual dragon delved into the depths of the primeval troll's consciousness. This was where Yang Yu had come from. This was where the will of the primeval troll resided. Long Chen had to come here personally to be able to fight it. This was the instigator of the eternal riot. It was this primeval troll who had brought disaster to the eternal life god realm. He had caused the human race to fall into such a predicament. It had caused them to lose countless lands. Therefore, Long Chen was furious. His bloody body wandered in the world of consciousness, looking for that opponent, and using the will of the primordial blood spiritual dragon, he tore it apart. This was a world of blood. Below was a thick blood-colored mist, and below was a sea of blood. But it was completely different from the sea of blood in Slaughter Dragon City. Boom! Boom! It was as if countless things were rioting, and the whole world was trembling. Another lowly life form has come to challenge my dignity? This voice filled the whole world, reverberating in front of Long Chen. This was an ancient and hoarse voice, and each word seemed to be engraved on Long Chen's body. Hearing it, one could feel fear in one's heart. In front of a mystical dragon, things like you who hide your head and tail are truly pitiful and lowly. Long Chen had always believed that in the entire history of the dragon sacrificial continent, the noblest creature would always be the dragon. Ridiculous, ridiculous. You're just a pseudo-dragon who inherited the essence blood. You don't even have a 10,000th of the strength of a true dragon, and yet you dare to call yourself a mystical dragon. Fine, since you want to die, then die. This sentence deeply shocked Long Chen. He had always been puzzled. In the era of mystical dragons, high-level mystical dragons could reach the realm of mystical dragons. Super mystical dragons could be on par with the primordial first god. June ultimate mystical dragons were even more tyrannical, not to mention terrifying existences like supreme mystical dragons. But now, there were people who inherited the essence blood of supreme mystical dragons. Logically speaking, even if they couldn't reach the realm of supreme mystical dragons, they should at least be on par with June. But not a single one had reached the so-called true dragon realm. In that case, there must be a reason. That reason was that they were still only dragon martial artists, and not true mystical dragons. Take Long Chen for example. He was still only an ancestral dragon martial artist, and not a true ancestral dragon. A true ancestral dragon, even in its infancy, was an existence comparable to an ultimate mystical dragon or even a supreme mystical dragon. How could it be as weak as Long Chen? What exactly did the entire dragon god domain lack? Why was it that those who inherited the essence blood were only pseudo-dragons? This was something primeval troll knew. Don't expect me to tell you the truth. That's impossible. Besides, a dead man doesn't need to know the truth. Primeval troll's voice came from all directions. Rumble. He appeared. He burst out from the sea of blood. It was a huge black creature that stood in front of Long Chen. Its body was stooped, but its body was covered with pitch-black dragon scales. It had thick and strong lower limbs, and equally thick and strong upper limbs had sharp claws like that of a mystical dragon. Its head was inverted triangular, and it looked a little like a praying mantis, but it had sharp fangs. Behind it, there was a pair of incomparably thick and wide bat wings that were as sharp as blades. It also had a long and venomous tail like that of a scorpion. The densely packed lines of blood formed a network that covered its entire body, and there was an endless amount of fresh blood flowing on it. This was the first time Long Chen had seen primeval troll. Of course, this was not his true body, but merely a manifestation of his will. His true body was comparable to that of a god, and it would definitely be thousands of times more frightening than it was now. Even so, it had already given Long Chen a terrifying shock. He truly realized that this was a creature that was much more frightening than all the peak bloodlines of the demon race and the sea race, and even the holy sorcerer. They were, indeed, demons. The pair of blood-red eyes had a ghostly power, and it was a violent sea of blood. It was not as simple as it looked like a sea of blood. The most frightening thing about the primeval troll was his will. It was too strong, too ferocious, especially this one that controlled the demon race, the sea race, and the sorcerer race. His will had even affected billions of living creatures. Standing in front of him and looking into his eyes, one would feel a fatal impact. His soul was shaken, and his body trembled. This was a true demon, a giant demon. Long Chen had seen this kind of crazy, crushing, and violent obsession from Mo Xiaolang, but compared to the illusion of the primeval troll before him, Mo Xiaolang's was tens of thousands of times worse. Moreover, this was only a manifestation of his will, and not the true primeval troll. Looking at him, Long Chen understood that if this primeval troll really came to the eternal god realm, just one primeval troll alone could kill billions of living creatures. Not to mention, there were so many primeval troll on the Devil Star. Their existence was the nightmare of the entire world, because they were comparable to gods. In other words, they were gods, just not gods of the eternal god realm, but gods of the Devil Star. In fact, they even had the aura of dragons. Long Chen could feel that many parts of their bodies were similar to dragons, such as their dragon scales, their spines, and their sharp claws. However, they were beasts that stood upright. This dragon aura was very fierce. Just as he said, compared to Long Chen, it was the difference between a true dragon and a false dragon. Boom. The small movement of the other party was a huge blow to Long Chen. This was Ta. On the Devil Star, at least there was a cultivator who could use the immovable magic eye. It was clear that as an archaic great demon, it was definitely equally terrifying. Without even moving its demonic eyes, it was able to render everyone unable to move. Now, the primeval troll did not show any mercy at all. He used his terrifying will to attack Long Chen's will. If Long Chen lost this battle, he would be reduced to ashes. I can't lose. He knew how terrifying the other party was. In fact, everyone knew about it. However, this was not the reason for him to be frightened. There was too much to protect in his heart. He needed to follow in his father's footsteps and understand everything. He needed to know what had happened from the era of the divine dragons until now. The sky-devouring clan, the primeval troll, the ancient gods. What role did they play? He wanted to know everything. He was even more terrifying. He wanted to restore peace to the chaotic eternal god realm. This was destined to be a difficult, or even impossible mission. But he was not afraid. The person before him was his enemy, and also his enemy. He would use all his strength to deal the greatest blow to the other party. His will was actually far weaker than the other party, but it belonged to the ancestral dragon. It would not be easy for the other party to destroy it. Damn it! The battle of wills was a true battle between Long Chen and the primeval troll in the world of consciousness. Their bodies were incomparably perfect. No matter which part of them it was, they could unleash a fatal attack. In this kind of battle, Long Chen had no choice but to transform into the heart-refining dragon to fight against the other party. Every time they clashed, it was a fatal pain. His claws, tail, wings, and fangs were all his sharp weapons. Although Long Chen wouldn't lose to him in terms of combat techniques, his opponent's willpower was too terrifying. This was where Yang Yu lost. Every time he clashed with the other party, his entire body trembled in pain. It was as if his head was being stabbed. This feeling was even more terrifying than physical injuries. You do have some ability, pseudo-dragon. The primordial great demon flapped its huge wings, forming a storm of will that swept Long Chen away, sending him into a daze. But it's over. I let that pseudo-dragon slip away last time. Don't even think about slipping away again. This seal of the demonic star cannot trap me. If you had taken out the 5 Dragon Balls earlier, you would not have died. We have dozens of brothers and sisters who will return to the human realm. Chapter 2406. The primeval troll had been imprisoned for tens of millions of years. Perhaps it was exactly 10 million years. During these 10 million years, nothing had ever happened. They had always been sealed and had always been in a deep slumber. Even if they woke up, it was only for a moment, unlike this time. For example, this primeval troll was so clear-headed that he even created the eternal riot. This meant that after tens of millions of years, they had entered a new stage. Perhaps it was the time when all the primeval troll would wake up one after another, come out of the Devil Star, and return to this world. So, was this the reason why the Black Jade Dragon Head told him that the dragon sacrifice would perish within 100 years? It was the primeval troll who would perish in this world. At least that was the case for the time being. My everything, my lover, my family, my brothers and my beliefs are all in this world. This place carries everyone's everything. This place cannot be destroyed. Long Chen roared these words in his heart. His dragon claws were as sharp as blades, the sword of judgment between his brows, and the dragon tail that was like a whip and a spear were fighting fiercely with his opponent. Most of the time, it was Long Chen who hit his opponent, but he realized that his current level of will was very high. It was just that it was too weak, and his opponent's strength far surpassed his. So, even if his attacks were more ferocious, he would suffer more damage when they stabbed each other. He had too much hatred and too much anger in his heart, and they were all used in his every attack. They were used in close combat, but his opponent could easily tear off pieces of flesh from his body. But he couldn't. He used all his strength, but could only scratch the skin of this terrifying beast. Give up, lowly life. This world doesn't belong to you. It belongs to us, the primeval troll, for revenge. Today, we have been involved again, and no one can stop us. Who are your enemies? Long Chen was almost roaring. His whole body was in terrible pain. If the people outside saw him, they would think that his situation was much worse than Yang Yu's. Yang Yu had found a way to escape at the right time, but Long Chen didn't want to escape. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. All of this has nothing to do with you, bunch of weak ants. Tens of millions of years ago, this was no longer your world. In other words, you were no longer the masters of this world at that time. He had been hiding it all along, but he had also been trying to scare Long Chen. To him, this was just a game. He was like a cat playing with a mouse. He wanted to slowly toy with Long Chen to death and then swallow him. This was his evil hobby. Don't be sad. Don't be sad. They gave you some space to live, which is good for you. At least you can live, and you won't know how you died, right? Long Chen shuddered. He seemed to have thought of something. Who was this they that primeval troll was talking about? In other words, they had given them some space to live. At least they had allowed them to live without knowing how they had died. Why were there 18 catastrophes? Why couldn't anyone become a god? And there would always be death. Could it be, as primeval troll said, that someone was really controlling all of this? And his father, who killed him? Other than the unknown gods or these primeval troll, or the unknown sky-swallowing clan, there shouldn't be anyone else. As he thought of these things, Long Chen suffered a heavy blow from the other party. The other party's scorpion-like tail pierced through his body, giving him unprecedented pain. Outside, Long Chen, Yang Yu and the other dragon emperors were terrified. They surrounded Long Chen, their faces nervous, their eyes red. In front of them, Long Chen was trembling, his eyes were white, and he was in a very weak state, much worse than Yang Yu previously. However, he didn't pull his hand out, and it was still stabbed into Neptune Emperor's head. No one could pull him out, or else his will would remain there, and he could only come back himself, and then leave Neptune Emperor. The 2 dragon emperors and Yang Yu were frantic, and they didn't know what to do. Yang Yu had never been in such a nervous situation before. She clenched her hands tightly, and her eyes, which had never cried before, were red now, and tears flowed down uncontrollably. Her eyes stared at Long Chen, and she panted heavily. That expression of despair was so painful. She was the one who promised to let Long Chen try. Now that something had happened. To her, it wasn't just self-reproach. Her heart ached for this child. Because of Long Qinglan's orders, she hadn't been able to take care of him as he grew up. She had let him experience so many dangers and let him experience life on his own. She owed Long Chen too much. For a woman, there was almost no one who could bear to look at their own child. She told herself countless times that Long Chen wasn't her child and that he had nothing to do with her, so she managed to overcome it. But now, he was by her side, and she actually couldn't protect him. That feeling was much more terrifying than a knife cutting into her heart. She couldn't even breathe, and even forgot everything, only murderous intent. Yang Yu, calm down. Violent Dragon Emperor sensed her movements. He said, don't worry, he thinks he won't fail so easily. He's smart, and if he knows he can't, he'll choose to let go. Although that was what he said, the scene was really heart-wrenching. Lingxi was still in Long Chen's God Kingdom. Right now, Long Chen was unconscious, and she couldn't come out. But she was actually calmer than Yang Yu, because Long Chen had gone to pursue, to protect, for the sake of his dream countless times, and every time, Lingxi had been by his side. Aunt Yu, he will succeed. I believe in him. Lingxi could only comfort her. Even Lingxi said so, and Yang Yu finally calmed down a little. Just now, she couldn't control herself at all. Right now, Long Chen was indeed in danger. That piercing pain made him experience what it meant to be better off dead than alive. It was too cruel, too violent. He remembered what she said, and didn't dare to think anymore. He only knew that Primeval Troll would destroy everything he had in the future, and that was enough. So he had to fight with his life. Fight. Enduring the terrible pain, he was even more frenzied than his opponent. Even though his body was already on the brink of collapse, he didn't retreat, nor did he give up. I have to say, you're quite the monster, kid. The primordial great devil continued to laugh casually. Flapping his fleshy wings, he dove toward Yang Qi, then opened his mouth and let out a piercing howl. It was the same howl he had unleashed on the Devil's Star, and it affected the eternal life god domain. Perhaps that was the greatest impact of all. It was a soul-shaking attack. Under the impact, Long Chen's body shattered again, and the heart-refining dragon grew more and more indistinct. I can't lose. I can't die. He still clenched his teeth tightly. Although this storm was powerful, what could destroy his ancestral dragon's will and pride? His core would always be indestructible. Not dead yet. The primeval ogre devil was a bit surprised. What he had just unleashed was the most powerful attack he could muster. Even at this point, his opponent was still stubbornly refusing to die. That had a lot to do with his bloodline, but it also had to do with his personality and willpower. If you don't die, how can I? Boom. Long Chen endured the pain that threatened to break him down. He'd rushed out from the sound of his opponent's voice. Although his will was no longer in shape, his fighting spirit had never been weakened. Primeval Troll finally realized how terrifying this young man was. No matter how he was ravaged, he wouldn't die. Moreover, he grew stronger with each trial. It was unbelievable. The following battle left him even more shocked. Primeval Troll was the craziest living being in the world, but now, someone even crazier than him had appeared. Unceasingly advancing, unceasingly charging, indestructible. Tearing, biting, strangling, slamming. Although the pain was extreme, Long Chen was still able to move like floating clouds and flowing water. He was still able to pose a huge threat to the primeval Great Devil. In fact, the primeval Great Devil could sense that Long Chen's will could crush it. Although he was weak, he was very difficult to deal with. Every time he could destroy a part of his body. Moreover, it was very difficult to recover. Damn it! In the end, Primeval Troll had to make a decision when faced with the crazy Long Chen. That was to throw Long Chen out. This was his territory, and he could do it easily. At the beginning, he was indeed playing with his opponent's life like a cat catching a mouse. But now, he realized that this mouse couldn't be killed. His teeth were small, but he still fought like he didn't care about his life. Primeval Troll's eyes were the most terrifying eyes in the world. But Long Chen's gaze was even more terrifying. Rumble. When he attacked for the last time, he was thrown out. All his senses returned to his body, and the death claw was pulled out from his opponent's head. Long Chen fell heavily to the ground, his eyes tightly shut. Chen-er. Yang Yu picked him up in a panic. Although she didn't participate in the battle, her face was even paler than Yang Yu's. Don't worry, Yang Yu. You've suffered some injuries, but you'll recover in a few months. You won't die. Violent Dragon Emperor could only tell her hurriedly, in case this woman went crazy. That might be even more terrifying. Yongyu was scared. Looking at the child in her arms, her heart was filled with endless bitterness. She couldn't say anything, but her tears flowed uncontrollably. At this moment, Royal Blood Dragon Emperor reported, "Big brother, someone is here. I don't know who it is, but I don't know who it is." Chapter 2407. The battle between Long Chen and the primeval troll could only be described as tragic. Although he had forced the other party to throw him out in the end, before that, he had actually already suffered a lot of injuries. He was just holding on. When his consciousness returned to his body, he already felt the world spinning around him. In the blink of an eye, his consciousness had become unclear. This was a troublesome matter. He had been stabbed by the consciousness of the primeval troll. This kind of injury was very difficult to recover from. It was even possible for him to enter a state of deep sleep. After he fainted, the last thing he heard was that someone had come, but he didn't know who it was. Long Chen really didn't want to feel like dying like this. However, he was powerless to stop it. It was already very difficult for him to hold on until now. The two Dragon Emperors' faces were ugly. Yongyu's was even more so. The two Dragon Emperors, go out and see who has come. Don't make a big mistake. I will look after him and think of a way to help him recover. After experiencing a short period of pain, Yongyu was now at peace. At least she now knew that Long Chen wasn't dead. With this child's toughness, as long as he wasn't dead, he would be able to wake up and become even more resilient. Although there was a lot of heartache in her heart, it had always been like this. This time, seeing Long Chen encounter such a crisis with her own eyes, Yongyu's heart was still like a volcano that could erupt at any time. Dragon Emperor Kill said, "I'll go out and take a look. Big brother, you also think of a way. I'll inform you as soon as possible." He was worried that when the two of them went out, Yongyu would directly kill the Sea God Emperor because of her anger and hatred. If that happened, it would be difficult to explain. Okay. Dragon Emperor Kill quickly went out. At this time, Yongyu had already placed Long Chen on the ground steadily. She frowned and said, "This kind of injury to the spirit, will, and thoughts can't even be healed with the passage of time. We need some strange and precious treasures. It's just that this degree of injury from the primeval troll, ordinary things should be ineffective. We can give it a try." The 15 Dragon Emperors from the 5 Dragon Cities had quite a lot of good stuff. Dragon Emperor Cruel Blood immediately told the other Dragon Emperors about this. The other Dragon Emperors also sent people from the 5 Dragon Cities to deliver things. All of them were precious treasures with rare magical effects. However, Yongyu was still not optimistic. She was enduring silently. Otherwise, with her previous temper, she would have definitely chopped off the Sea God Emperor's head in an instant. "Aunt Yu, he will get better. Our minds are connected, and he's trying very hard to wake up now." At this moment, Lingxi was much calmer than her. After all, she was more familiar with Long Chen's body. I hope so. If Long Chen was always like this, then they would have a lot of worries when they finally fought against the enemy. In their eyes, Long Chen had always been a great hope. If he didn't get better, Yongyu definitely wouldn't have the mood to fight anymore. Cruel Dragon Emperor was also looking for a way. This was the most terrifying injury. It might only be possible if he used the most precious thing in the world. At least for now, there was no suitable thing. Right, Royal Blood and Kill. Why hasn't there been any news yet? Cruel Dragon Emperor Cruel Blood was shocked. He just said that someone was approaching, but he didn't know who it was. It must be a special person. Royal Blood Dragon Emperor would only notify him. Why was there no movement now? At least use the star talisman? It had been a few days, and the demon race, sea race, and sorcerer race still hadn't moved. It was very likely that they were preparing for the next attack. Now was not the time to relax. I'll go take a look outside. Cruel Dragon Emperor Cruel Blood was depressed. Just as he was about to go out, 3 people walked in. 2 of them were Kill Dragon Emperor and Dragon Emperor Royal Blood. Yongyu looked behind them. The third person was actually a young man. He had oily hair and a powdered face. His eyes were sneakily looking around. He didn't look heroic at all. Instead, he looked like a gangster. He was very mysterious. Demon? A demon that isn't being controlled? Is he a demon or not? Yang Yu shielded Long Chen. Her eyes narrowed. This young man gave her a feeling that she couldn't see through. There was no such person in the world. This young man said that he's Long Chen's good brother. Dragon Emperor Royal Blood obviously knew about this strange young man, which was why he'd brought him here. With the second strongest person in the Eternal God Realm, Yang Yu, there was no need to worry about this young man messing around. After entering, the young man looked around until his eyes landed on Long Chen in Yang Yu's arms. Laughing, he ran over, looked at the unconscious Long Chen, and then at Yang Yu. Boss, you really don't give me any face. It's not easy for me to come see you, but you're pretending to be unconscious. Io, where's sister-in-law Lingxi? Why didn't you tell me that you had a new lover? This girl is great, but she's a bit more mature. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, he danced around like a monkey. From what he said, it seemed that he was very close to Long Chen, but his personality was worlds apart from Long Chen's, and his taste was also very poor. Wait. Just as he laughed, Kitten froze. He carefully looked at Yang Yu and said in astonishment, "Damn, Yang Xueqi, why are you here?" At least he had set out from the Zongyang nation with Long Chen. Later, when Long Chen had conquered the 3 emperor domains, he had also returned to Poplar Town. Naturally, Kitten remembered that woman's face. Although this person's temperament was worlds apart, and her cultivation was even more terrifying than the Dragon Emperor, why did she look like Yang Xueqi? Just now, Kitten thought that she was Long Chen's new lover. Don't talk nonsense. This is Long Chen's mother. Violent Dragon Emperor didn't really like this child who talked nonsense and warned. After all, they still didn't know Kitten's identity. Calling someone else's mother as his new lover was too embarrassing. Although Kitten had a stomach full of doubts, he still smiled embarrassedly and said, "Ah, sorry, I guessed wrong. I'm really sorry. So it's Auntie." "Yes, it's Auntie. Hello." Yang Yu knew who he was. "You have been with Long Chen since you were in Dragon Sacrifice Continent, Kitten, right?" "Not Kitten. It's Xueqi Kitten. I recently found my previous surname. Xueqi Kitten. Doesn't it sound very knowledgeable and meaningful?" Kitten deliberately pretended to be deep in thought and said, "I see." Hearing Yang Yu's words, the 3 Dragon Emperors knew who he was. At least, he was on good terms with Long Chen. They also knew that Long Chen had a brother, but he had turned into a demon and seemed to be in Devil Star now. Since it was someone they knew, they were relieved. Dragon Emperor with royal blood quickly went out to guard the massacre sky diagram again, and everyone's focus returned to Long Chen's current injuries. Did my boss fall for it? Kitten put away his smile and went forward to take a few glances. He suddenly laughed out loud again. "Haha, so cowardly. I finally came, but you were actually trampled so badly. You even need this young master to save you. Let me be the boss in the future." Yang Yu and the others didn't pay much attention to him. After all, they were more concerned about Long Chen's injuries. Hearing this, Yang Yu raised his head and asked, "Kitten, do you have a way?" Kitten laughed and said, "Well, can you call me Xueqi Kitten? I think it's a little more domineering." His personality was worlds apart from Long Chen's, and Yang Yu still wasn't used to it. However, he was Long Chen's friend, and she liked him very much, so she called him affectionately. "Well, he was injured by the will of the primeval troll, right? I happen to have something here that can heal his injured spiritual will. He will recover very soon. However, for the sake of confidentiality, I hope that the 3 of you can leave for a while. Just go outside and hide for a while." Yang Yu didn't want to agree to this request. No matter how much she trusted the person in front of her, she was also worried that something would happen to Long Chen. However, it seemed that Lingxi was here, and she would only go out for a while. Perhaps she really did have something precious that couldn't be seen by too many people. All right. Yang Yu, Violent Blood Dragon Emperor, and the others walked outside. At the same time, he reminded Lingxi to tell them immediately if anything happened. After they left, Kitten looked at Long Chen and sighed. He said, "You bastard, it's been so long, but your dog shit personality still hasn't changed. It wasn't easy for me to get a few original cores, and I have to waste one on you. I'm so angry." "Kitten, what is an original core?" Lingxi asked suddenly. "Fuck." Kitten was shocked and said agitatedly, "Sister Lingxi, why didn't you say you were here earlier? It's over. I have no secrets now. You have to compensate me. Lingxi curled her lips and said, hurry up and let him get better. If you keep nagging, I'll go out and pull your ear. Haha, how did you become so fierce? It seems that boss has been trained well by you. Sister Lingxi is still the best. These original cores are the most important things to me now. If I lose these original cores, my strength will also be exhausted. But for boss, I'll just treat it as a waste. He sneakily took out a white crystal. It was a very pure crystal. It was surrounded by white mist and had a refreshing fragrance. It seemed to control the whole world, as if it was the core of the world. Kitten had a very pained expression as he melted the original core into the space between Long Chen's eyebrows. A small piece of crystal actually brought great nourishment to Long Chen. It allowed his spiritual will to recover rapidly in a very short period of time. It was comparable to the effect of the fire of life on the physical body. You too, you can come in now. Kitten waved his hand and proudly showed off his results. He asked directly, my boss will wake up in at least a quarter of an hour and completely recover. How is it? Do you think I'm very awesome? Haha, actually it's very ordinary. But you must tell him that I paid a great sacrifice to let him recover. Of course, of course. Chapter 2408. It was as if the most thirsty person had suddenly obtained the purest Gan Lin in the world, giving Long Chen hope of being reborn. His spiritual will was greedily absorbing and recovering. The wounds caused by the primeval troll were gradually recovering. Although he had suffered heavy injuries this time around, there was no doubt that there were benefits. The benefit was that during the recovery process, his spiritual will had become stronger, and he felt as if he had been reborn. This was partly because the original core that Kitten had brought was something that could help him grow. On the other hand, it was because during the battle with the primeval troll, there was actually an invisible upgrade that strengthened his spiritual will. The more time passed, the faster and more stable Long Chen grew in this aspect. His entire inner world was erupting with a strong spiritual power. The seven-orifice heart of Kama continuously emitted a strong heartbeat. Layers of gold and black light surrounded it, gradually revealing its extraordinary power. In the future, the abilities of the Divine Path Heart Refining Dragon would be displayed rapidly. Although Long Chen had inherited all the inheritance blood essence, what he understood and cultivated was only a drop in the bucket. Under such circumstances, he completed a rebirth. He suddenly opened his eyes, and two rays of light erupted from his eyes. One was gold, and the other was black. Both of them had the power to pierce through the sky. The people around him could already feel that he looked even more terrifying and intimidating. This was the power of spiritual will. Usually, one look was enough to scare off most people. The moment he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a face that he couldn't recognize at first. Long Chen's first reaction was to kick this grinning fellow away. However, at this moment, a big-headed doll appeared in his mind. Kitten. Hearing these two words, Kitten laughed so hard that his saliva dripped. As expected of my boss. You recognized me at first glance. Long Chen stood up. He was now very energetic, reaching a state that he had never been in before. He glanced around. Violent Blood Dragon Emperor and Thousand Kill Dragon Emperor were full of excitement. Yongyu smiled at him. It looked very casual, but Long Chen could see that her eyes were still a little red. It must have been a kind of pain and torture for her that he had almost died in front of her. How torturous! If she fell in front of him now, he could imagine what he would be like, and he could feel it. Unknowingly, this woman had quietly become an important position in his life that was comparable to Long Qinglan, Lingxi, and Mo Xiaolang. From the beginning, Long Chen had acknowledged her. He couldn't help but smile at her. This seemingly ordinary smile was actually entrusted with a lot of feelings. She would understand. Boss, haha, long time no see. Did you miss me? Kitten was like a frog, hanging on his body, saliva flying everywhere. You saved me. Long Chen pulled him down. This guy had grown so much in a few years, but his personality hadn't changed much. He was still as noisy as before. Of course. If I didn't come this time, you poor thing would have died. Kitten said proudly. Long Chen patted his shoulder and smiled. It's done. Brothers, no need to say thank you. At most, if you die in the future, I will save you once. Boss, you are too heartless. How can you treat me like this? Kitten pretended to be bashful and said. Long Chen was speechless at this child. But it was good. He let Lingxi come out of the God Nation. This time she must be scared. I'm sorry. It was a big mistake to let so many people who cared about him worry. It's okay. It's good that you are safe. I will go talk to Aunt Yu. You and Kitten have a good chat. Now that there was nothing else, everyone was completely relieved. Lingxi knew Yang Yu better than Long Chen. With her chatting with Yang Yu to relieve his boredom and let Yang Yu relax, Long Chen was also very relieved. As for the two dragon emperors, seeing that there was nothing else for them to do, they went out first. Now it was a happy scene. The matter of Poseidon Emperor and Primeval Troll could be discussed later. Long Chen looked at Kitten and said, You have changed a lot. Have you found the memory you wanted? Kitten said, Well, it's broken. Many things are contradictory. I can't figure it out. It seems that there are two of me. Anyway, it's very strange. But I have a surname. My surname is Xueqi. How about it? Isn't it awesome? What pig and dog? Pig and dog Kitten? That's not right. Long Chen couldn't help joking with him. Aya, what the fuck? Boss, how dare you insult me? I'm going to castrate you. Kitten immediately made threatening gestures. Stop joking. Let's talk business. What happened after such a long time? Long Chen said with a little seriousness. It's all trivial things. It's a long story and meaningless. But there is one thing I can suggest to you first. What is it? Kitten moved closer to his ear and said sneakily. Your spiritual will was severely damaged by Primeval Troll. I used a rare treasure to save it. Now there is still a lot of power in your spiritual will, making your spirit extremely vigorous and reach an unprecedented state. You can even recover on your own. But this power will disappear with the passage of time. If you are confident, you can try to fight against that Primeval Troll again. After all, it's a big chance. Yang Yu and the others didn't go far and heard these words. Suddenly, Yang Yu's hands clasped together and then loosened. Because at this time, Long Chen looked over. In fact, Long Chen could feel what the kitten said. Right now, he seemed to be in a very full state. His whole body was full of energy and he was very excited. Compared to before, his spiritual will was much stronger. He even estimated that he had reached the next realm, which was this level. And he also felt that this residual power was now slowly dissipating. It was estimated that after a day, it would return to Long Chen's previous normal level. At that time, it would be difficult to defeat the Primeval Troll. He's right. Now he is about twice as strong as I was at my peak, Long Chen said to Yang Yu and the others. To be honest, from a rational point of view, this was the time to try. But the scene just now had really frightened Yang Yu and the others. They naturally didn't want this to happen again. Yang Yu wasn't a hesitant person. She was decisive in everything she did, but when it came to matters related to Long Chen, she would lose her sense of propriety. The two dragon emperors were also waiting for Yang Yu's decision. If it was really as Long Chen said, they would naturally support Long Chen. Long Chen took a deep breath and said, Aunt Yu, I am shouldering this responsibility. Only I can do it. No matter what, I will not shirk. Last time, I was too careless. This time, I have learned my lesson. I must kill the other party. If there is no chance of winning, I will retreat immediately. Please believe me. For now, the longer he delayed, the power of the original core would slowly disappear. Okay. Yang Yu only said one word, but it gave Long Chen a lot of power. Chen, remember that we are all waiting for you to come back safely. Lingxi smiled. She trusted Long Chen more than anyone else. Just now, she also knew that Long Chen would not die just like that. These two women were now Long Chen's most solid support. For them, Long Chen could not be a coward, nor could he not fight. The so-called battle of wills was actually a battle of courage. When Long Chen's courage reached its peak, it was extremely terrifying. At that time he was a true king, a true killer. At that moment, he did not think of anything. In his heart, there was only endless fighting spirit. He turned around resolutely. Covered in dragon scales, he stretched out his 10,000 death claws and pierced Ocean Emperor's head without hesitation. Die! He had transformed into a raging divine dragon, and his body was much larger than before. The power of the original core formed a thick smoke around him, forming a defense and recovery mechanism. This time, he came with a menacing aura, and he was much more terrifying than the last time. Primeval troll, come out and die. The dragon roared. In the blink of an eye, it engulfed the opponent's entire world, causing the world to tremble and roar. You actually did not die. Rumble. Blood mist surged. The dragon-scale primeval troll, with the head of a praying mantis and the body of a giant beast, burst out from the sea of blood and rushed in front of Long Chen. Seeing the stronger Long Chen, the primeval troll's bloody eyes were filled with endless shock. Last time, he had shaken Long Chen just before he died. At that time, he was worried that Long Chen's counterattack would cause him great damage. But he was sure that Long Chen would definitely need to recuperate for a few months before he could recover. He did not expect that not only did he recover, but he was also stronger and more terrifying than before. In this kind of battle of wills, the most taboo thing was to have one's heart waver. Because of the previous battle, the primeval troll's heart wavered after seeing Long Chen's powerful return. This time if I don't kill you, I will not leave this place. Although Long Chen had told them that if he could not win, he would retreat. But after coming in, he did not give himself any way out. Retreating would affect his courage. What he wanted was to fight with his life on the line. Therefore, he threw everything to the back of his mind. Without turning back, he continued the previous battle in the craziest manner, pouncing toward the primeval troll. Damn it, how dare you look down on me? You lowly creature. You lowly life. What right do you have to compare yourself to me? This is only 1% of my will. If you really fight against me, I can kill you with one look. Wait until you kill me, then you can say such things. Long Chen laughed coldly and began the battle. Chapter 2409. The two Dragon Emperors, Yang Yu, Lingxi, and Kitten were all guarding Long Chen. Compared to the others who were nervous, only Kitten looked relaxed. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, don't worry. Who do you think my boss is? It's just dealing with the will of the primeval troll. With my help, the opponent will be captured easily. If you don't believe me, just watch." Indeed, as he said, at least until now, Long Chen didn't show any abnormalities. His whole body was still in a very good state. It was just that the murderous aura was too heavy at this time. On the contrary, the one who was really uncomfortable was Poseidon Emperor. His head was being pressed by Long Chen. Now his face was ferocious, and he was screaming in pain. He made a huge noise, but he was still held down by Long Chen. Now, the other Dragon Emperors were also waiting for the news from the Slaughter Dragon City. Some of them even couldn't help but want to come and see. After a period of time, seeing that Long Chen didn't have any abnormalities like before, Yang Yu finally relaxed. She also had a hunch that Long Chen would succeed this time. In fact, at this time, Long Chen and the opponent were fighting very fiercely. As the saying goes, when two people meet on a narrow road, the braver one wins. With the support of the remaining power of the Origin Core, plus Long Chen's peak ancestral dragon will, this was a nightmare for the primeval troll. Last time, Long Chen was completely suppressed by him, but this time, it was the complete opposite. One dragon and one primeval troll were rolling in the world of Poseidon Emperor's consciousness. Primeval troll made mistakes again and again, and could no longer completely control Poseidon Emperor. At this time, Poseidon Emperor's consciousness was gradually awakening. Poseidon Emperor's will was actually inside the body of this primeval troll. Every time Long Chen bit, he could tear off a large piece of flesh from the opponent's body. What appeared inside was actually the primordial spirit of the Sea God Emperor. No wonder the Sea God Emperor and the others were tightly controlled, because their primordial spirits had been eaten by primeval troll's will. He was the one who had caused the chaos in the eternal God realm. Now that he had the upper hand, Long Chen naturally wouldn't let him go. Moreover, for this battle, he had consumed a lot of the Origin Core's power. What he wanted was a quick battle. The Poseidon Emperor was also shouting and awakening. Under this kind of pincer attack, the primeval troll's momentum was already gone. They didn't have much of an advantage. Damned little thing, what did you absorb to actually be able to fight against me? This time, you've indeed succeeded, but don't celebrate too early. Even 10,000 of you won't be a match for me. The day I descend into the eternal God realm will be the day of eternal damnation. In the dual battle between Long Chen and the Poseidon Emperor's awakening, the primeval troll was torn apart, shattered, and completely disappeared from Poseidon Emperor's mental world. The surrounding blood mist started to dissipate, and the sea of blood also turned into an azure sea. Long Chen discovered that the spiritual will of the primeval troll had been shattered by him, turning into a sky full of blood mist. This blood mist was actually a great tonic for him. The primordial blood spirit dragon could absorb the remaining fragments of the opponent's spiritual will, and even completely digest it. Therefore, most of the blood mist that disappeared was absorbed by Long Chen. In this battle against the will of the primeval troll, he used almost half of the remaining original core power that Kitten had given him. However, when the primeval troll shattered, those fragments made Long Chen's spiritual will even stronger. This was because the killing intent of the primeval troll was actually very similar to that of the primordial blood spirit dragon. When he retreated from Poseidon Emperor's body, he was even more energetic than when he entered. At this time, perhaps it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with the spiritual will of another primeval troll. Moreover, what was even more amazing was that this time, he had improved himself, and didn't completely rely on the power of the original core. Haha, I told you that I would succeed. I'm really too amazing. Boss, without my help, you wouldn't even be a fart. Seeing that Long Chen had returned successfully, Kitten immediately laughed arrogantly, completely ignoring the two Dragon Emperors and Yang Yu. Long Chen opened his eyes, and the Deathclaw left Poseidon Emperor's head. Looking back, the two Dragon Emperors and Yang Yu were all looking at him in shock. What's wrong? Long Chen was stunned. Compared to before, you seem even more majestic and domineering, and your spiritual will is even stronger. To be honest, the few of us also felt a little scared when we saw you. Violent Blood Dragon Emperor couldn't help but say. Although in terms of strength, Long Chen wasn't as good as them, in terms of spiritual will, in terms of the pressure of the mystical dragon, Long Chen had already surpassed them. Those whose cultivation hadn't reached the 9 palace tribulation would probably be frightened by just one look from Long Chen. Sure enough, after the primeval troll's will was shattered, it was a great tonic for Long Chen. Moreover, there was still a part of the original core's power that still remained. However, after going through so much trouble to awaken Poseidon Emperor, he still had to see what state he was in. At this time, Poseidon Emperor, who was in incomparable pain, finally opened his eyes. His eyes were very dim, and his vision was a little blurry. His primordial spirit had been controlled for too long, causing his consciousness to be a little unclear. His body was still seriously injured, and it was also sealed, unable to recover. Two Dragon Emperors, remove the seal. Long Chen had some conflicts with Poseidon Emperor, but now was the time of chaos, and the Sea Clan was also suffering. As long as he woke up, he should know what had happened, and he should also know what he should do. With Yang Yu here, the two Dragon Emperors weren't afraid that Poseidon Emperor would suddenly fall out. They removed the seal on Poseidon Emperor, and at this time, Poseidon Emperor had gradually woken up. Seeing Yang Yu and the others, he probably understood everything. Long Chen, it seems like you saved me. I saw you just now. Poseidon Emperor's voice was a little weak as he said. From the looks of it, this guy should be normal. Long Chen ignited the fire of life and threw it on him. Because of his serious injuries, he had lost too much life force. The fire of life happened to be a timely help, allowing his body to recover greatly. After about a quarter of an hour, his torso and limbs had already regrown. This tall first Poseidon Emperor now had a very desolate expression. Obviously, he was still in shock and unable to recover from his grief. Thank you, he said very sincerely to Long Chen. No need to thank me, Poseidon Emperor. We had some grudges before, and you almost killed me. But now, the world is in chaos, and your Sea Clan is also in deep trouble. You are controlled by the primeval troll, and there are countless casualties. Now is not the time to care about personal grudges. I think you, as the highest ruler, should understand what we should do next. Long Chen went straight to the point. Yang Yu and the two Dragon Emperors were all around, waiting for his answer. What else can we do? Our Sea Clan has already reached this level, and there are only a few of you. I naturally know what I should do, and I will cooperate with you to save the Sea Clan. But can we succeed? How many experts does the other party have, and how many do we have? You have the 5 great sky maps, but once the other party has more than 10 people, your dragon city will be destroyed. Poseidon Emperor asked doubtfully. Actually, you don't have to worry about this. We still have a certain degree of confidence. As long as you are willing to bear this responsibility and want to save the Sea Clan, save this world, and not let this place become a primeval troll's livestock farm, and you don't want to lose your own consciousness and let others control you, we have no choice but to resist. Long Chen said solemnly. At this time, no one had a way out. Although Poseidon Emperor's character was average, as the first Sea Emperor, he should have this bit of backbone and fighting spirit. He gritted his teeth and said, "All right, as long as we can save the Sea Clan, no matter what, I will cooperate with you and contribute my strength." Since he could think it through, then there was no problem. Dragon Emperor Kill called him to the side and explained the current situation of the 5 great dragon cities, including the Qian Kuan Great Shift Formation. Hearing this, Poseidon Emperor's dim eyes finally lit up. Not bad, these 5 Qian Kuan Great Shift Formation can definitely bring us hope. Since Long Chen can wake me up, he can definitely wake up the others. As long as these peak experts wake up, then this battle can be slowly resolved. These results gave him a certain degree of confidence. We still have 2 captives. Dragon Emperor Kill said mysteriously. Yes. Poseidon Emperor looked over. At this time, Violent Blood Dragon Emperor and Yang Yu controlled the Rock Shaman in the seal formation, firmly locking it. That was Poseidon Emperor's previous position. Was I imprisoned like this before? Poseidon Emperor's voice suddenly became cold. If you don't do this, the primordial demon will control your bodies to wreak havoc. The 1,000-kill Dragon Emperor explained. Oh. He suddenly laughed and said, "Yes, we can only do this. Looks like Long Chen wants to wake up the Rock Shaman of the 8 great holy shamans. Then our chances of winning are getting higher and higher." Of course. Dragon Emperor Kill was also full of confidence in Long Chen, but the way they looked at Long Chen was different. "You really want to continue?" Yang Yu couldn't help but ask again. "I can use this chance to make myself stronger. Moreover, the power that Kitten brought back is still half. It is even stronger than last time. I can try. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Long Chen's mentality was very good now, and his willpower was also very strong. As he awakens more and more people, it will become easier and easier. Kitten chuckled. "Thank you this time. Indeed, it was this guy who brought him hope. Don't just say it. Call me master a few times. I will feel even better." Kitten said proudly. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with him. Next, he had to fight against the primeval troll's willpower that was controlling the Rock Shaman. When he entered the Rock Shaman's consciousness world, it was a boundless blood-red land. He used his strong willpower to shake this land, and forced the primeval troll out again. "You again." Chapter 24:10. He was very angry, but Long Chen was very calm. Now he was standing on an absolute peak, looking down on the opponent in front of him. "Thank you for providing me with nourishment, which made me even stronger." The dragon and the primeval troll clashed again. Long Chen was slightly stronger than his opponent. Although the power of the original core was constantly being consumed and was almost completely used up by the end of the battle, Long Chen still managed to suppress his opponent and tear him apart with the explosive increase in his willpower. The Rock Shaman's primordial spirit finally appeared. The blood-red land and the fragments of the will were once again devoured by Long Chen's ancient blood spiritual dragon. This battle was not easy, and lasted for a long time. However, he finally defeated his opponent. Of course, this was all based on the premise that the Rock Shaman was heavily injured and sealed. Otherwise, who would have allowed the Rock Shaman to stab the death claws on their heads for a full hour? If he encountered other controlled peak experts, Long Chen would have to wake them up like he did to the demon race. That would be suicide. Unless his willpower was strong enough to destroy the primeval troll's will in a very short period of time. This time, his willpower was enhanced again. It was more stable and bloody. It could be said that after killing the 2 primeval troll's wills, his current state was even stronger than the previous 2 times. Even though he did not have the remaining power of the original core. That strong willpower was even more pressing. This caused Long Chen to fight the primeval troll in the Iron Shaman's consciousness space before he could let the Rock Shaman's body recover. It was a boundless world of steel. "You again." The primeval troll became even crazier. This time, both of them fought with their lives on the line. The primeval troll was quite terrifying when he went crazy. However, he could not stop Long Chen's growth at all. Moreover, this was only a small part of his will that had crossed the seal of the demon star and was sent to the eternal god territory. Moreover, it was split into 30 parts. For Long Chen to be able to fight against him now, it was actually not too heaven-defying. Of course, it was a miracle that a mere mortal could force the primeval troll to this extent. In the end, after about 3/4 of an hour, this portion of the primeval troll's spiritual will fragments still benefited Long Chen, allowing him to become even stronger. The next time he fought against this kind of primeval troll, he estimated that he would be able to finish it in less than half an hour, or even less. If Yang Yu could capture another 2 or 3 pinnacle powerhouses, it would be great if Long Chen could come and test him. When his spiritual will was strong enough, he might really be able to directly fight on the battlefield. If he cooperated with Yang Yu, he would definitely be able to kill one by one. Unfortunately, there were only 3 of them. After withdrawing from their consciousnesses, Iron Shaman and Rock Shaman had gradually woken up. They more or less knew what had happened. Long Chen had kindly used the flame of life to help them recover. Go away, damned human race. The 2 holy wizards were extremely hot-tempered. When their bodies gradually grew back and recovered a little, although they were still very weak, they still stood up with cold faces and prepared to leave this place. Yang Yu and the 2 Dragon Emperor and Poseidon Emperor stopped them. Long Chen thought that these 2 seemed to be even harder to deal with than Poseidon Emperor. He had to make them stay to help him. Not just to help himself, but to help all living beings. I saved the 2 of you from the control of the primeval troll and helped you recover from your injuries. Do you want to leave just like that without even a word of thanks? It doesn't matter if you thank me, but this is a critical moment. Please cooperate with me. What do you want to do when you leave now? The Rock Wizard and Iron Wizard turned around. These 2 fellows were covered in fur and had green faces with sharp fangs. They looked very frightening. However, they knew that Long Chen had saved them. The 2 of them looked at each other. The Rock Wizard said, "Now that all the Sorcerer Tribe members are controlled by that damned primeval troll, I naturally have to save them and help the others escape from the demon's control and return to the Sorcerer God region. Otherwise, are we just going to wait for death here? Do you have any way to help the others escape from the demon's control? Can you awaken the 6 holy wizards? Lord Holy Wizards, don't be so naive. How could you not know their situation? Don't think of using your previous relationship to get them to acknowledge you. Now you are a different species among them. Do you believe that if you appear in front of the 6 of them, they will immediately kill you?" Long Chen was speaking the truth. These 2 holy wizards were really too impulsive and naive. So what? It's better than waiting for death here. It's true that you saved me, but I know that you definitely want to make use of us. Hence, we won't thank you. What we plan to do is our own business. Anyway, we will stop the Sorcerer Tribe from sending themselves to death. I want to help my brothers escape from the demon's control. Long Chen was really speechless. Make use of? Brothers. Let me say a few words. Poseidon Emperor stood out at this moment. Seeing that it wasn't a human but the first Poseidon Emperor, the 2 holy wizards finally let down their guard. Although I had some conflicts with him in the past, I still have to thank him for saving me. Both of you are very clear about the current situation, but we haven't failed. This time, everyone who is still conscious is standing here to fight against the primeval troll. What we need is unity and not the 2 of you acting alone. This is all for the sake of resolving the crisis. Why would the human race want to make use of you? They can't even take care of themselves now, and they need help. Their victory will be the victory of the entire eternal sacred territory. Don't the 2 of you understand? With Poseidon Emperor's words, the 2 of them started to listen to him. You're talking about counterattacking. Is there a way to stop this chaos? I think this world is already destined to perish. I just want a few more of the Sorcerer Tribe to survive. The Rock Shaman said in a low voice. The 2 of you are too pessimistic. They had to be told that the Cosmos Shift Formation had already connected the 5 dragon cities together. Only then would they believe it. Long Chen said, there are a total of 27 peak experts being controlled, and we have 15 dragon emperors on our side. If 3 of them can join us, there will be 18. Plus, my Aunt Serene can fight 4 to 5 peak experts on her own. The gap between us is very close. Plus, as long as we can capture them and give me half an hour, I will wake them up. That way, our chances of winning are very high. Plus, the 27 of them don't have a commander at all, so it will be very difficult for them to all act together. That will give us more opportunities. As long as we make all of them our own, the human race, the demon race, the oceanic race, and the sorcerer race can all work together, and we may be able to defeat the primeval troll. Think of a way to wake everyone up and stop the chaos in the eternal sacred territory. It will be beneficial for everyone, and not for us to make use of you. The 5 great sky maps and the cosmos shift formation had indeed provided a lot of convenience. The 2 holy sorcerers, who had originally wanted to make a few more sorcerers stay, fell silent. Then they looked at each other. The rock sorcerer said solemnly, "All right, I'll believe you humans for now and fight for the last hope. I hope you won't lie to us. Once we find out that you have other motives, we'll turn against you." Yongyu really couldn't stand these 2 cowardly and cautious fellows. The sorcerer race was like this. Everyone lived in danger, and it was very difficult for them to trust others. The world is in chaos, and there are countless deaths and injuries. We spent so much effort to wake you all up for the same goal, which is to quell this rebellion. Who else could have other motives? Do you have any other value that we covet? The 2 holy shamans couldn't refute what she said. Plus, they were afraid of Yongyu, especially the rock shaman. He clearly remembered how he was defeated by this woman. "Yes, we thought too much before and offended you." They were quite straightforward. Knowing that they were in the wrong, they hurriedly apologized. Everyone knows the current situation. The 3 of you can stay in Massacre Dragon City for now. Once something happens to the other dragon cities, we will send reinforcements. Right now, the most important thing is to defend the 5 dragon cities. If we can capture 1 or 2 opponents when they attack and wake them up, it will be fine. Everyone, don't worry too much. After we brought everyone to the 5 dragon cities, the primeval troll didn't control the ordinary demon race, sea race, and sorcerer race to attack. They are now roaming around the entire dragon god domain, and nothing will happen. We will only defend and not attack. Yongyu explained clearly to them word by word. You are someone close to Long Qinglan, and your words carry weight. We trust you. We will follow your orders from now on, the rock shaman said honestly. Thank you. Yongyu was also speaking the truth. In reality, most of the sea race, demon race, and so on died in the aftermath of the battle between the pinnacle experts. Many of the pinnacle experts who were controlled killed themselves. The human race never actively killed them, unless they had no other choice. The 15 dragon emperors had made the wisest decision to withdraw everyone to the 5 dragon cities back then. Otherwise, the number of casualties would definitely be more than 1 billion by now. While the pinnacle experts were deploying, scouting, and waiting for the enemy to attack, Long Chen had a rare moment of leisure. He found Kitten to catch up with. Aya, a few years have passed in the blink of an eye. You're really too awesome. I've heard so much about you in the demon race that my ears have grown calluses. What about you? Long Chen was very curious. What other changes did this shameless little guy have in the past few years? You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.